Yo, 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 what is up, guys? How are you? Alright, something happened here with CTRM. I don't know if it was a reverse split or what the fuck it was.
Oh, spin off. Got it. Maybe the record date was the 22nd, and today was the distribution date. Yeah.
One second, I gotta finish making coffee. Just gonna add creamer. One sec. One second, guys. Girl. Alright. How are we today, guys? How are we? $22,000. I'm surprised that BLPH has done what it's done over like the last 2 days. If they're doing an offering, a 5 mil. Review just off an all-time low. Still. That should be all-time low right there, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta refresh my shit. I don't see anybody talking. Ah, there you are. What's up, guys? FRTX. I gotta catch up with chat here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thoughts on FRTX? We talked about it before. Again, that just falls into the area where I gotta focus on trying to, try to just, obviously crush the plays I'm currently in. I'm already 75% late. I'm already too late. I mean, it could obviously keep going up, but I mean, obviously there's a cup right there. Who knows if it's gonna keep handling? But I just don't like gaps underneath me. So, to me, I feel like I would miss that. You do you though, of course. If you're in it already, it looks strong right now. But a win or finals of air mobility. Okay, thank you. How does their chart look now? All right, so I'm gonna show you something on like what I mean, right? So, see the 4-hour MACD underneath. All right. You're still trying to establish a bottom, theoretically, of course. Now, I'm going to pull up SINT because I've been paying attention to it very fucking closely. Look at the MACD on this. See it's on top? And it looks like it's trying to twist even higher. I just don't know if A1 is exactly ready to go quite yet. Because it's still trying to establish a bottom, it looks like. At least to me. Do what you will with said info, but that's what the charts are telling me. And I know that I'm biased on SINT, so it is what it is. For GNS. Does anybody know what time the what's called the round table is? Or no? If not, I'm sure I can find it. Tell me how my coat must absorb some herbs this morning. Boss, that's why my office smelled greeny. That's funny. That's what was said by by Hamilton via Twitter. 20% short on GNS. They didn't get updated yet. Pen. PEN. Wait. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking to pen. You're saying pen as in pencil. I had no idea what the fuck you were talking about, bro. Oh, look at that bus. And if anybody was in this fucking prior to that gap up, congratulations. Let's look at the Ortex on it. Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. Were we looking at FTRX? What was the shipping company? Hold on. What was it? What was the fucking shipping company? Oh, that was FRGT, wasn't it? Huh. Huh. That's exactly what it was. Yeah. Let me rewind a little bit. I don't know what kind of drugs FRTX makes. No idea. Autoimmune and inflammatory disease. She about to go again or what? Did I look at AQSD? No, I didn't. Huh. Beat on revenue and EPS loss. They're just not trading pre-market for whatever reason. Overall, no. I got it confused before pencil. We were talking about FGTX, and I got it confused with what you asked me about FRTX. Or yeah, FRGT. Excuse me. I just got them mixed up. My bad, dude. Yeah, I bought him back. I bought it too quickly as well. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hold on, my dad just messaged me. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Halo's fucking kicking off a lot of signals. If you're going to take a stop loss, take a mental one. But never put a stop loss on paper. Long-term RSI MACD are now looking adjusted as well on TRKA for building for next base. That's what I like to hear. One, two, three. Three triggers on Halo. What's the cat? 5.87 bill. Yo.
Yo, I just wanted to clarify real quick, just the better word text. Stop losses are good, right? They're good for people for trying to profit. So I'm not to say don't put stop loss out at all. It's just the market makers and these hedge funds have level 3 data, which they can see everything. They can see the shares you hold. They can see your stop losses. They can see everyone's stop losses. So if you put multiple stop losses on the book, that last candle on FRTX did just that. They just shot the price down all the way to $3.09, and anybody that had just put a stop loss on just got yanked. It popped right back up to 347 after that. So that's why I don't like putting stop losses on the books. If I'm going to take one, I take a mental stop. Yeah, look at that candle.
Yep. Pretend if you want.
I take a mental stop loss, like I said, at 3. If I was holding around that 360 area, I would have made the trade free. Then the rest of that bag just sits for the rest of the day. If it runs, it runs. If not, I can scale out the rest of my profits. But stop losses on the books are more detrimental, I think, to retail traders these days than not, just for the fact of how much control the bigger guys have.
You gotta be careful saying that, though. You gotta be careful saying that. It's important. It's important what's called. It's important to have stop losses somewhere sometimes. You know what I mean?
I agree. That's why I said I prefer, my trading thing calls for mental stop losses or a trailing.
Sorry. Yeah, no, you gotta be very careful saying that because you gotta, you gotta, put stop losses sometimes, you know what I mean?
Correct.
But.
Correct. I feel that they're more, unless you're watching your charts, and you can watch what's going on. I feel like they're more detrimental because you can get totally fucked unless you're playing with a profit bag.
Mike, let's see. I have never watched RSI MACD through a squeeze. What do they look like? Thoughts, please. I bought DWAC at 11 and scaled all the way up to 177 with good till cancel orders, but was not watching that day. So you just ignore the RSI MACD and squeezes. Once they get going, kinda, because they just get blown out.
Yeah, the RSI just gets blown out.
But leading up to it, I'm definitely paying attention. And then, all of a sudden, it'll just fucking, marry right back to it before you know it. And that's kind of
Yeah, as quick as it starts, and the volume dries right off.
Yeah.
That's why we always talk about scaling. Scale in, scale out. Don't try to time the top.
Well, it's hard to say not to time the top.
No, I know, but it's hard to, I'm saying don't try to, I have learned my lesson from holding, stocks that have squeezed, and I've sold when I thought was the top and got burned because, it kept running, and I've sold at the top and sold everything and made out well, and it's dropped right over. But I'd much rather these days scale out and take profits along the way up and on the way down.
And this is all fucking dynamic. It's always changing. So you just kind of gotta figure it the fuck out, I guess.
Yeah.
There's really no easy way to say that.
It's all it turns into a psychology game at that point. It's not a technical game.
Yeah. Preach. So smoking pot on your way to work, huh?
Huh?
That's a smoking pot on your way to work, huh?
Negative.
No.
Negative. I was honestly dumbfounded when he said it to me. I'm like, not sure how that worked this morning because that didn't happen yet.
Yeah, that's funny.
So.
You want to run a Discord chat while I'm going to the doctor today?
What time?
I gotta leave at 1.
Yeah, I can do that.
Cool. All
Yeah,
right.
I can do that.
Discord party.
I'll have a stream up on. I'll leave the charts up till at least 3, and then I can continue on my way home.
I mean, I should definitely be back by then. No problem,
okay.
Mike.
Yeah.
No problem, buddy.
No problem at all.
HKD.
All right, brother. Let me know.
All right, later. Sean is so helpful, isn't he? Good guy. Great guy. Great guy. He's also comfortable saying a lot of things that I don't feel comfortable saying. So that's kind of clutch. He can get away with exactly, Scott. You're onto something there. And Voss up again. Underneath 200 though. I did the same for Alan now that he's lost his files. I can say things he can't. Funny how that stuff works, right? If RTX might go on another run. Okay. No cost bar average it. Lame. Yesterday it was just under 400. You know, look at cosm as well. I wonder if there's gonna be any kind of funky shit with their reverse split. That's kind of fucked up. They gave us 0 notice on the stock split. That's odd.
How's AMC handling Adam Aaron talking to FINRA? Let's actually pull up TRK real quick. Alright. I might want to take a position in that again. Alright, so in general, volume precedes price, right? Not always. 700 million traded on TRKA has a lot of new long-term holders in these ranges compared to last week. I wouldn't call them long-term holders. This has been blown up on social media, like all over the fucking internet, about a potential squeeze play. So I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call it a potential long-term holding from them. I mean, maybe it is, but everybody's been, hopping in it thinking it's a fucking squeeze play. No problem. I like to buy, I don't know, I like to buy by the blood, if that makes sense, so I don't know what I'm going to part with in order to buy more, but I'd like to buy more. Like, I think that there's a lot of fucking eyes on it, absolutely. Like, a lot of fucking eyes on it. So, with that being said, I think that it might be a good, a good time to load up on a huge dip. I don't like this. Let me show you what I don't like about them. Hold on. Alright, I searched for TRKA. Right. This is not their website. I don't like this. They're a fucking media company. Like, I shouldn't have to fucking like struggle in order to find their website. You know what I mean? That's one thing that pisses me off. And also, even when you do get to their website, there's really not too much fucking data on it, right? I mean, that's Google's fault. Yeah, but they could fix that. But even on their website is their own fault. You know? Should I be worried? Wait, should you be worried about what? What happened? What happened? What should you be worried about? Can I look at OPK, please? Yeah, absolutely. Little pencil. It sounds like you're asking for financial advice, and I don't think anybody could. I don't know if Sean should even touch that question. Like, we don't know what's gonna happen. We have no idea what's gonna happen. Your guess is as good as ours on that. OPK. OPK. Let's see. Yeah, I got to deal with Merck 15 minutes ago. $922.5 million. I actually kind of like that. All right, so for instance, they're basically going ahead and they're just taking all, responsibility from OPK. I mean, I don't know. Kind of like it. I don't know exactly how many Americans are affected by Epstein-Barr virus. So I don't know exactly how much that deal could potentially... Actually, I'm sorry. The deal says that it's worth $922.5 million, and then it's a payments up to $872.5 million, plus royalties. So, I mean, I don't know exactly how many royalties they'd get off of it, because I don't know exactly how many people are affected by it. What up, Dev? What broker? Yeah, what broker are you not allowed to buy it on pre-market? That makes most sense. UK. That makes sense. You think pre-market's good buy? What I think pre-market? Honestly, it depends if we're gonna swing back. I made the heat map my thumbnail, and it was just fucking blood red. You know. I mean, people could just be buying the shit out of it on the bottom. Which certainly could happen. Or people are gonna be fucking shit scared and it's just gonna fucking fall off, fall off a cliff. It's kind of one of those, I gotta wait and see type deals. Because anything could happen, realistically. Super trend down on NVOS. FRTX next leg. Hello. I mean, it's gotten a lot of fucking hype recently, right? So there's a lot of attention on it. Alright. What I thought it was a little bit fucked up, and it's probably just like, my tinfoil hat brain. I didn't like how Roger Hamilton was like posting about TRKA, and then they just dumped the fucking offering right after he was talking about it. I think that's fucked up. I don't really know if he should be giving like fucking breakdowns of other companies, and then like if that shit's gonna happen, you know what I mean? Now I know it's not his fault per se, but I still think that's kind of fucked up. TRKA 10K filing states 336 million outstanding shares. The debate is whether they are tradable or not. Example, are they in a float or locked up? Thoughts, please. From what I read, it was 227 exercised. Stop it. Chill out, guys. Sean, what are your thoughts? Sounds like you have an idea.
Hey, no, I just wanted to let you know, if you look through his tweets after, he condemned them on the offering.
Yeah, but after fucking millions of dollars were spent on the fucking stock.
Oh, no, I understand that. I go, like, he turned around and said exactly what you just said, too, that it's messed up that to turn around and shit on your investors.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with what you're saying. It's a little weird, but he has taken that role kind of on with Bromer now as being one of the vocal CEOs. So if he'd been told to look into it by investors and was trying to get coverage on it, you know what I mean, and trying to get them into the round table at the same time, I see what he's doing.
Okay, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. Dude is a CEO of a company, and he was pushing a stock, right? And then 24 hours later, they drop a fucking offering, and it falls off fucking 44%. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro.
I agree, but at the same time, who's to say that was disclosed to him? Like, he could have had the conversation with the CEO of TRKA, and I mean, look at the other. They're not the first company to do this, right? Verb and all these other guys did it the day after they took off on CEO Block News.
Do you want me to tell you this, though? I don't know if I trust the TRKA management, then.
I would agree with you there, too.
Because think about it, like, if they're going to have fucking Hamilton going ahead and talking about it, right? And then they're not going to disclose the fact that they have a fucking offering?
It just, playing devil's advocate here, right? Like, I totally understand. But when was the last time TRK did an offering? I know we don't know that, right?
Does Mike know? Mike, do you know when the last time they had an offering was? I mean, I don't know. That to me, that's grimy on TRKA's part. I honestly do not know. Like, if they had a meeting, they had to have fucking talk about it. At least, like, actually, I don't know, because that'd be insider information, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Fuck.
That's what I'm saying. So, but what I'm trying to say, right, is if this was the first opportunity, like, think about how long Mike's been loading TRKA and how long he's been in it. And if they haven't done an offering and diluted their shares in a long time, and they know they're about to get hype, and they know that there's a squeeze hype behind them, why not? Why wait? Why get it out of the way now? Raise the money.
Oh, wait. Neil's saying something. I was listening to Senate hearings with the Fed chair. Expect another 75 basis points to 1 basis point.
Before the end of the year, yeah.
Insiders say crash coming with a 4% unemployment. They recommend rental property, anything that pays you.
Wow.
Didn't they file forms that was supposed to nix the offering? I thought so. Fucking thought. Right? Didn't they they filed to pull the filing, right?
Who?
TRKA, but then they did file.
I don't know.
Man. They're making it confusing.
But wasn't the filing due to, or wasn't the dilution of the offering due to exercised warrants? Not.
Yeah. So it really shouldn't have this big of an effect, theoretically. Right?
Short and distort.
Well,
I'm
shit.
just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I'd look at it more. I wouldn't look too hard on the company right now. after releasing hella good earnings and all that.
Hella good earnings. You're not wrong about that. Hella good earnings.
And at the same at the same time, like, this could have been their first opportunity to do so. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. It just. Oh, sorry. Try and cut out ours. Yeah. A little bit confusing. Just a fucking wee bit. No, you're good, dude. I really can't watch that video right now. Alright. Yeah, I did, finally. Finally. But even on their website, like, let me show you. Yeah, they talk about Converge right there, but, like, I don't see any tabs to open anything up. I just see fucking filings. And yeah, there's this stockholder meeting, which would be great if I was able to watch it right this second. But, like, I don't know. I feel like for a media company, they're lacking a little bit of media. You know? Yeah, I've seen better web pages, exactly. Eyes on BBBY today. Maybe bounce off support. Booby. OPK, wait, hold on. OPK starting to move. OPK, looking for a handle off that. We do have that gap there, though. They're not at what's called. They're not at like about to get delisted, obviously, right? I believe that they had that restructuring, or they found that restructuring capital, right? Could be wrong, but there we go. They raised 135 million to aid turnaround effort. Thank you. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of like gamma opportunity on BBBY, SI, but at the same time, I feel like both of them could also fall off a cliff. So if I was in either one, like either of those arenas, I would just be, making sure I was very, very careful. Like more careful than usual. Could turn into Weber. It's getting awful tight. Excuse me. Wait, I forget if I let Lucky inside. Give me a second.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I did. I just want to say I love the fact that we have so many new regulars in chat. Hell yeah. Whew. Luminar down. So a good amount of calls on the 9 day out. Remember though, guys, we are coming up on a witching day. I think that's very important that a lot of people are going to forget about. Ooh, wait. Hold on a second. Neil's talking. I got to pay attention to him. For us, look at commodities-based stocks. The old saying, buy in April, go away in May, might come true. The tech crash started on April 10th. Spring seems to be consistent with crashes. Huh. That's a little bit intimidating. Do you have any tickers in mind other than, like, I don't know, like boil? VS. What's VS doing? Gold, oil, gas. Got it. Yeah, I asked about commodities, though. I didn't ask about fucking VS. OPK is trying to handle up. Saidu. What is Saidu up to? Hello. Is that not the same? OPK OPCO Health Mode X Therapeutics enters into an exclusive worldwide license and collaboration agreement with Merck to develop. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Trish. Payroll's out. Good update. Good morning, Kev. How are you? Oh, wow. I didn't realize Saidu got all the way down to fucking 70 cents. Wow. My butt still hurts from TRK. Goddamn. Yeah, we were actually just talking about it. Look at fucking Saidu. That's aggressive. Might just have to fuck around and buy a dip. Saidu got down to 51 cents. Christ. You got to fill at 52 cents? You fucking baller. You baller, Mason. That a boy. HLZ or HLBZ pop. Beautiful. Let's see. HLBZ. Fuck. HLBZ. There we go. What's the news? I'm not seeing anything here. Meets what requirements? Go to the webpage. Oops. Saudi Space awarded a new contract for next phase of NASA Astra project. Wow. What do we have? In June 22, they received a written notice. We knew that. Okay. Alright. That is kind of bullish, in my opinion. So this is a meeting that they had in February, and then they just got approval, so that's good. Heads up on Hellbiz. Maybe the CEO will be fired from TRKA today, and the offering will be canceled. No, I don't think that's how that's going to work out. I think that there's still a bunch of shares that TRKA needs to cover, but the whole storyline is kind of messed up. It's not messed up. Actually, Sean actually pointed this out. He just reminded me about the whole short and distort, ideas. I don't like how Roger Hamilton was tweeting about them, and then all of a sudden they did a fucking what's it called? Like right after they do an offering. However, if they told Hamilton about it when they had a meeting with him, then that might be considered inside trading. So it makes sense as to why they couldn't tell him. So it's just like, I don't know, definitely a little bit confusing. Take a look at Hub C. Okay. Hello. She's a trying. Hub C might go on a fucking tear. Very well might. Whoa, they lied, straight up lied and cheated. Wait. It's not so much that they lied as they didn't disclose. But the thing is, if they did disclose, that might be considered inside trading, which is the issue. You know, so it's just like, I don't know, I have mixed feelings. Yo.
The other thing to think about too is if they're gonna be taking on this act and say they didn't have money ready to allocate to lawyer fees and hiring a new person to look at their stock and all of that. Again, this could have been their only opportunity to raise some partial capital. And would you have rather them done an offering under $1, or would you have rather them waited until it was up around $8 or $10, like
$8 or
SINT,
$10.
and then get pulled up? You'd rather it that high?
Yeah, because I would have made a fuck ton of money from 58 cents, or well, yeah, like 58 cents. We'll even call it a buck. I would have made fucking what, 8x up to 8 bucks, $10.
I see what you're saying. I'm just from would you rather an offering be done in the middle of a squeeze, or would you rather it be done before the squeeze so they have money to set up for what they need to do?
I guess what you're really trying to ask me is, am I a trader or am I an investor?
I think they overlap there when you're looking at a squeeze play.
Not if you're telling me, like, you know, you're giving me the option of going up 8x, 10x before they do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
you see what I mean?
Advocate, because I think it was disgusting that they did it, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to say from the outsider standpoint, like, I don't know.
If they needed money, it makes sense. But they should have telegraphed it at least a little bit.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That was fucked up. That was not telegraphed whatsoever. And we also had Hamilton fucking telling us, you know, TRKA this, TRKA that, and then just have, like, drop an offering. That
Agreed.
just feels, you know, a little bit, you know, untrustworthy.
They're not the first either.
No, you're right. You're absolutely fucking right about that.
So Verb did it when they announced their CEO block. Like, there's a few.
The companies are definitely using it to their advantage.
So it's all, but you got to still remember how many short exempts are sitting in TRKA. 120%. 120% of the float was shorted 2 days ago.
Honestly, I think that this, like, it's so fucking just like it's such a fucking scare tactic. That's it.
I would agree with you.
I think that they are absolutely fucked. But are they gonna, like, you know, drop it even further where I could buy it deeper? You know what I mean? It's almost another one where I have to fucking just keep buying the bottom.
I agree. There's multiple sides of the story, right? And there's multiple ways to go about it. So I just wouldn't, like, I don't want people getting convictions all fucked up and, like, emotions tied into it. If, you know,
I'm probably just gonna let it fucking. I might buy it one more time, just fucking get my average somewhat, you know, somewhat respectable, and then just fucking like let it sleep, if that makes sense.
And then guys also have to remember that are new here. Mike has been in this play for over a year.
Yeah.
Like, he's been doing DD on this play and waiting for moments like this. So.
That's true.
That's all.
That's true.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. All the CO block have done similar. What's it called did? Verb did. That was probably like the worst example. Here's something to get your head around. A pre-1964 quarter is worth more than a $5 bill. Interesting. GAS was like that too, and it shot back. Then it shot back. That's why I'm saying I might as well just keep buying the bottom. Yeah, Mike's lowest fill was 11 cents, I believe he said. Right? I know it was in the teens. Mullen nosedive. Oof. Mullen. Hello. Sub 20 cents. Data this week. Let's see. Non-farm employment change on Friday. Unemployment. Average hourly earnings. Okay. And what's next week data? Let's see. CPI year over year on Tuesday. Great. Core CPI, CPI month over month. PPI month over month. Anybody new joining, please don't forget that that this month's monthlies are a witching OPEX. We are coming up on a witching day, guys. Ooh. This just had a 1 to 10 reverse split. And it's down an additional 7%. TRKA CEO has been buying shares constantly at significantly higher prices. You may even see an announcement come out again that he bought more. Huh. That's interesting. Everybody watch Mork and Mindy? I keep wanting to say Saidu. Reminds me of Mork's Nanu. Is that like the Canadian version of Rick and Morty? Oh, 80 sitcom. Got it. I was just fucking with you. Pencil, why would NRBO be the next TRKA? NRBO is a pharmaceutical company, isn't it? I do want to show you guys something in a second as well. But Milk It Insiders. I mean, you bought that dip. Guys, there's absolutely cups fucking everywhere. Just saying. Ready? Cup. Ready. Cup. They're fucking everywhere, guys. So it would make kind of like a little bit of sense to see TRK bounce a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kidding, but I do see a lot of hype on how amazing NRBO's DD is. Ooh. I don't know anything about NRBO. Can you, I don't know, just give me like a Cliff Notes version and like talk to me like I'm 5? The last news that I have on them here is that they got a notice to delist, which is not bullish. Just dropped 22,000 on Bitcoin. Edible getting a little volume this morning. That's one that we haven't looked at in a minute. Yeah, their average volume's over, or just over 300,000. I mean, you certainly could be twisting back. Fucking absolutely. For those who are looking for an entry into TRKA, I still see a gap up that hasn't closed on the daily and weekly at 22 cents. I'll personally buy more if it goes there and bounces. SVRE watching for volume and run. SVRE, largest order ever. Electra Efficim? What? Wait, what? Efficim? Electra Efficim? Okay. To install Saver 1 systems across entire bus fleet of over 1,200 vehicles. Thank you. Alan, what's up, brother? Yo.
Yo, my brother.
What's
I
up?
have been working on something.
Uh-oh, you're working on a lot. What's good?
Okay, so I don't know how I share this legally, but I want to show you my screen. Don't show it to everybody else, but you just look and tell me how I go about making this utilizable for the rest of the family.
Okay.
All right, I can't. I'm all stoked, so give me just a moment. Okay, do you see this?
You're too close. What is that?
It's literally, if you watch the green line, see where it turns pink? Here, I'll have.
What kind of candles do you have on?
You can see it better.
What kind of candles do you have on right now?
It's something I've been working on.
Are they custom?
Yeah,
Okay.
but look, it's literally telling me that one's gonna come down now. Possibly, it could go up a little still, but it's literally gonna tell me exactly when this thing's gonna move. I mean, it's down to like immediately within like 1,000th of a penny.
How did you do this?
I used some AI and some other stuff. What do you think?
Did you backtest it? Like, does it work?
Yeah, I've been using it on all of these stickers this morning, just looking, and it's literally following them. Like, and some of them, it's a little hair bit off, but it's really, really close. Basically, I took a really big thing on TradingView, like one of the really extensive like presets for the indicators.
Okay.
And I used an AI, and it told me what things to go change within what things to change within it.
I was fucking around with Sean. I said that we should fucking develop a like a Chat GPT scalp system.
Dude, it's literally telling me, like right now, it's saying on Boyle that it's gonna go sideways and possibly up a little bit, and it's literally. I mean,
question for you. Question for you. How
Yeah.
long did it take? How long did it take for you to rewrite Nalgo?
3 days.
I hope it works, dude. I would backtest it a little bit first before I threw like a fucking substantial amount of money on something. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. I'm going to watch it all day long, and I'm going to test it on every stock we have.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely do a little bit of backtesting on that, you know?
But everything I've done that wasn't live, it worked.
I mean, that's great, dude. That's great. That's a really interesting algo. And how did you tune it though exactly? Like,
I let the AI tell me how to tune it.
of course you did.
It works. Like, it works.
What kind of questions did you tell the AI? How do I write the most badass fucking trading algo?
No. No, because it won't let you do that. But what I did was I basically told the AI in very specific terms that I needed to look for market directional changes.
That's smart.
And it was like, oh, well, you would want to look at these factors. And dude, normally when you put on an indicator, it's pretty small on the screen.
Yeah.
This thing goes across my entire screen.
Well, it's like a fucking EMA. It is the chart. You know what I mean? Like, it's on the chart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like goes across the entire thing.
Yeah, Mike made a good point. You should you should pull it up on SPY and backtest it, and run it off SPY.
Run it on SPY?
Yeah.
Okay, give me just a second.
And
I
Neil
was
said
just
that's very inventive as well. It certainly is.
You tell me, dude. Check this out.
I feel like you don't like to take a break, do you? You just got done with a fucking lawsuit, and like now you're fucking rewriting.
I'm still working on it. Look.
Now you're rewriting fucking codes. What up, Khalid? All right, what am I looking at? Is that SPY?
SPY.
And I'm assuming that the blue outline is going up.
Yes.
And then red is obviously coming down.
Look.
Bro, why is your algo so good? Yeah, how do we have how do we get access to that?
Legality. How do I tell the family which one to pull up and what changes to make? Because it's really easy to make the changes.
Hey Neil, is it illegal to all use the same algo? Would it be illegal to do that? I don't think it would, because they have fucking like basically like he said no. Okay, cool. Yo.
Like, you just saw it, and I'm going to back test it all day.
Yeah, please back test that. We might have to fucking get on that.
And I will run this live all day long, but if this works, dude, screw this. You'll be done with your channel in about 2 months, and we'll all be in Tahiti or Fiji or somewhere.
We'll literally be living at fucking Roger Hamilton's fucking resort.
Right.
That's insane. Yeah, it's on TradingView. It's on TradingView, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, now I don't have to get used to TradingView, huh?
Well, or you just run it sideways, and you can run this free on TradingView.
Oh, really? I thought they had to get like different what's called different settings.
No. You only have to do that if you want to run like 20 different things. But this is one thing.
It's so fucking ideal too. Mike says so. You just adjust your settings. That's a question for you. You just adjust your settings, or
yeah. So all you're doing is you're running one indicator, and then in the indicator you double click it and you change it.
How far are we changing it though?
A few things.
Can you specify?
Yeah. So I changed it from the period of 60 seconds.
Wait, everyone get a piece of paper and a pen. Everyone get a piece of paper and a pen. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so I changed. So it's called the momentum deviation bands, and it's the one written by Lox, Loxx.
Okay.
And now, everybody, this is my first time running this thing live, so just
Okay.
bear with it. Under the inputs, you're going to change the Hakashi better calculation type to AMA.
To AMA.
Yep. You're going to change the source to trend based.
Source to trend based. Okay.
The period is 60.
Okay. Period 60. Okay.
The moving average type needs to move to adaptive moving averages.
Okay. All right. So adaptive moving averages.
Yep. And then show level 1 through 5, uncheck them.
So wait. All right. Uncheck 1 through 5.
Yep.
Uncheck 1 through 5. Okay.
And then you want to turn off the colors for 1 through 5.
Turn off colors. Okay.
And let her fly. And then the other one I used is so there's 2 indicators. The second one is SMAFS.
Wait, what is this?
That's called the LOX 2, and that's the indicator on the bottom. Although that one I haven't made any adjustments to, and so when it runs, you're gonna see it's off. So
Okay.
the bottom one's just kind of a rough idea.
Yeah, well, I'm not even gonna put that yet. I don't know what's it called. I might fuck with this over the weekend.
But the top ones, no, you might run this right now and just run it on a little screen somewhere.
No, it's 9 o'clock. I'm not doing that right now.
Take you 2 minutes to set it up, and if it's right today, and we know it's right today, it might change. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm gonna have you guys back test it, and then just let me know how it's working. And
Yeah, they told me to throw it on Spice, so I'm going to tell you something. You know those weird, now don't say anything other than what I'm going to say. Those weird tickers I've been looking at that have very high frequency trading, it kept up with them. And was accurate.
Did you hit on any of them big, or what?
No, you can't buy those. But that's not the point. It's the thing of, okay, we know this can work really well on something that moves fairly slow, but I put it on something that moves very, very fast back and forth, and it still stayed with it. I can't believe this works.
Please don't talk to me without saying please. Please don't ask me to do something without saying please. I'm literally not going to do it at all just because you didn't say please.
Okay, please, whatever I did.
No, I was not talking to you. I was talking to. I can't see you. What's up? Welcome to stream now. By the way, I'm probably gonna do that over the weekend to get things set up. Then I want to see.
So the bottom one, the SMAFS.
SMAFS.
Yeah, so that's the very bottom, red and green line. When the red starts to raise and it's still red, and you see it go over the center line, and it gets near the blue line, when it's in between the center and the blue line and it's red, it's actually going to start turning green on top, right there at that spot.
Okay.
And I've been tracking this.
And you did backtest it, obviously, right? Oh, you're starting to backtest it a little bit, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've never backtested it live. I've just run it across every ticker I could think of.
Yeah, but it should look like it's good to go though. If you look at what's done.
But it literally followed them in the back testing, and it was perfect. It just didn't do it. I just didn't have it to watch live. Like I'm watching Spy right now live, and it's very, very interesting. I
definitely want to fuck with it. It just if I knew this at the start of pre-market, it'd be a little bit different. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Look at this. It caught a little tiny uptick.
I see.
How small that is, and it caught it.
Yeah, it's pretty dope, dude. That's close.
And look, remember what I said about going up to the blue line?
Yeah.
If it crosses the blue line, then you know you're solid.
I mean, are you just going to take trades like that on it?
I may not do that. I'm just going to use it as a learning tool at this point and just watch.
I would do it just to watch it, just at first. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to get burned. I want to watch.
Yeah, study that. You know what I mean?
Yes, but if this is doing what it's doing right now, and this stays accurate
It's unreal.
on any ticker I put it on, the Mafia family just hit a gold mine, and we should all just really, really get paid and retire.
All right, it's called HKD. Hold on a second. Let me pull up HKD, and then I'll answer you. TRKA did something. Hold on a second. TRKA. Let's see. Oh, TRKA. Hello. Hold up. All right. So it is Scott. It is momentum deviation bands by locks. You turn Heiken to AMA. Source to trend based. Period 60. Adaptive moving average. Uncheck 1 through 5. And turn off what? Turn off. I can't even read my fucking writing here.
The colors.
Okay, turn off colors, and then
once it's on your screen, double click on the deal, or you can do it when you're setting it up. Make sure that you change your line color from red to pink, so you can see a difference between the Hakashis and the actual line, or they all blend together. So, like, I changed my colors a little bit so I could see the difference in colors, so I could tell the difference between the line and the actual bars.
I might have to do this tomorrow or tonight.
Yeah. It's really simple.
Yeah, I just can't do it here after 9.
I can't believe this is working.
I can't believe that you fucking used ChatGPT to make you a fucking trading
It wasn't
algo.
It wasn't ChatGPT.
What was it, Bing?
But look at this.
Yep.
Literally real time work.
I mean, it works, yeah.
And it's curling over, so it's telling me, hey, it may be going flat, but it's way above the blue line still. Even though I've got a red candle, it's gonna, yeah, dude, it's working.
I'll get it going for tomorrow. I'll do it after hours.
Okay. I'm just telling you, if we hit a slow lull period and you're like, man, it slowed down for 20 minutes, you better set it up, or you might be kicking yourself in the head.
No, I won't be because realistically you're gonna want to test that and make sure that you're reading it properly anyway. So I wouldn't want to be taking trades with it.
No, I understand that. And see, right now it's curling down, and it's already showing me that it's curling, but it's telling me that it's going to still go up a little bit. So not to jump off the boat yet.
So you're telling you wait, all right. So that chart is telling you that TRK is about to bounce up, right?
It's telling me that TRKA is coming down.
Okay, but you said that
coming down hard. It's just starting to come down.
Honestly, it just moved to the VWAP. I mean, obviously, seeing it on a computer screen is a hell of a lot better, but I mean, it's kind of indicative.
I mean, here, look. This is what it's doing in real time.
That's kind of dope. I like how that line at the bottom turns red to green. So in style, you leave the colors on or take them off, says Kevin. Kevin, I think you take them off. Right? Alan?
In what?
In style, you leave the colors on or you take them off? You take them off, right?
On 1 through 5, you can just turn them off.
Is it trend biased extreme or just trend extreme?
Hang on. So the inputs, it is trend bias.
Trend biased.
And then AMA, and then period at 60, and then moving average type is adaptive moving average, the AMA. And then adjust your colors and turn 1 through 5 off in the style, and level 1 through 5, turn those off in the style, and you're good. And then in visibility, you can just click your color changes so that your red and red aren't both red, or else they blend together.
You said that this is like super quick to turn on?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Do I have to pay for it now? Because if I do, then I have to move money. Okay.
No, you can use the free account. Because you're only running 2.
All right. It's only 9. It's 9/11. I guess I have a little bit of time. Hold on.
Like I said, I don't know how this is going to work live. I just know that it worked on stuff that wasn't running live last night when I finally got everything working. But it's very, very, very close.
Where's this free count they're talking about? Zero. Oh wait, zero forever. Got it. I'm in fucking chat. I can't see you. I'm currently compounding interest on a shit ton of, on a shit ton of cryptocurrency. So yes, I'd rather have money in cryptocurrency compounding interest than inflating away. Absolutely, yes, sir.
Anyway, it's just a nice indicator to have in real time.
I mean, I'm gonna try it. We'll see, right?
I mean, I just got to learn to read it and learn how far it needs to go, and it still may need little tweaks. This is, like I said, this is my first time running it live.
I'm so shot right now. Like, what the fuck am I clicking? Basic. I'm doing this basic thing. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm trying to click on it. There's no fucking tab.
Hold on.
Hide all features available.
Hey, if you want to fuck with this after hours, you can. I don't know how to set it up with a free account. I didn't have a free account, so.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. I'll look at it later.
Okay.
How biz like a mofo today?
Dope,
good luck, bud. Wait, what up?
I'm gonna let you go, but this is I'm pretty excited, bro. I can't believe exactly where this thing tells me to do.
Hold on. So I have a troll here. Do I pay at stores via crypto? No, but I could if I wanted to.
All right, have a good one. I gotta go.
How much? Because you're just like. Why does it matter to you? Let me ask you that. Why does it matter? If you're gonna insult me, at least spell it right, please. I'm not trying to like have a fucking dispute with you though. Like, if we could just drop it, that'd be ideal. I'm not mad at all. I'm just not trying to set that up right now with 15 minutes left to go right this second. I thought it was going to be click, click, click. It wasn't like I thought it wouldn't be. So I'm going to do it later. All right, later. See ya. Guys, if you see it slightly off, let me know so I can further tweak it. A global leader in micromobility is pleased to announce that it has regained. Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Snowden of the market. Neil said to try smaller time frame. TRKA. Maybe Powell will help us out today. What are our chances there? Realistically, what are our chances? I hope so. But I don't want to, I don't want to put the house on it, Hub is still ripping. Yeah, 20% up. Ask ChatGPT about that. I can't believe Alan fucking took the time in order to write an algo. That's so dope. Man, Alan, you're my fucking hero, dude. Alan and Neil, you guys are both fucking G's. You know that?
Mullen, NASDAQ approves 180-day extension for Mullen to meet minimum 1 bid requirement. TRKA short on the rise, yeah. I tried it before, but it's all about how you ask the question. Yeah, apparently I'm not good at it. I tried asking it about like SEO settings, and it didn't work. Not liking it. Hellbiz 18 cents easy. I hope so. What's GNS doing? Is that moving at all? Oh, wrong ticker, I think? No, never mind. Down 3%. No big deal. Remember, guys, I just did a 1 to 10 reverse split on SFT. Hoth announces collaboration with first active clinical site for its phase 2 trial. Thank you very much, Trish. Everyone should strive to pay 0% taxes. Yeah. Snap falling. Glad I saw. Fuck. Really? I mean, in all reality, though, futures just went green. Never mind. I was going to say the whole market's down, isn't it? Futures just went green. Not the end of the world. We can get back above 1226, though. I can't wait to see what SINT does today. Bitcoin's falling. At 22. I mean, honestly, it's trying to come up off the bottom. On view up here with the OPK. TerraWolf self-mined 143 Bitcoin in February. Wow, 82% increase. Cap's only under 120, 118. I hate when there's no fucking data. 2021 data, though. A little bit. Ooh, EPS is expected to be positive in 2022 here. Just something I noticed. TRKA, Wednesday 20th. It tanked hard and shot right up. Solana falling hard. Be careful. Fuck Solana. I really like your wolf call, I think. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So that's essentially a double bottom. That's engulfing. And on a 4-hour, you're 13 just twisted through the 48. 24 is coming up on the 48, and you're crossing the MACD. I kind of like that. Do we know if there was an offering then, Clid? Like, do we know why it dropped or no? When was that? You said October 21st. 2020. Wait. Yeah, 2021. Just before they, what's it called? They shared that they lost 44 cents a share. What is the rumor on muln that is down? This extension news should have sent it up. Is there a reverse split coming? Honestly, I think that there's going to... That they have to do a reverse split. There's no fucking way that they're going to get over $1. Oh, no, actually, wait, I'm sorry. They have 180 days, so I don't want to be so negative. They just got granted 180 days. I still don't know if they're going to clip a buck by then. I hope so. I fucking really hope so. I just have a feeling that they're gonna have to fucking do a reverse split at some point. I really don't trust Dave Mishery. I have a good amount of muln. It's probably been one of my biggest regrets on investments in the last fucking, like, 5 years. No, not even probably. It definitely has been. However, I think that they have a lot of keys to the, like, there are a lot of, like, you know, puzzle pieces that are all going to fit together and be really, really nicely if it's done properly. So that's what keeps me from selling. Plus, I don't want to fucking realize a loss like that. He admitted to knowing nothing and hired good workers. Okay. As fucked up as that is, though, Mason, that's kind of a smart way to run a business. To a degree. You have to have fucking, like, some, you know, it's like somewhere to start, but it's always better to surround yourself with people that are more knowledgeable than you. The shop looks small and not ready for much. What about the ELMS factory? Anything? Or Bollinger's factory? Oh, yeah, it is, but there's just some insight I could get. Okay, fair enough. If you're going to run it like that, then you need to at least a couple superstars working for you. Exactly. Well, they hired that, what's it called? That one guy was from Tesla, wasn't he? Wasn't that one guy like a chief strategic vehicle officer or vehicle developer or some shit like that? From Tesla? Booby news. Makes past due interest payments. Okay, 6 days ago. What's the new news? Bed Bath & Beyond's public equity proceeds jumped to $360 million. Okay. Thank you, sir. Wait, are you saying that they did another fucking offering or no? They got a few guys, but I still don't see them producing any products, just more ideas. Well, I don't want to turn into a bear. Right? If I was going to turn into a bear on muln, I would have done that a long time ago. I'm more of I believe it when I see it type of mindset at the moment, you know? It's like, I just don't want to get in a position where I'm throwing too much good money after bad money. But at the same time, I want to DCA to points where I feel comfortable. Honestly, it's just decisions. You know what I mean? Just one after another. So I'm just, while I have strong feelings about something, I don't want that to jade my, my strategies. I know you're not trying to sway me. I'm just, I'm in front of a camera like, 7 hours a day, so I want to stress my feelings on something, That's all. What a day. Wow. It didn't even start yet. What's y'all's top 3 crypto? XDC, XRP, Polygon. No, Quant. XRP, XDC, Quant. Give me 4 so I can pick Polygon. Kevin, can I just ask why you like Bitcoin? Please. Chainlink. Okay. All right, that's a respectable answer. Polygon, ETC, Comp, Shib. Yo, what up, Lion? It's not decentralized. No, Bitcoin isn't decentralized, though. That's the thing. That if it was decentralized, they wouldn't have been able to get it off those Russians who were hacking, and use it as a a payoff. Well, what I'm saying though is the FBI wouldn't have been able to trace it to those Russians who were hacking if it was completely decentralized. Monero, to my knowledge, is the most like you can remain the most anonymous using Monero. Monero. But I don't know all of the details about Monero, so just take that with a grain of salt. All right, guys, last minute. Hey, you guys know I'm not a financial advisor. Please like and sub for the algos. And good luck. Please not do anything stupid. Make sure that you know exactly what you're doing. And cool, calm, and collected, guys. Cool, calm, and fucking collected, all right? All right, I want to pull up TRKA just because of the movement it had pre-market here. And let's get it, fam. What do we got? Oh, and anybody new, please don't forget to shout shit out if you guys see anything, that looks like pretty interesting. That's how we operate here. TRKA. Probably gonna come down a little bit though. I don't know if it's gonna fucking straight up rip like that. It's high on the MACD like it could. TRK seems like the fucking hot watch, huh? AMV just off 90 cents. Boil red, LiDAR. Yeah. I want to pull Qs real quick. No, nice shot on the Qs. VIX just under 20. CrowdStrike just had earnings. They're up. SINT 283. Saidu. Oh, Hellbiz off the highs. Saidu off also there. TRK is to watch, I guess. There's going to be a lot of angry people if TRK rips back up again. Yeah, probably. I mean, honestly, right now I'm just not prepared to fucking move anything. T2 has their earnings coming up as well. That's on March 13th for anybody that is in that. TRK is just on a fucking mission here, it looks like. Oh, man. Q's still headed up. Love it. Fucking love it. AI back to green. Carvana Unch. GoEV down to 65 cents. That's just off an all-time low. Or maybe it is the all-time low. Big to 47 cents. Snap 1140. Tops up 11 still. Edible, which we were looking at. Super trend at open. About 12% up. GNS. What are we doing here? We got a curl on that MACD. Hub C down off that little move. OPK 20% up still. OPK trying to move off EWAT maybe? Crawling over that MACD. AMC slightly green here, 4 cents up. FRTX off the highs, still up 60%. AMC just underneath the 200. That's nothing though. That can move very, very fucking rapidly. COSM 1% down. Good volume though compared to, you know, other than yesterday. The prior fucking week though, it was all dried up. Dollar strength, we want this down. TRKA to the 48. SPY rejecting. Fuck. Yeah. What's Bitcoin look like? Booby trying to engulf. Okay. TRKA back to 40% down. Dump that DXY, that's what I'm saying. SPY holding pivot, cool. Rocket Girl, what's up? Hard down on TRKA. Super trend just dropped 26 on AI. Charts have to demoralize everybody who was fucking bullish, you know? Now, let's see if we could come back. BBBY wants 140. FTRX Scout. RSI curling. Thank you, sir. Booby. We've seen this thing do some fucking stupid things in the past. Just remember that. See how the Qs look. Qs trying back. Oops, wrong button. Oh, NVOS. NVOS hard down. Below yesterday's levels. Powell in 30 minutes. Fuck yeah. Oil 609. Green Day on NVOS is key today. Sub 47 cents on BBIG. Isn't BBIG supposed to be reporting earnings today? I thought Trent shared that in Facebook. Or in Facebook chat, yeah. Yeah, Tops looks like it's about to get it. Good call, Chad. On the 48 there, looking for that MACD spin. Hellbiz coming back towards the 48. We were waiting on the overall market. Under 22,000 on Bitcoin. FRTX. Sliding. SINT 281. Cosm back to green. Ooh, Cosm. Oh, please God, Cosm. That would make my fucking day. Uh-oh. Who's trying to Cosm today? Ooh, Exela 12% down. Yikes. What's up, Lucky? What can I do for you, bud? Carvana at 876. Ouch. Tops. Oh, TRKA. Hold on a second. I see numbers bouncing. Saidu might go red. Oh my god. SI back under 5. I mean, honestly, like, it just seems like you could buy that, rinse, repeat, back and forth, over and over again. Palantir with government contract news. Guys, give me one second. I gotta let him out. Hey, Alan, how are we looking with the, what's called, the algorithms? They look good or no? Nah, Saidu's just pausing there at the 2. Kind of relying on the overall market. Let's see, Bitcoin. Palantir 1 contract to sell up to almost $100 million worth of software to the U.S. State Department. Okay, thank you. Kind of sucks that we're so reliant on Bitcoin. I don't like charting it just as much as you don't like seeing me chart it. Powell on a 20. Yeah, thank you, sir. It'd be pretty sweet to just fucking start ripping as soon as Powell came on. You never know, right? Wishful thinking. Rivian, either at an all-time low or damn near close. Ooh, CO1L's back to 9. You guys know I've been playing that basically like off 9 up, and then dropping it, waiting for it to come back, buying it under 9, and then running it back. I don't know if it's going to clear 9 to the bottom. I want it in the 8s, and then I'd probably be looking to enter at some point. Obviously relying on Coinbase. Yeah, thank you very much. Powell and 20, you're right. Wait. All right, Neil's buying Boyle at 575 today. Thank you, Neil. VIX just off 20. That's why TA had a nice little fucking end of the day yesterday. She got down. SPX, how we looking? Yeah. Boyle 606. Carvana 880. Luminar 918. GNLX back to green. AM green. Man. Figuring out what we want to do today. Bitcoin still at 22. We might just fucking trade sideways all the way up until like the testimony. I'm gonna go ahead and say that him arguing with Elizabeth Warren was not a good look for the stock market. Like that was a little bit rough. AMC to $6. AMC trying to wrap around though. It actually hit sub 6. Second. Come on. GNS just under the 48. AQST did not like earnings apparently. 80 cents. Cosm. Rum is running. Okay, let's pull it. After I see. All right. Bitcoin is trying at the 200. Hopefully we get that lift. And let me pull up DXY real quick as well. Are we dumping or no? DXY just dumped a little bit. Explains for a little bit of a push-up. All right, and you're saying Rumble. Remember, guys, the Rumble warrants are 1150. It's an 1150 exercise price. So theoretically, Rumble warrants should be like around. It doesn't have to be exactly 1150 trailing, but they should be around 1150 cheaper than the underlying. Therefore, Rumble warrants should not be priced what they currently are, in my humble opinion. They're at 208 right this second. However, if Rumble goes on an absolute fucking, space mission, then the warrants could be, like the move. And that could happen very, very quickly. OBSV, sheesh. Yeah, aren't they getting delisted though? Just remember that. GNS. Still have the 200 to go through though. VIX still under 20. NVOS still 5 down. iBio up 8. ARDS. That a nice little recovery. It's down 2.2. Tide 16.5 cents. ETOW to 350. That's been on a fucking mission as well lately. Qs sideways, yeah. Sideways off my cut line, coming back up though. TRK in between the 200 and the 48. Edible starting to move. That was an excellent call, whoever mentioned this earlier. SOXL, excuse me, up 3%. Beautiful. Excellent mention, whoever this was. Rumble earnings report end of this month. Don't think they'll break any records with cash, but MAU subscribers will blow up. I need to fuck with my Rumble, actually. Almost. Hub C, just have 140. Saidu, off the lows. Hellbiz looks like it's about to get something. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. $9.90 on Rumble already. They've got a ton of people moving from YouTube to Rumble. I just didn't like how I really wasn't getting like many fucking organic views on it. That's my only issue. FRTX and freefall. Cosm back to red. Sean, do you feel any better seeing that Alti's down? Boil under 6. Oh man, I gotta sneeze, but I can't. This might be an all-time low on goev. Yeah, it is. 52-week low on goev. Tesla to 182, just off 182. What's TSLL at? Yo. TSLL and CONL might be some vibes here for the fucking, if we start to spin, just saying. That's 1.5 times Coinbase, 1.5 times Tesla. For anybody that's new. HKD is ripping. Let's see, HKD. I still fucking hate HKD. From when we called it before that rip. God. I don't like regretting when I'm fucking, like, you know, being conservative. And the whole, you know, HKD running to, what, 2,500 after, you know, we mentioned it at $20. It kind of stings for being conservative, you know what I mean? Under 25 on AI. Coinbase trying to curl. HLBZ. Oh, I clicked warrants. My bad. Yup. CrowdStrike off the highs. Remember, they just beat earnings yesterday. What are the Qs looking like? Just off my cut line. Bitcoin still under 22. HKD looks like it might get it as well. You guys aren't wrong about that. GNS. Trying to cross that MACD. Muln to 20 cents. Saidu also looking interesting. Futures are pretty much flat. I wonder what's going to happen here when Powell fucking starts talking. That could get interesting. 280 on SINT. Hard down on cosm. SPX, trying to twist back. I gotta fuck with my indicators on SPX. Oil sliding. Good call, Neil. Thank you very much, Sean. That starts in 9 minutes, though, right? So I have time. VRM to 90 cents. That might be a really nice fucking vibe. OBSV is moving. Guys, just remember that this is getting fucking delisted, though. I mean, I'm like 99% sure that I saw that it was getting delisted. Let's see. McShelf. Dismissal request. Whoa, wait, what is this? Somebody double check that for me, if you don't mind. If you're in the play, I'm not in this play. Might be worth checking. I thought that I saw that they were getting delisted, though. Bitcoin going to be going for 22 here momentarily, I think. Edible, gone. Congratulations if you took this. Well, so far. Like, even if we, like, just took it when we talked about it, it's still a nice little fucking move. Gonzo. What's the level 2 look like on this, Sean? Anybody wanted to buy some Tesla calls? $10 over current bid. I'll actually let them go for $5 over current bid. Good deal. The whole trust me, bro attitude. Love it. DXY. Still headed down. Over 4 on edible. Crazy. Crazy, crazy violent moves. Let's go. NVOS 10% down. You know, I'm gonna miss the fucking volatility. Like, if they, you know, straighten shit out a little bit, I am gonna miss the volatility. I will say. Okay. Carvana trying to spend. Oil to 587. Cosm trying to save itself. OPK pretty much on fucking VWAP there. Sideu just off the 200. GNS on VWAP. TRKA just underneath the 200. Fucking edible. It's hard for me to watch anything else at the moment. Q just flash screen. Damn, man. BBBY needs that violence. Mullen about to break below 20 cents again. And Matt red, 56 cents. Zella's down 12.4-ish, 12.36. Pull Q's. Q's at the 48. Hellbiz off the highs, back down to view up. Rumble off of its highs, 965, down to the 200. We do have gaps underneath us here on Rumble, though. Please be aware. Oh, Powell. Guys, remember, Powell speaks in 3 minutes, so, you know, anything could really happen here. I'm going to go ahead. I'm trying to pull that up now. What the fuck? Hold on. Bear with me a sec. All right. Cool. Fuck. Cool. Alright. Powell is good to go. That'll just start going when they go when they go live. Cosm back to green. Love it. OBSV at VWAP. DXY, how we looking? DXY still headed down. Love that. Under 22 on Bitcoin. She's edging higher though. Wow, fucking edible. Crazy shit. Forgot about phase. Fuck phase. I mean, it's good for scalping. I just don't like the business model. TRKA, what are you doing? Spy big run. Yep. Ooh, edible down. Under 4. Bitcoin's getting tight. Rumble trying to save itself off the 200 there. Snap still down 4.7 on my level of importance. Right. Powell should be coming on any second. SMX. Okay. SMX. Oh, another Lion company. Okay. Wait, did they just change the name from Lion to this? Because it said Lionheart 3. I'm assuming that the other two are SPACs. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Lion, yeah, it is. It is Lion. Lion to SMX. Yeah, Lion is to SMX. I'm still waiting on him. Don't worry, guys. Why do they do that? Because they're switching. Because they completed a what's called. They probably just completed the SPAC, and they want to change the ticker. So Tesla still down. He's not even talking yet. Here's a laugh. Senate has a special committee in emergency session on carbon emissions from Bitcoin mining. Really? That might be good for TeraWolf, though, because they're just on fucking nuclear power, right? Or maybe, like, SDIG. SDIG is, like, a green... Like, they're running what's called... They're using, the tailings from mining coal, in order to go ahead and power their shit. I wonder if that would be good for them. VRM, just off 90 cents. A lot of nada. Hellbiz down. Q's back to red. Q is hard down. Still waiting on Powell. Don't worry. Same as yesterday. Algo push down. Yeah. Yeah. I just wonder if this is going to be like a solid dip opportunity right now, or if he's going to come out and be fucking bearish. It's almost better to kind of layer it. I wish he'd start talking. Q's headed right back up. TRK is about to get it. Yeah, I see it. Heads up. Heads up. As long as fucking Powell doesn't come out and just, you know, be bearish right out of the rip. That looks nice. Back over 22 on Bitcoin. Edible still under 4. Shell shock is wearing off. Let's go. Sidhu up 11. I think I did. I kind of disregarded it, though, because something didn't make sense to me. I said it in Mafia chat what didn't make sense to me, but I forget what it was. They're still not talking, guys. I don't... It's not my shit. Bitcoin back up. It's pushing Bitcoin, it looks like. EVTL 52-week low, thank you. This right here might determine how the market's going to be today. Might just do it. That and DXY. Gosh, 143. AMC 606. Cosm 431. SINT 277. Bitcoin up. Hopefully we could carry. I'm going to pull the Qs in a second. Still waiting on the, what's called? Still waiting on Powell, guys. Don't worry. I will have it as soon as they are live. Qs back to 296. Coming back through my cut line. Booby red. Wolf up 3. Snap just off 11. TRK Supertron. Mason. Look at the price tag of it though, from yesterday to today. They did a spin-off. It's not really up 60%. 80 edibles rolling again. SFT just did a reverse split. They're down 12.
1 p.m.
Here we go.
For the Fed chair, and which we intend to strictly observe. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for your testimony today. This week, you stated that the Fed will, quote, stay the course until the job is done. and that is to restore price stability. This is positive. But you know as well as I do, you're facing a very strong headwind from the political left. Democrats are pressuring the Fed to stray from its narrow mandate. It's a page out of their same old progressive playbook. When they don't have the votes to achieve something here in Congress, they turn to regulators. And now, Chair Powell, they're looking at you and the Federal Reserve. President Biden's kowtowing to the far left is what got us into this inflationary mess. I urge you to reject the ideologues who put their social agenda ahead of economic prosperity. High prices continue to eat away at workers' wages and retirees' incomes. Since President Biden took office, we've experienced inflation at rates not seen since the late 70s and early 80s. Inflation rapidly accelerated after Democrats passed their so-called American Rescue Plan,
55 cents on
which
MMT.
poured nearly $2 trillion of inflationary fuel into the economy. By June of last year, the Consumer Price Index showed inflation skyrocketed from below 2% to nearly 9%. And personal consumption expenditures, the Fed's preferred measure of consumer prices, ballooned to 7%. Instead of being rescued by Democrats, Americans were punished with pain at the grocery store and sticker shock at the pump. While inflation is now below its mid-2022 peak, it is persisting at rates well above the Fed's target. It remains broad-based and continues to hammer Americans' pocketbooks. In fact,
the committee hearing that Powell's
half
testifying
of the respondents say they are worse off financially than a year ago.
So I do.
It's clear that there's still a long way to go in the effort to bring down costs. I look forward to hearing you reaffirm your commitment to that work today. Republicans also want to hear from you regarding some concerning developments at the Federal Reserve on the regulatory front. Recently, the Federal Reserve's Vice Chair for Supervision announced a quote-unquote holistic review of bank capital in the Fed's regulatory regime. However, it seems that only a small group within the Fed knows what this means, what it entails, how much review is being vetted by the full board, and the type of quantitative analysis the Fed is performing. The Fed shouldn't operate in the shadows, especially when the regulation in question can have
outside. Let me grab them real quick. I'm gonna leave up
economic effects.
Yeah, I should pull. I'll
it's
pull
also
up
unclear the
TRKA
motivation for the Fed's holistic review, particularly when so many board members have stated that the banking system is very well capitalized, and any review of capital standards should be targeted. It also appears the Federal Reserve Board is laying the groundwork for climate policy to be implemented through the Fed regulation with an opening salvo to quote-unquote scenario analysis. Addressing an issue like climate change is important, but a policy that should originate here in Congress by the elected representatives of the people, not the central bank. As you said, the Fed needs to...
Much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chair Powell. Since your last visit, our country...
That might be an algo fuck up.
President Biden has made major progress to improve economic conditions, including adding a record 12 million jobs.
Yeah, that might be an algo fuck up.
Reducing unemployment to its lowest rate in 54 years, while also reducing the deficit by $1.7 trillion. Unfortunately, many families are still struggling to afford basic necessities because of inflation. What's more, interest rate hikes
CTRM might be a fucking algo
borrowing,
here.
especially for mortgages, outrageously expensive. Since I raised this concern for you in a November letter, the rate hikes continue to have an...
Is anyone trying to buy this or no?
...on housing costs, which are, as you know, a primary driver of core inflation. But, Mr. Chair, I think that you will agree that Congress also has a role. That's why I'm somewhat disappointed that after 2 months, Republicans have taken no serious action to address inflation.
God.
By this time last Congress, House Democrats had passed the American Rescue Plan to provide
MMT
relief
56
from the
cents.
ongoing pandemic,
And Voss
which included
10.4
our
now.
committee's efforts to provide $70 billion for homeowners, renters, businesses, and first responders.
I want to see if this is gonna pop this
If
with fucking
Republicans
velocity or not.
are
Because if
looking
it
for
does, that might
ideas,
just be an algo.
Committee
Kind of like how
Democrats have
cosm
put
was.
forth
Remember?
additional bills like the Build Back Better Act to bring down costs for Americans, especially housing costs. Even more concerning, we're just months away from an economic catastrophe beyond what we have ever seen, including spiking interest rates, massive job losses, and global instability. I'm talking about the threats by Republican leadership to force a default on our nation's debt if we don't agree to their demands to cut Social Security, Medicare, or other
AMC
critical
605.
programs. You've urged Congress to take immediate action to raise the debt ceiling. But rather than focusing on this very real issue, the first bill that committee Republicans brought to
SPX
the
back
floor instead suggested that Social Security and Medicare are socialist threats to America. Since then, we have considered legislation related to deregulating securities,
Remember, a house is
banking
not an
laws,
asset; it's a liability.
and countering threats from China.
Thank you, Neil.
But Republicans have completely ignored the biggest economic threat to businesses, consumers,
Sean.
and our economy, defaulting on our debt. Last month, I wrote a letter to Chair McHenry urging him to take this matter seriously and hold a hearing. But I'm still
If
waiting
this takes another leg,
for a
I might have to
response.
think about
I
it, just in
hope
case it's gonna
Republicans
fucking
will listen today
move into that
to the
gap.
real
Now I know that
consequences
they did a spin-off, which is
even
why it gapped
the mere
down.
threat of a
But
revolt
I'm wondering
would have for
almost.
everyone in this
See how
country.
this just
And
it's just
finally,
a nice
I'm
trend
so
up. I'm
pleased
wondering if it's gonna
that we're finally
fucking get
making
stuck in an
progress
algo,
on
almost like
diversity and
cosm, you know?
inclusion for key positions at the Fed, including last year's historic confirmation of Dr. Lisa Cook to serve as the very first Black woman on the Federal Reserve Board, with the board's vice chair and Kansas City Fed president positions vacant. I think
This
President
Allen algo
Biden
is pretty good
and
so far.
Kansas City Fed board should build
Is it?
on this progress
I'm gonna have to set it up tonight, probably.
by seriously considering diverse candidates for these positions. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The ranking member yields back the balance of my time, asking him his consent to submit for the record
Vic,
my letter
20,
to
and Voss,
Secretary
11 and a half
of the
down.
Treasury,
And Voss
Janet
trying to curl
Yellen,
though?
from February 28th, asking for an update on the X-date for the debt ceiling. I also asking him his consent to submit for the record the latest CBO long-term budget outlook on the unsustainability of our debt, the most recently released. And without objection, so ordered. I'll now recognize the Chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Barr, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for being here today to discuss the Federal Reserve's monetary policy actions in a time of economic uncertainty, mixed economic data, historic inflation that continues to
But
plague
you could
families
adjust
and
it to what's called, you could
businesses
adjust
around
it to
the
different
country.
timelines,
It is
and then I'm sure it would
paramount
give you
that the
longer.
Federal Reserve remain vigilant on reducing
Hubby's
inflation,
trying.
anchoring inflation expectations, and restoring price stability at the Fed's 2% target. I also look forward to discussing the Fed's regulatory and supervisory activities. As the Fed reviews the bank capital framework, it needs to consider the impact to the real economy and our global
Just on that
competitiveness.
cut line.
When raising capital requirements and sidelining capital would work at cross
Bitcoin up.
purposes with monetary tightening, constraining the supply side when we need more, not less investment to fix supply chains and
push.
reduce inflation. Tailored regulations are required of the Fed by law, and a one-size-fits-all approach
He's
would be
about
the
to move
wrong
up.
path to take. Finally, I urge the Fed, in your words, to stick to its knitting and not attempt to be a climate regulator. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. Today is the 15th anniversary of when I was
Fuck, I
first
need
elected to
vape
Congress
juice.
and placed on the Financial Services Committee, just as the economy was about to collapse. And so that was my trial by fire, the emergency response to rescue the economy, and the legislative response, the Dodd-Frank Act, that successfully stabilized our financial system. So 15 years later, as I take my
Bear with
place
me.
as the ranking member on the Committee of Oversight over U.S. banking and monetary policy, I recall the solemn oath that I swore to myself back then to make sure that this kind of calamity never happens again.
Let's see. What are we going to do
The
here?
monetary policy report that we're receiving today is largely a narrative of a return to normal. Lead times to manufacturers are back to pre-COVID levels.
Guys,
The
this might be
job
stuck on
market
an algo.
retains
I'm not
supernatural
positive.
strength, and inflation is responding more
That's
or
a
less
really
as
nice
predicted
trajectory right
to
there.
the usual measures. And by far, the largest threat on the horizon is a repeat of the 2011 default crisis. Congress
We're
has
worse
the
than that
power to
already. I don't know
avoid
what the
that,
fuck he's
and we
talking
owe it
about.
to the American people to do so. And I yield back.
Today, we welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell was reappointed and sworn in for a second four-year term as chair on May 23rd, 2022. Chair Powell also serves as chairman of the Federal
Edible
Open
up.
Markets Committee and the system's principal monetary policy making, which is the system's principal monetary policy making body. Chair Powell, we thank you
To do so. And I yield back.
Today, we welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell was reappointed and sworn in for a second four-year term as chair on May 23rd, 2022. Chair Powell also serves as chairman of the Federal Open Markets Committee and the system's principal monetary policy making, which is the system's principal monetary policy making body. Chair Powell, we thank you for taking the time to be here. We will recognize you for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation or testimony. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. Chairman Powell, you're recognized.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and other members of the committee, good
Got the
morning.
48 and the 200.
And I appreciate the opportunity to present
SINT
the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation is causing significant hardship, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2%
HKD's
goal.
rolling.
Over the past year, we've taken forceful actions to tighten the stance of monetary policy. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Our policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of labor market conditions that benefit all.
HKD up.
I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. The data from January on employment, consumer spending,
Retail up
manufacturing
200.
production, and inflation have partly
Boil-
reversed
ooh,
the
boil down to
softening trends
569.
that we had seen in the data just
Remember,
a month
Neil
ago.
said he was a buyer at
Some of this
575.
reversal likely reflects the unseasonably
And I have a
warm weather in
potential
January
parabolic
in
line
much of
there.
the country. Still, the breadth of the reversal, along with the revisions to the previous quarter, suggest that inflationary pressures are running higher than expected at the time of our previous FOMC meeting.
Tops, well off the highs.
From a broader
Still on the
perspective,
200.
inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but remains well above our longer run objective of 2%. The 12-month change in total PCE prices has slowed from its peak of 7% in June to 5.4% in January, as energy prices have declined and supply chain bottlenecks have eased.
OBSV.
Over the
Are you
past
trying
12
again?
months, core PCE inflation, which excludes the volatile food and energy prices,
Fed swaps upgrade.
was 4.7%. As supply chain bottlenecks have eased and tighter policy has restrained demand, inflation in the core goods sector has fallen. And while housing services inflation remains too high, the flattening out in rents evident in recently signed leases points to a deceleration in this component of inflation over the year ahead. That said, there is little sign of this inflation thus far in the category of core services excluding housing, which accounts for more than half of core consumer expenditures. To restore price stability, we will need to see lower inflation in this sector, and there will very likely be some
Go for the gold cross
labor
right
market
here.
conditions.
Guys, this might be an
Although nominal
algo. I
wage
don't know
gains have
yet, though.
slowed somewhat in recent months, they remain above what is consistent with 2% inflation and current trends in productivity. Strong wage growth
If
is
it
good
rips
for
right
workers,
here, then
but only if it's
maybe.
not eroded
I'm expecting to
by
see it move
inflation.
like this.
Turning to growth, the U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 0.9%. Although consumer spending appears to be expanding at a solid pace this quarter, other recent indicators point to subdued growth of spending and production. Activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains
That chart looks an awful lot like this chart.
January, its lowest level since 1969. Job gains remain very strong in January, while the supply of labor has continued to lag. As of the end of December, there were 1.9 job openings for each unemployed individual, close to the all-time peak recorded last March, while unemployment insurance claims have remained near historic lows. Turning to monetary policy. With inflation well above our longer-run goal of 2% and with the labor market remaining extremely tight, the FOMC has continued to tighten the stance of monetary policy, raising interest rates by 4.5 percentage points over the past year. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. We are seeing the effects of our policy actions on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. In light of the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, the committee slowed the pace of interest rate increases over its past two meetings. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, taking into account the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. Although inflation has been moderating in recent months, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy.
It's really hard not to throw
mentioned,
fucking money on
economic
CTR.
data have come in stronger than expected, which suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates is likely to be higher than previously.
I just don't like chasing things. It does look like it might be fucking stuck in an algo,
I stress
though.
that no decision has been made on this, but if the totality of the data were to indicate that faster tightening is warranted, we'd be prepared to increase the pace of rate hikes. Restoring price stability will likely require that we maintain a restrictive stance of monetary policy for some time. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run.
Q's back to green. Q's
Historical
moving up.
record cautions
Nice little
strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Ravina,
thank you, Chairman Powell. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purposes of questioning.
Boyle, trying to
Chairman
come off
Powell,
those.
there's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours about the effect of rate increases on the economy. A lot of debate about what you said
remember,
yesterday
180
in the Senate.
struggled the other day.
But no one asked you this directly. We have a March meeting coming up, Open Markets Committee meeting.
Heads up on
coming up
OBSV.
in 2 weeks. How do you think about the March meeting? What's your approach to that? What are we likely to see?
Thank you. So I
Heads up on
won't
CTRM.
repeat what I just said in my testimony, but if I turn to the March meeting,
If I'm right about this being in an algo, it's
I
going
guess
to
I
rip
would
fucking
say
all day,
that
most
we
likely.
have some potentially
But
important data
I
coming
could be,
up.
I might
data
not be right. You
to
know,
be
there's always that
analyzed.
risk.
One of them came out at exactly 10 o'clock.
I'm just wondering if they'll pull COSM.
Which of course I haven't seen, being sitting here at 10 o'clock. But we're also getting a jobs report on Friday and a CPI and PPI
Bitcoin
inflation
22,
report
130
next week. So those will be important and we'll scrutinize them. When we say that we're going to be looking at the totality of the data,
Remember,
which is
guys,
what
this
I
was a
said,
reverse
that
split.
does include these reports yet to come. They're going to be important in our assessment of the higher readings that we have very recently received and of the overall direction of the economy and of our progress in bringing inflation down. And we'll be carefully analyzing them. Again, we have not made any decision about the March meeting. We're not going to do that until we see the additional data. The larger point, though, is that we're not on a preset path and that we will be guided by the incoming data and the evolving outlook.
But you've also said higher, longer. Is that still the case?
The 48 is coming across the 200 on a 1 hour.
We look at the data since January and also the revisions to the November and December inflation data, and they suggest that the ultimate level of interest rates is
So to
likely to be
repeat,
higher
There
than
she
we'd
goes.
expected.
What are those economic factors?
So going back to January, as I mentioned, the softer inflation readings of November and December were revised.
Was anybody
up.
in this?
We got a very strong inflation
CTRM?
report for January. We got an extraordinarily strong employment report, very strong consumer spending, strong manufacturing data right across the board. And as I pointed out, some of that
And
may have been
Meta,
affected by the very warm January weather, but nonetheless, all of it pointed in the same direction.
Okay, let's move to
spy
regulation.
push, okay.
Chair Powell, in January, the Federal Reserve put out a policy statement noting that digital asset custody is a permissible activity if done in a safe and sound manner. However, if a bank can demonstrate to the Fed that it can conduct that activity in safe and sound manner, the capital impact of the SEC's staff accounting bulletin effectively precludes banks from offering digital asset custody service at any scale. Are you aware of this staff accounting bulletin by the Securities Exchange Commission and its impact on custodial services?
I am aware of it. Of course, it's an SEC accounting bill. This is SAB 121, I think, and
That's right.
I'm certainly aware of it. And
DNS,
you know, we do
trying to
follow
push VWAP.
general accepted accounting principles in our
Ape looking
Yeah.
solid word.
regulation.
Okay. Well, without objection, I'll submit to the submit for the record my letter to the bank regulators about this. So
Oh,
while the
man, I
Fed
guess
says
it
it
needs
can be
real
done in a
bad.
safe and sound manner, the Securities Exchange Commission has regulated it so that it cannot be done. Next question
We need
is
DXY down
certainly
now. Pretty
about
bad.
bank capital standards. You got questions about this yesterday.
Snap, 11-14.
Chair Barr has announced a holistic review of capital requirements. As I said in my opening statement, there are a lot of questions about this process. And
down,
previous
AMC,
statements
605
by
still.
members of the Fed governors about the adequacy of current capital standards. And so while the
Ape
Vice
is
Chair for
trending
Supervision
nicely.
has announced that the Fed will engage in a holistic review of capital regulation, is that Fed staff? Is that done at the at the governor's the board level? What is the process? There are a lot of questions that people have about his statements. And so we want to understand why it's necessary for the Fed to conduct a holistic review and what that process is. So, my general question is, do you still agree with your previous statements about the adequacy on a generalized basis of our financial system? Or are we to read into this that we're not adequately capitalized and there's a high level
TRKA
of
would
risk
make a
in the
positive
system
public
that we're
statement.
unaware of
Formal
at
could
this
kick in
point?
again, and maybe then a
Thank you.
squeeze.
So the why really just is that as a new Vice Chair for Supervision,
Honestly,
Vice
bro,
Chair Barr
we're in
has
such a
was
fucking
launched
uncertain
into
time.
taking a fresh look at everything, including capital. That actually
Anything can
is
happen.
typical of
Anything's,
the last two people to have this job.
anything's
So
certainly possible.
that makes a lot of sense.
Especially with
in
the type
terms
of hype that
the
TRK was
process,
receiving. You
It's,
know what I mean?
It's certainly
There's a
conducted
lot of
under
attention
Vice
on
Chair
it.
Barr's leadership with input from the staff and
A lot of attention.
discussions with governors on that committee. And I'm kept broadly apprised about what's going on. But the bottom line is nothing has been.
Does anyone know the name of the ticker that
Nothing has been
CTRM spinoff is?
formalized at this point. It's a lot of work that's going on. I think discussions are going on, meetings with industry and that kind of thing. When we get to the place where that's appropriate, the board will be carefully briefed. Ultimately, we'll vote on a proposal, and that proposal will go out for comment, and we'll solicit comment from any and all commenters, and we'll look very carefully at that. So it'll be a wide open
Fucking
process
A.
in the sunshine.
Thank you. I yield back.
It might be stuck in a fucking algo, guys.
Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much. Chair Powell, I agree with what you said on February 1st, that Congress must raise the debt limit because of what you described as the highly risky consequences of failing to do so. You are perhaps the most important expert on the debt limit, which is why I find it very concerning that your recommendation to raise the debt limit in a timely manner is being ignored by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm also concerned that the consequences of this brinksmanship
I gotta trust my gut.
are imminent. Fitch Ratings said this week they may seriously look at downgrading the U.S.
TRKA to
debt
40 cents?
based on the escalating brinksmanship they are observing. Even
There's still a lot
if
of room left on
Congress
CTRM if I
ultimately
am right.
addresses the debt limit at the last minute.
I think it's stuck in an
This is
algo.
history repeating itself.
This might be stuck in an algo. Like, remember how Cosm was stuck in an algo?
2011.
Well,
When
they just did a
Republicans
spin-off,
last
it got
controlled the
pushed down,
House
and it's
threatened
fucking working its way right
veto.
back.
The Bipartisan Policy Center later found
The
that
gap is to
2011
133,
debt
but remember
limit
Cosm, it just kept
debate
going.
cost us $18.9 billion in higher
I just don't know if
borrowing
it's going to
costs,
continue like
even
that,
though
and I
we
don't
never
really want to fucking
defaulted.
full port something like
To put
that.
that into perspective, that could have been leveraged to provide up to $200 billion in loans to small businesses through the state Small Business Credit Initiative, or to provide hundreds of thousands of people down payment assistance to buy their first home. So I want to emphasize that House Republicans, including most of the Republicans on this committee, had no qualms about paying our debts when Trump was in office. 3 times they addressed the debt ceiling in a timely manner without holding our country hostage. But Republicans are ready to tear down the hard work of Americans everywhere to weather the pandemic and build back a strong recovery. Chair Powell, can you describe for us the risk you see if Congress continues to delay action
That's
on
a
the
Excel
debt
launchpad.
limit, both for our economy
CTRM
and for
launchpad.
individuals and families?
Let me start briefly by saying that we have no role and seek no role
Q's
in what is
297.30.
really at the heart of
Q's
fiscal
trying to lift,
policy.
going for the gold cross
Except,
right now.
I will limit myself to the 2 things that other Fed chairs have said about this. One is just that Congress raising the debt ceiling is really the only alternative. There are no rabbits in hats to be pulled out on this. 2 really is just that no one should assume that the Fed can protect the economy from the non-payment of the government's bills, let alone a debt default or something of that nature, which we don't think will happen here. But
TRKA,
no
what are
one
we
should be thinking
doing?
that we have the tools
Still
to
lifting.
protect
ETAU
the
drop,
economy
thank
from
you.
all the potential effects of that.
Thank you very much. I don't want to miss what you said. I somewhat quoted you when you said that Congress must raise the debt limit because of what you described as a highly risky consequence of failing to do so.
Bitcoin trying to
Is that
lift as
your
well.
language?
Well, must in the sense that it's really the only way for the debt limit to be raised is Congress must act. Again, these are fiscal discussions, and we don't want to be a part of them, and really they're between elected officials.
But you are an expert on the subject.
Well, I spent a lot of time on this, as you'll recall.
As an expert on this subject, you are concerned about the high risky consequence of failing to do so. Is that correct? Did I correctly quote you?
That's correct.
Thank you.
He's getting into it with the Democrats, huh?
Again,
Jesus.
Let me just go a little bit
Back-to-back
further.
days. AQSC down 77
The chair
cents.
mentioned that
TRKA
he
is
had
lifting.
either written a letter or maybe
MMat
even
just under
had
58
some
cents.
conversation from Janet Yellen about the
SPX
time
just off
limits,
4,000.
that she had attempted to describe. Is it your understanding that she said she could maneuver and kind of manipulate things so that she paid the bills that were coming due, but this could only last until about June? Is that your understanding?
CTRM going to lift
Honestly,
again.
I would really have to not try to interpret the secretary's words for you. That's really up to her
I'm going to be pissed if I
to do.
fucking knew that was an algo.
Can she keep us afloat
Oh my
until
God.
about June?
All right, Maxine Waters, chill out.
That's not for me to say. These are really questions for the secretary. I'm sorry, Ms. Waters.
Have you had any
Listen
conversation
to this
with
bitch.
her about the statement that she made about being able to manipulate the debt and pay bills that were coming due out of another account, etc.? Did you have that conversation with her?
The conversations that you and I have privately don't go anywhere. I don't talk about them with anybody.
better trader than that. I
Conversations
missed
have
that trade.
with Secretary Yellen. I don't.
fucking knew it.
Okay,
too.
and I don't want to get you
Gentlelady
in a-
time is expired. The gentlelady's time's expired.
Did I have equal time with you?
You sure did. He went over time.
If I did, thank you. I
Probably
yield
feel
back.
like that.
I now recognize the vice chair of the full committee,
What do you
Mr.
say,
Hill of
Sid?
Arkansas.
Ooh, Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us. You're welcome anytime. Don't wait till we ask. If you want to volunteer and come, we love having your views on many topics. Thanks for talking about your commitment to price stability. You know, we've had this discussion last June.
I almost want to be
between us.
wrong, just so
I do
like,
think that's the primary mission of the
I don't sit
Fed,
there
and I
and think
think it
about
should be the only priority of the Fed is
being
price
in it or not being
stability,
in it.
because it's the legislative branch and the executive branch that really
And
are
last time it's
responsible
17%,
for quote, full
ouch.
employment and having that policy environment and making sure that that's right. So your commitment to price
Rivian
stability
back
is
to
welcome
15. Rivian Gold
by
Cross.
this,
Nice
committee.
trend on Rivian as well, guys.
Yesterday in the Senate, you suggested that you supported a
draw it,
regulatory
that'd be dope.
framework, a broadly regulatory framework for digital assets. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your view that if we had a regulatory framework here in the United States for
SINT
digital
280?
assets, that there'd be more transparency and rules of the road for both consumers, investors, and developers?
Absolutely.
And would it, if we had those rules of the road for business seeking to use and develop blockchain as a potential new technology in their business and
be
tokenized
in
payments, that again, that would be
180,
beneficial to business
1.5
to
on
know
ape
how to
kind of
go
move?
about that.
Yes, and to assure that it's all done in a safe and sound manner when we're talking about banks.
Right. And then my next point would be exactly that, to help banks, investment brokers, custodians understand how they could even participate in that market in a safe and sound manner. You agree that a regulatory framework would help on that?
Futures really aren't moving too much.
And then finally, we've grown up in our country, and it's unique in the world, that we have a dual banking system. And due to a
Right to
quirk
130.
here in Congress over 100 years ago, we have insurance is regulated exclusively by the states. So would you believe that regulatory framework would also have to preserve some sort of role subject to safety and soundness,
AMC's
for
still up about
states,
$6.
states to
FRTX
play
way
some
off
role
those
in
highs.
that regulatory framework
MMT
for digital
moving.
assets?
Let me just say, I
And
think that
Matt?
it certainly works in banking and insurance. I have no problem with those.
Right.
I'd have
But
to think
you,
about
you think it could, you consider it possible that it could also work in digital assets?
certainly possible.
Yeah. Thank you. Turning to a topic that's been a
Fucking
subject here
CTRM.
for nearly 4 years, central bank digital currencies. Article 1 of the Constitution reserves coins and coin issuance, money issuance to the Congress, and we've in turn delegated that to the U.S. Treasury, which
I
has,
almost
since
fucking have FOMO on
1912,
this.
engaged the Federal Reserve as their fiscal agent.
I don't know, though.
You've
It's hot.
testified here many times before that to issue a
edible,
central
off
bank
the
digital
highs.
currency, that would have to be authorized by statute by Congress. Is that still your testimony?
So that is absolutely the case as it relates to a retail CBDC. There are potential forms of a wholesale CBDC that we need to look at. It's less clear. But we've always been talking about retail CBDC, and that's something we would certainly need congressional approval for.
And what would be a parameter on something that's not a retail CBDC where you think that could be issued in some form or fashion without Congress's direct statutory authorization?
It would be, for example, it would just be something between banks. So it would look an awful lot like a bank reserve. And you might ask, well, why would we need it? And that's a really good question too.
Yeah.
But it's just something that's literally within a wholesale market.
SPX
But that
working its way back
speaks
to
that you might
4,000.
have a blockchain between banks and the Fed using
Mullen
a
just
central
under,
bank digital
20
currency
cents?
token to settle transactions institutionally inside the. So that leads me to Fed Now, which is supposed to be up
CLNL
and running,
back
I
10,
think, this
10 bucks?
summer, somewhat behind the scene there. I would like to ask you to formally have this full
284.
committee briefed on
Don't
that
sleep
by
on SINT,
the Federal
guys.
Reserve. I know the chair of the Kansas City Bank was involved. She's now left. And I think the committee has a lot of questions about Fed Now, how its interoperability will work, how it's going to roll out. And also just a question that we've been asked, that why the Fed wire system isn't up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week now to benefit consumers that are using Venmo. Do you have a thought on that?
I'm not sure why we're not 24/7 on that. And we, of course, be delighted to come up and brief the committee.
Oh, Coinbase is fucking tearing,
That'd be good. We'll take you up on that and the right person from the Fed. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the the ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee,
Carvana,
Mr.
just
Sherman of
R9.
California, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing to our committee's attention several years ago the importance of tough legacy LIBOR,
BBIG,
some
46
$16
cents.
trillion of instruments where the creditor wouldn't know how much the debtor was supposed to pay.
Wow,
This
UNCASE
committee,
up again.
we passed legislation.
Yesterday it was up
over
like
a year
40%.
Before
The day before that it was up like
LIBOR hit the
200%.
You issued regulations 7 months before the absolute deadline. I hope we do this in other areas, and it's my understanding that with those final regulations, we're
OBSV
done,
underneath 200?
and we've solved the LIBOR issue. Is that correct?
That's my understanding as well.
People talk about inflation, and they somehow say that it's a matter of the
Can you just try back
personalities
up?
and politics of the
HLBZ
United
regained some
States.
yep, thank you.
Others argue that the entire world is hit by inflation because Ukraine and COVID. I think we've got the answer to this question.
Let's blame that.
In that inflation is considerably higher
Failure
in the
equals
Eurozone
shorts. That's
than
right.
it is in the United States today.
Thank you, Neil.
And it's very hard to say that Joe Biden is responsible for inflation in Germany. I commend the ranking member for bringing up
man, this guy's
the
a
debt
fucking
limit
tool.
and the harm that's already done to our economy. If we solve the problem tomorrow, we had less investment than we would have had yesterday. And I would say that I commend the president. He's going to issue a budget plan tomorrow.
Sean,
And
what do you
perhaps
think
in their
HLMC
time, one of
finna
our Republican colleagues can tell us when the Republican
Or what do you mean?
budget plan will be released. We are all
FINRA,
eagerly
TRF.
awaiting it. Housing is a huge part of inflation, and we've left it to local government, but the permitting process there guarantees scarcity, which guarantees high housing costs. Mr. Chair, we've talked back in 2001 and several
SFT
times,
off the lows.
even before that,
SFT trying to curl?
about wire fraud. And having just bought a home, I saw the process up front. Everybody's very nervous about one thing, and that is, will the buyer of the house be tricked into wiring their down
Elvis?
payment
Try to twist
to the
underneath
wrong
200?
account? Or will the seller, the buyer be tricked into, or the escrow agent be tricked into sending the money to someone other than the seller of the property? We talked about this back in 2001, where I urged you with your FedNow system, which I'm glad is on track to move forward, to have what the Brits have. When you send the wire, you identify not only the number of the account you're sending it to, but also the name of the person or entity that's supposed to receive that.
Bang, 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 bang.
At that time, back in 2001, you said that payee matching is not the best way to do it. There are other ways to do it, and that you'd be happy to get back to me as to how you're going to make sure that an email from a Nigerian prince does not get the wired funds, particularly in a housing transaction, wired to an account number that turns out to be in Lagos. What progress do you have? When can home buyers have a system where they're sending it to a named payee as well as to a number?
So I hope we did come back in a timely way to you on that. But it's a problem you've brought to our attention, you're right, over many years. And we continue to focus on that.
Well, the bureaucrats who are working on this don't want to do what the Brits did. They've proven it can be done. You said you were going to accomplish the same goal in some other way, and it has been a while, and it's not solved, nor are you aware of any solution. I would hope that you would go back and say, we don't want to add this anxiety to every real estate transaction. We go back to the drawing boards, follow what the Brits have done, and have pay matching.
Turning up on VRM.
Finally, as to crypto, cryptocurrency says what it means. Hidden money. That's what it means.
Hidden money. Okay.
And
it's not really
if
hidden.
We impose know your customer and anti-money laundering statutes to it, it won't be crypto anymore. What crypto wants is to have part of its ecosystem above the waterline, visible and subject to know your customer, and then have the rest of the iceberg below the waterline.
Gentleman's
time has
time's expired. I will now.
129 on
Go to the
GWH.
gentleman
Jesus.
from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, thank you very much. Chairman Powell, thank you for joining us
Over
today.
5
We
on INQ.
appreciate
PGY
not only your
103.
professionalism, but your direction at us. Chairman Powell, I know that the Fed considers divergences, and you talked about it as you spoke in your opening statement about consumer
Trying to get
price
some price
index,
pressure on COSM here.
personal
Trying to cross
consumer
that MACD.
expenditures, inflation, GDP, and all these things are talked about in your report, monetary report, March 3, 2023. Thank you. A couple days ago,
And
I
Bosch
had an
trying to curl?
opportunity to see that an economist, Art
DXY
Laffer,
trying to
Arthur
dump,
Laffer,
looks like.
produced a report that spoke about literally this country doubling GDP. Now, I know we're putting CPI, PCE, inflation, all these things into a mix. But he said that if we made changes in health care to efficiencies, we could
PRKA
double
looking for
the
hand off
current
that cup.
GDP rate. My question to you that I hope you can
EVLV
answer
up
is
to
what do you
317.
think about that? Is that something that is in this document that I have missed? And
1165
it's
on
seemingly
lunar.
to a person who follows this, as Art Laffer does for 50 years. What do you think is an important way to look at efficiencies in healthcare? Thank you.
So no, that's not in our monetary policy report. I just say one thing, and that is we do spend something like 17 or 18 in that range % of GDP delivering healthcare. Other similarly wealthy countries spend 10%. So it's the delivery system. It's not that the benefits are incredibly rich or anything like that. It's just that the delivery system is very expensive. That's $1 trillion a year that we spend and get nothing for it. This is fiscal policy, but I'm responding to your. So I would think that he may have meant that if we had a delivery system that saved that $1 trillion that doesn't really get us anything, then that would be great for the economy, which I would agree with.
So you've spoken of supply chain disruptions because it in fact is an inhibitor or an
ENDPs
accelerator as we gain that advantage.
Hey, Mom, is there any news on
You just
ENDP?
talked about
Out of curiosity.
some seemingly
I know you've been
which would
keeping track of it.
offer some validation to Mr. Laffer as he spoke about the huge importance of this. Is that something
Cosm
you
on?
should start paying attention to where policy people, not only at the Fed, but your Fed banks around the country would start looking at and start putting pressure on us
at the
to
200.
gain those efficiencies as a result of a global view.
Wolf
So
sliding higher.
Supply
looks like?
chains generally, they have suddenly been tremendously important in inflation, as you know, for the last couple of years, and for the first time really have been something that
Muln
we've
still
had
under
to
20
study
cents?
carefully. In terms of healthcare delivery, that is strictly a question for you
AMC to
and
6.
for the parts of the government that are charged with it. The Fed does not have a role to play and does not seek a role in that.
Does not see a role. And yet, as I look at this, you've got a role in projecting confidence. You've got a role in education. You've got a role in who's in the workplace. You've got a role.
TRKA, trying to handle out.
My interest rates, and yet my point is it's such a staggering number that impacts us. Just love to have you go
You're
back.
badass,
Perhaps
Mom.
we from this committee need to give you some direction on that. But I think your testimony today, it recognizes the staggering impact on that. I don't think it's political. The answer may be political, but I think the actual numbers are not political.
You know how stupid that just sounds?
It's an inefficiency that is happening
Did you guys
across
hear
the
that?
country, not a regional matter.
He said that
And
the
so
answer
I
might be
wanted to
political,
get
but
your
the
take
numbers
on
are
that,
not
and I
political.
appreciate you being here as
But he's
always.
trying to get him to answer a
Thank
question.
you for your confidence and your hard work that you give this country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the ranking member of the Agriculture
Hub C.
Committee,
Maybe that's
Mr.
the
Scott
bottom.
of Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and welcome back, Chairman Powell. Now, Chairman Powell, listen to me very carefully here, because
VIX red.
I think we're on the verge of making a terrible mistake. Back in 2008, if you recall, Barney Frank then and Miss Waters asked
Should I do the
me
79
to
cents?
take a look
At VWAP?
and kind of work with you and the Fed. You were a board member in 2008. And we came to the conclusion that we needed a more equitable playing field between our large banks, like Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, and our regional and smaller banks, like Truist and our community banks. And we changed that. But now I hear that the Fed and the FDIC plan to drop a new rule which seeks to apply the long-term and higher capital requirements.
Will be down?
That were created, and you and I did this back in 2008, and you remember, that were created for the Goldman Sachs and for them. And now we want to apply these rules to the regional banks. There's a big difference. And we've omitted this difference.
Zella down 11.8. Zella getting tight towards that 200 though, guys.
I think it's very misguided. It works. And you and I worked on this. You recall this.
Heads up.
You were a board member. And we saw that we needed to have a better playing field to protect. And if you all go along with this, it could put many of our
Watch out on the move on CTRM, guys.
And small community banks out of business. So I want you to reverse this. First of all, tell me, am I speaking the truth? Are you all planning to all of a sudden here put these smaller and regional banks under the same heavy or financial load as your large worldwide banks?
Hellbiz, just under
No,
200.
we're not planning that. We believe strongly and always have in tailoring to
Dollar strength.
address the different size and risk characteristics.
We want that
of
off the
financial
cliff, guys.
institutions, and certainly nothing like that for the regionals. They won't have anything like what the very large, most
Bitcoin twisting, though?
banks have in terms of overall regulation.
Yeah, because I remember clearly you and I were back, I think we were on this side then, talking about this in this same committee room. And you worked with us on that. I'm glad to hear that. Where is that coming from? I mean, it's a concern. It's just a rumor. Have there been any discussions about removing the
Cosm,
playing
press,
field
sure.
and the
Good volume
guardrails
as well.
we have here, the differentiations in the requirements between the regional banks, community banks, and
35%.
your larger global banks?
So
There's nothing to that?
TRKA
Well, I
still
would
off
say
40
this,
cents.
We're
Barely.
required by the law now, and we're doing this. Dodd-Frank actually required us.
Yes, we
Suggested that we should tailor, and then the S2155 then required it. And anything that we do will reflect appropriate
BLPH down. 10%.
All right, so we that's off
MTC
the board.
10% up. Nice.
We're not going to change and put the smaller and regional banks under the same financial obligation role as the large banks. We got that right from
Boyle
you,
at 569.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember, Neil said that he was a buyer
Now
at
let me turn
575,
to
guys.
China.
I don't know if that
I'm
means
really
anything to
worried
you.
about China, and
Tesla up,
right
AI
now,
up a little
people
bit.
may
I think we're about
not
to move
know
up.
it, but China is the world's largest economy in terms of purchasing power. Now, at our last meeting, I
Coinbase 65
talked
bucks.
about
Carvana over
this
9.
move where we didn't blow the balloon up.
We're going up. Up,
And
up, 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 up.
this is an example of what I was pointing out.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the Chair of the Science Committee, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell,
OBSV trying to curl right there. 13 is coming up on the 48. We are on top of 200.
As you know, commodity markets have seen significant volatility in the last few years.
990 on Rumble.
And during times of tremendous economic uncertainty,
Nice
like
trend
we've
up
seen,
there as well.
end users turn to the markets to hedge risk, particularly those in the agriculture and energy sectors.
Trend
And I
was up
know
on
that the
Qs.
Fed is
Still
early
on
in the
trend.
review process of potential changes in capital requirements. Can you, well, I'll ask anyway. Can you commit to ensuring that these changes will not increase the cost for banks providing those commodity derivatives to end users?
That's a really specific, can I go look at that? I'm not actually sure that the work even addresses that. So,
Fair point.
To come back to you on that.
And that particular response
Back
makes
the-
me feel better.
Shows you.
Because after all, those products are very
It's been a
important to
minute
my
since I pulled that
folks
up.
and make a great deal of difference in how they're able to address their issues. So, as you discussed earlier, and as you've consistently assured,
Yeah.
the Fed's not a climate-making policymaker. You and I have talked about this issue again.
RSI
many
is cooling
times in the
off. It's probably
past.
gonna get it.
However, I'm
That's a nice little
concerned
cup,
that the
though,
Fed
right?
could be heading in that direction.
Yeah,
Could be
CTRM.
laying the groundwork for climate relief.
I'm kind of pissed at
stress
myself for not
tests
taking it down
that
here
would
when I
reduce
thought
access
that it
to
might be in an
capital for
algo.
entire sectors of the economy.
Oh well, what are we gonna do
This would
though?
also open up the Federal Reserve potentially to political pressure and force the Fed, in fact, to make policy decisions related to climate change. We've seen, for example, this administration turn to regulators to impose climate policy as an alternative to the legislative process. Chairman Powell, how careful are you in ensuring that the Fed does not place itself into the climate debate? And how can Congress ensure that the Fed's regulatory toolkit is not, shall we say, warped into creating climate
trying
policy
up.
outcomes?
So I think we do
The
have
gap up
a
on
narrow,
HYMC appears to be
but
around
real
33
role there,
cents
which
from a
is
year
around
ago.
bank supervision, making sure the banks
Double bottom on
understand
muln.
and can manage their risks over time from climate. I think my colleagues and I all understand that it's a tightly circumscribed role that we're playing, and that we're not looking to move into an area where we're actually
Yup,
becoming
she's
a
trying to
climate
move.
policymaker. I would completely agree with you.
950
that
on
over
Luminar.
time, that border needs to be very carefully guarded. And I will tell you that I will do that as long as I'm at the Board of Governors.
I very much appreciate that because, again, it's a very important issue to the 3rd District of Oklahoma. Traditional production agriculture, oil and gas, and the actions that the Fed takes have a
Lunar's moving
significant
pretty
impact
nicely
back
here.
home. So it's vital that we resist the demands to do that sort of thing now or in the
DXY
future.
still headed up.
And I very much appreciate that response. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Digital Asset Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Thank you,
Voss
Mr. Chairman.
trying to come back up towards that
for your
MACD.
willingness to come
Still
here
down
and
17,
to update
17.4.
us. Last week, the Treasury Department announced that
Rivian to
leaders from
15.
Treasury would begin to meet regularly with leaders from the Fed and from the White House to discuss a possible CBDC, central bank digital currency, and other payment innovations. In the statement, it was mentioned,
INPX
and I'll
bounced off
quote
52
from
week
it,
low.
it
Thank you,
said
sir.
that the Fed is encouraged to provide periodic public updates as it continues its research and its technical experimentation on central bank digital currencies. I was wondering, first of all,
Gamble down
when
to a
you
5.
might
Wow.
be expecting to share some of these public updates. What's the timing on that?
So we did go out for comment in
Just
general.
off 40 cents
the
on
CBDC,
TRKA. She looks
a
like
year
she's
or so
trying
ago,
now.
and I do expect we'll go out. I can't give you a date, but we'll certainly go out and engage. We engage with the public on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
We're also doing research on policy and also on technology. That's what we're up to.
I'm aware of the
AMB to
Boston
90
Fed
cents.
has a partnership there. The Hamilton project over there with the folks from MIT Media Lab. They're doing a great job.
What time is that? What's called? What time is that
It
roundtable?
says
Do we
here
know with
that the
TRKA?
discussions would include technical experimentation. I was just wondering at what level are you talking about making decisions on architecture for a CBDC? Are you retail CBDC?
We're not at the stage of making any real decisions. What we're doing is experimenting in kind of early stage experimentation. How would this work? Does it work? What's the best technology? What's the most efficient? We're really at an early stage but we're making progress on sort of technological issues. The policy issues are equally important, though. We haven't decided that this is something that the financial system in the country
Blizz trying off the bottom here.
So that's going to be
Oh,
very
Ron.
important.
Right. Well,
TBLT earnings are next week. What is TBLT at right now? It was in the 180s before.
Would love to have more
TBLT.
dialogue with the Fed on that, and maybe bring in the folks from MIT as well, and just make sure that Congress and this committee is as up to date as others. Let me switch over to Fed now. There are some champions of digital currency and stable coins in particular that continue to cite the need for faster payment systems. However, as was earlier mentioned, the Fed Now is a service that the Fed is working on to finalize that will allow for instant payments between bank accounts. And the Fed has a target release date of
not really
for
dropping
Fed
that much.
Now between May and July, which is
Wolf,
right around the
71
corner.
cents. Laser.
Do you see any reason why
Laser.
cryptocurrencies would provide faster payments than the Fed Now system? And would this offer, with the transparency of Fed Now, would it offer distinct advantages over some
One
of
hell of
the
a
stable
trend right there,
coins
bud.
that are touting faster payments?
What Fed Now will do is it will enable all the banks, any bank in the United States, not just the big ones, to offer instantly available funds and real-time payments to their customers. That's what it will do. That's a great thing. A CBDC, I think you're asking whether a CBDC would serve some of that, but a CBDC is going to be years in the evaluation. And, I think we can get this into the hands of the public very quickly. And I think.
What the fuck? Not me, guys. This just froze on us. Fuck. You guys are there, right?
And,
There we go.
I think we can get this into the hands of the public very quickly. And I think.
Why the fuck is that not loading? Edible, trying to spin.
State banks
There we
that
go.
were authorized to issue their own currency.
That's weird.
But when the greenback came out,
APR
all
and
of
80
those
cents today.
various currencies went to zero because, trillions right now. And I'm just thinking if we had those advantages built into
TRK is about to move.
a CDBC,
Right after 48.
wouldn't those alternatives go to zero if they did not have the transparency and the full faith and credit that we enjoy?
So certainly unbacked cryptocurrencies that don't have any intrinsic value, but nonetheless trade for a positive number. Those I've never understood the valuation of those. Stable coins are actually, many of them are.
TBLT is
really,
being held down on
they're-
fears of
they're
stock
drawing
offers,
on the
which they have
credibility
done in the
of dollar.
past,
They
but this
have-
earnings
they have
report is going to be wild.
dollar-based. They're dollar denominated mainly.
The
not
only
dollar-based
thing that I
reserves,
would,
although we don't know what's in the reserves because there's
even
no
think
regulation.
about, look at Cosm. The only thing that I would think about would be the fact that when everybody thinks that an earnings report is going to be really good, right? Sometimes they sell off prior to,
Reserve currency status of the dollar
to the earnings report, like a buy the rumor, sell the news aspect. You know what I mean? It's the only fear that I would even think about.
Invasion of Ukraine, the Fed took action to prevent the Kremlin from accessing more than $300 billion in reserves, roughly half of Russia's reserves. However, this led to an accelerated effort by countries like China to de-dollarize their official foreign exchange reserves. Just last week, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal titled, "Russia Turns to the Yuan in an Effort to Ditch the Dollar." Not only that, but China's President Xi
Watch $9
Jinping
calls on Palantir.
pushed for the settlement of energy trades in the Chinese yuan.
$9 calls are only $2.
In December. The question is,
Remember, this is a witching day, guys.
Are you concerned
next
about
week?
these actions by Russia and China to push
Ending
to
the
establish
what's called ending the
reserves and conduct
24th.
transactions in
$9 calls are only $15 on Palantir.
So the U.S. dollar is the widely accepted and really the only serious candidate for the world's principal reserve currency, and that's
GNS
because
is 200.
of our democratic institutions, our liquid markets, the rule of law.
SINT
and
to 285. Remember, SINT is a micro cap, micro float.
Its value over time. So
with government
other
contracts.
Countries, who are competing on other
cosm,
playing fields may
trying
want
up,
to
HKD.
establish different currencies,
Yeah.
but really the dollar is the one
Sliding a little bit. Hell biz 10% up, 10.7. At VWAP.
Commerce, because we have those aspects in other countries.
Q's 297
Well,
and a
that's
half.
true to
Let's
now,
see
but
what
my
they look
question
like.
is, are you concerned about the actions
Q's
of these
trying to lift.
countries? Because if they see themselves being challenged or are concerned, for instance, if China would invade Taiwan, as Russia invaded Ukraine, there were some sanctions put on. I don't disagree with the sanctions. The last time you were here, though, Mr. Chairman, I asked a question because it's an instructive moment for us from the standpoint that knowing that we put sanctions on Russia and all
under
our different
140,
accounts
AMC under
as well as
6.
oligarchs from that country.
A win
are
is
we thinking
7.7
about
down,
doing the same thing
MMAT
with China when they
58 cents ish.
invade Taiwan? And your answer at that point was no.
Zella
We passed a bill out of
Offloads.
this committee
Did that get
last
the gold
week
cross hit or
to
no?
ask the administration basically to start thinking about
Zella
that in those
going
terms.
for the gold cross
What
right
kind
now?
of situations can you come up with? Are you talking to allies? Begin to talk to them to start putting together a list of how you would go about sanctioning the different individuals.
I think we're going to get some lift here,
things
guys.
like that. So have you started thinking about that at all yet?
Well, let me say, the business of sanctions is entirely in the hands of the elected government and the Treasury Department. We are an implementer as it relates to banks. That's it.
Yeah, but we're going to take your advice on different aspects of this, Mr. Chairman. We're going to take your advice on the different aspects of this.
Well, I mean, honestly, when the sanctions were being put in place, Treasury was doing it. We weren't doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way it works.
Next question.
Yes, keeping an eye on that. All's quiet except for the mafia.
Yesterday,
For
I guess it
real.
was. And it talked about
Bangers, dude. Fucking bangers.
the problem that we have here with the Fed's balance sheet.
TRK is about to
says
go,
it
it
now
looks like,
appears
guys.
similar to a
Just
hedge fund
saying.
whose long-term assets are financed by short-term borrowing. And the bottom line is that
994 on Rumble.
it's going to cost money.
Not a 380 on
The Fed now has a
GNS.
negative income as a result of having to do this. And so it says here that the Fed will simply borrow the money to pay the
Coming
bills.
over to trend here on
Is this true?
CTRM. I wonder if that's going to pop
That
up.
we're having the Fed's losing money right now as a result of
290 on
you've got
SINT.
your-
SINT up.
I think
the borrowings that you've purchased structured.
the place I would
This
start
will get
is
crazy
the
quick.
Fed has, we always turn over all of our earnings in every year. We turn them over on an ongoing basis, and we've turned over something like $1.2 trillion in earnings just in the last, decade or so. So we always know that when we raise interest rates,
Okay.
you're going to lose money. And
Okay,
of course,
but
we
you
have
agree
equity.
with the point that we have a negative income right now.
That's
And
right.
this makes my point to my next
30-minute
question,
chart.
or my concern is
Looking for handle up.
the CFPB gets their money to be able. The CFPB gets their money to run their agency from the Fed.
That's right.
So basically, there's no money for the Fed to pay the CFPB's bills if this is the case, unless you continue to borrow, which is basically what's going to happen now.
GNS.
Is you're going to have to borrow money to be able to pay the CFPB's bills. Is that not correct?
No, we don't borrow money. We issue.
We
basically,
print money.
Yes, we don't shut down the Fed when we have negative income.
Okay.
We can pay our bills and we can.
So my question, my follow-up question then is: do you do any accountability or assessing of the CFPB's spending of these dollars at all?
No, we don't.
So they just get a
Inspector
blank
General-
check. You just told me they just got a blank check. They send you a bill, you send them a check. There's no
GNS
accountability
starting to
for
roll.
them.
I think there are limits built into the law, which I don't have in the front of my head.
I have yet to see a limit, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to see what the limits
TRK
are.
starting to
because
go here.
I don't think that they've ever agreed that they have that. But I
Pops.
see my time is up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of
From
things
the
that
time
start
has
to pop here,
expired,
I
now
think,
go
to
to
say.
Mr. Foster, the ranking member of the Financial
Pops,
Institutions
so
Monetary
pull it.
Policy Subcommittee.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I think it's a mistake to imagine that you can completely hide from the macroeconomic effects of technology in your scenario planning. We just talked briefly about healthcare costs.
40 cents on
obesity
TRK8.
half of our healthcare costs, and there are treatments in these GLP-1 receptor agonists that look like they're just a home run against obesity. And so these will be near-term impacts, which will have macroeconomic effects. So just a comment. I hope you have a certain fraction of futurists in the room when you're talking about your scenario planning, because a lot of that
TRK8
futurists
up,
now.
up.
Okay, back to economics. So we have this historically low unemployment rate, 3.4%. And historically, this would be considered to drive runaway inflation.
your predecessor, Alan Greenspan, repeatedly referred to dangerously low levels of unemployment. And yet we see inflation is coming down.
SIDU is getting tight.
Going on here? How can we have these historically low levels of unemployment without having inflation take off? Is it possible that we simply have less frictional unemployment in our system, due perhaps to the fact that people get their new jobs online and have a job lined up before they quit?
So inflation is coming down, but it's very high is the thing. And some part, I've never said all of it or most of it, but some part of the high inflation that we're experiencing is very likely related to an extremely tight labor market. Wages affect prices and prices affect wages. So I do think that's part of it. More to your point, though, there was a time when there was a tight relationship between inflation and unemployment. In other words, the Phillips curve was steep, and that went away over the period of the Great Moderation. And really, in our thinking, that's because people came to expect 2% inflation, and we had 2% inflation, and then people just stopped focusing on inflation, and it stayed very low. So there was really no relationship, or very, very tiny relationship. We could have very weak economic growth or very strong economic growth, and we wouldn't have inflation respond very much. That was before the pandemic, though.
Up through my level of importance.
I hope you don't overlearn, some of the lessons there. It's one of my worries that there've been a number of exotic
20 cents back on muln
to the system here, and it'll take a while to go through them. And if you want to be careful there. Now, in a related issue, when you say refer to the totality
headed
of
back towards that trend line that I have.
A mixture of leading and lagging indicators. When you
GS
look at
390 green.
Factors. And my question, perhaps you might be paying too much attention to the lagging indicators and not enough to the leading indicators. The example that's referenced in your remarks and is in more detail in the report about the difference between using current rental payments versus the amount that you pay for a new
transitory.
rental contract.
Please don't.
And difference in how much they lag. Had you paid more attention, for example, to the leading indicators like current rental contracts, then you probably would have picked up inflation earlier.
AMAM is trying to move up.
So far behind the curve on that. And secondly, there are policy implications going forward. If you look at current rental prices for new contracts, we're much farther along in fixing inflation, and that you can take your foot off the brake. And so what's your thinking on that, and whether you may perhaps be systematically not paying enough attention to leading indicators versus lagging ones?
We've had our eyes on the whole housing inflation thing from the very beginning, and right now what I would say is that every forecaster is baking in lower rent increases. That's a big part of why people think inflation is going to come down in 2023.
Over 40 cents on TRKA, just under 41. 41 cents?
With goods, and it had to do with the thought that these supply side disruptions would go away much quicker than they would. That the market disruptions would go away much quicker than they did. And in hindsight, it just took much longer for those disturbances to go away.
Yeah. So with hindsight, and if you allow yourself to Monday morning quarterback yourself, you probably would have gone up to 4% earlier, and not had such a big problem with inflation. And so, what is your are there structural things you can contemplate, or even after action reviews to say what would have happened if we would have paid more attention to
TRKA about to get
leading indicators, or improve the in engineering term, improve the bandwidth of your feedback regulator. It's, this is something, if you want to get the best result, you need a high bandwidth feedback in the system, even when there's averaging on the back end.
So this is something we only think about during waking and sleeping hours, as you can imagine.
My P&L on this port is also
really hard
going
to
vertical.
Know what the lessons
I like
are.
it.
Again,
CSX train derails in West Virginia.
We thought things would. Nobody had seen the supply chains collapse. No one had seen labor force participation plummet. We didn't know, or unemployment go to 14% and higher than that, really. We didn't know how long it would take to go away. And if we ever see this pitch again, we'll know how to swing at it. But it's been
we'll now recognize
a bunch of firsts.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman, his time has expired. We'll now go to the gentlewoman from Missouri, the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Chairman McHenry. And Chair Powell, welcome. Thank you for your service and for being here today. Yesterday, I was pleased to hear you discuss how inflation is severely hurting the working people in America. In your testimony, you also state that strong wage
This
growth
is fucking going
is
vertical. I love when it
good
does
for
this.
workers, but only
Oh man, this is
if
fun.
it is not eroded by inflation. And that is key. Inflation is a tax, a hidden tax on every American. If the Federal Reserve were to shirk its mandates to stabilize prices, leaving inflation alarmingly high, what would it cost America's
Guys, there's so much DD in chat.
hard-working
Please read it.
families
I
in
can't. I'm not gonna sit
Missouri's
here and read
2nd
all of it.
Congressional District and beyond?
So I think the costs of failure to restore price stability would be
News, thank
extremely
you.
high. And while there will be
According to
costs to
Brand Reps,
success, the costs of failure will be much
Nice.
higher. You'd be looking at
You think GNS past 420 is a rocket ship?
extended period where people learn
Top
to
big
expect
mofo
and live
intraday
with
cut?
high and volatile inflation, and it's very, very hard to
nice.
to have rising real incomes during such a period. So it'd be a bad thing for the country.
Can you reassure the committee that the
they're
Fed
trying to grind
remains committed to bringing
Little cup there
prices
on 8.
down for our constituents?
Yes, I do.
Thank
I
you.
hereby assure you.
TRKA trying to handle up.
And changing topics here a bit, as China's economy reopens and about 18% of the world's population resumes its consumption of oil and other key goods, what sort of inflationary impact will we see here in the United States, sir?
So a stronger, a faster reopening of
TRKA,
China, which
42.
it looks like we may be seeing, it does have the potential to put upward pressure on commodity prices, but it also would mean a faster sort of unraveling of the problems in supply chain. So those would be
42.5.
offsetting effects. I think sitting here today, we don't expect the net effect
GNS back on
to
our 4.
be big for the United States. It might be bigger for other parts of the world, but we think it ought to be moderate overall.
China is one of the world's top oil importers. And do you expect
Party
any
time might be over for
inflationary
CTRM.
effects on global
Did it fall
energy
through that trend?
markets
Hold
as
on, I'll pull that
China's
up in a second.
oil consumption returns to their previous levels?
So I think
I'd want to
oil
see what it
prices
does here
could
at
be
VWAP
affected.
or the 48
I think that's a big concern.
before I pull the
Europe,
plug
for example.
personally. That's me.
We have our own domestic oil, and we've got a lot of natural gas as well.
We sure do. I wish we were actually harvesting more of that
Ooh,
liquid
shots
natural
fired.
gas. Chair Powell, you, Vice Chair Barr, and many others have recently identified that the banking system is well capitalized and strong. Bank
SINT to
capitalization
299.
remained robust during the shock of the pandemic and related shutdowns of economic activity.
Don't sleep on it.
Capitalization of large financial institutions weathered severe stress testing mandated by the Fed. And
Price of 40
despite
cents
all
on
of that,
TRKA.
as also previously mentioned by Chairman McHenry, Vice Chair Barr
The Q's
insists on
doing?
conducting a review of capital rules. I'm concerned that this review is being conducted in a
Q's
silo,
coming down to the trend line.
and that the findings will not be made fully available to the public. Taking such an approach in the context of this holistic capital requirement review would make it impossible to conduct a transparent rulemaking process, denying the public information necessary to consider and to comment. I think this is just simply not,
Just on 41 cents.
not appropriate in this situation. And I'm concerned by the lack of
Look at all those
clarity,
TRF orders.
I think is the best word, perhaps at this point, by the
A lot
vice
of TRFs.
chair. A couple questions. You've served on the Fed board for
SFT
over
back on
10
top of the MACD.
years.
Remember that just had the what's
Since
it called?
the
That just had the
financial
reverse split.
crisis regulatory framework has been put in place. And over that period, have you seen any real-world evidence that
CTRM trying
America's
back up.
banks are undercapitalized?
So American banks are strongly capitalized, and I believe Vice Chair Barr has said that as well. But
Yes.
the point is, there haven't been any real proposals to evaluate yet, and when there are, that will be done in a highly transparent
Spy falling.
I hope so. I'm glad to hear you say in a highly transparent manner. Do you agree that excessively high capital levels constrain banks' lending capacity with spillover effects on jobs and living standards for Americans?
So I think it's always a balance, right? More capital
TRKA,
means more
looking
safety
to
and
move.
soundness and more ability to withstand terribly stressful
RSI
periods.
is 63.
But it also, it's more expensive. Equity capital is more expensive. U.S. banks have competed incredibly well around the world.
Yes,
with
they have.
high levels
International.
of capital.
GNS cooled off on the
that's a trade-off
RSI.
that you
More than 20 cents.
you're always going to be making when you think about capital.
Gentlewoman's
My
time
time
has
is
expired.
expired. Yes, thank
We'll
you.
now recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio, the chair,
297.5 on
the ranking
Qs,
member
trying to lift
of
on
the
trend
National
line.
Security Subcommittee, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I like that title. To Chairman Powell, thank you for coming and being such a good colleague and friend. I have a couple questions I'm going to try to get through quickly. Chair Powell, at a press conference last month, you stated, quote, "There is a lot of spending coming into the construction pipeline, both private and public. And so that's going to support economic activity," end
Holy
of quote.
cent. Yep.
How do you think the strong pipeline
GNS
of funding
408. I see GNS
from what the
395.
Democrats put together in passing the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, and the CHIPS Science Act will do to have economic activity this year and moving forward?
So I guess I was making the point that there are a lot of sources of demand that we can rely on, even though demand has been relatively increasing at a relatively modest rate. Part of it is.
Will this help in that demand?
Yes, I mean there is state and local governments I mentioned are about.
So would you say this is a great thing that we've done coming from the left over
not
here?
Not for me to judge the merits of what gets done, but I'm just saying there's.
They're always looking for a fucking
contribute
pat on the
that
back,
will
man.
support
I
economic
swear.
Support it. So I'm going to assume from that that's a positive.
DXY down a little
Let me go
bit.
to the second question. Chairman Powell, the Federal Open Markets Committee is projecting
Love it,
that
guys. We got
unemployment
this. That's
will
what I'm
increase
thinking.
to 4.6% by the end
GNS
of
is
the
at
year.
4.
And those costs, as we know, won't be borne equally. If we look at the ratio from the last
Fuck the
time
TRKA again.
unemployment was 4.6%
43 cents on
and compare it
TRKA?
to our numbers now, it would mean that white unemployment would go up to about 0.9, but black unemployment would go up by 2.3%. Does that sound somewhat accurate to you?
Yes.
Can you address the disparity impact with that? And before you answer, let me go to the book and thank you that was put at our places together. You made in this book with your
We're just fucking
signature
sliding
on it,
higher,
it is
guys.
stated.
Not
However,
complaining.
while disparities in unemployment have largely returned to pre-pandemic
grind
levels,
up.
there still remains significant disparities in
Nasdaq's
absolute
up
levels of
0.44,
employment
S&P up 0.14,
across
and Dow's
groups like African
Dow's down
Americans and
0.21. Not up.
Hispanics. So can you address that?
And Voss
I
still
can. So
sliding.
right now, to your point,
Under 17 cents,
African-American
17.27
unemployment
down.
is at 5.4%, which is just
and
about as low as it's
18%
been
down
since
on
we started
SYTA.
tracking it in 1972.
But differential from majority
Well,
by.
I'm going to say so that's 5.4.
Try and twist up on Tesla?
Whereas the overall is 3.4, and that includes blacks. So that means for whites is well lower than that. What happens is there's a persistent gap between black and white unemployment.
CTRM
Also,
might be
when
down.
unemployment goes up quickly in a recession, it goes up much faster for African Americans. When the economy grows again, it comes down faster. So
Let's
that's
come down
just
to view up.
that's somehow embedded in our economy. We don't really have the best thing we can do is achieve stable prices so that we can have long expansions. And what
Rivian
happens in
unusual
those
vol.
long
Yeah,
expansions,
that was a
the
nice
labor
little move on
market gets
Rivian
tight,
earlier.
sustainably tight.
It was just on the
And
so it was on a new 52-week low.
historic lows
in
in unemployment, including for African Americans.
Let me say thank you, and let me also, again, thank you. As you know, in the 117th, I was the chair of the D&I committee, and let the record state that you always pushed for making sure that you understood and respected that. And in that, this is very minor and certainly personal to me. In this report, maybe those who helped you author it, I would like to see the areas that talks about unemployment
Rumble just
not
off
under a
990.
title of special topics,
DXY
but something
105.5
that draws a little
still.
more
Snap under
attention to
1120.
it as some of the others. Just
AMC
very
under
minor.
6.
Last question I have. Can you tell me if the Feds is committed to working with the other agencies like the FDIC and the OCC
Fuck
to
the OCC.
finalize a rule soon on CRA? Certainly, that's something of great interest to many of my colleagues.
310 on
so
Netflix,
can you give us
LiDAR,
any updates on it or how the process is going or what we can expect?
Tops at 13 and a half.
With Governor Brainerd's departure for the White House, I've asked Vice Chair Barr to take the lead in
big old cup there on tops.
Forward. There's this, I would characterize it that there's essentially agreement between the three banking agencies on the changes to be made. That's all being written up and vetted, and at a certain point, members of the Board of Governors will be briefed on it. We'll vote on it.
Is there anything we can do to help with that?
No, I think we're hard at work on it, and it's going to take some months, but I think we're
Hellbiz. EMAs are straight on Hellbiz. We do have to go through the VWAP though.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. And, Chairman Powell, economic data are mixed, as you know. On the one hand, low unemployment, robust hiring, strong consumer spending.
You need the cues to lift there on the trend.
Persistent core inflation and a CPI that's still more than 3 times your 2% target suggests more aggressive
still
tightening is
pushing.
warranted.
Doesn't give a fuck about Bitcoin.
On the other
apparently.
hand, because the Fed misjudged the inflationary impact of Democrats' overspending, kept interest rates too low for far too long, and failed to end quantitative easing soon enough, the Fed has been forced to raise the Fed funds rate 450 basis points in just 11 months and reduce the M2 money supply at the fastest rate since the 1930s. As a result, wage gains have slowed, credit card debt is at an all-time high, the housing market is in a slump, and the yield curve is inverted. I agree with you that the historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. But what would you say to those who caution about the lag effects of monetary policy, the precipitous decline in liquidity? Will the economy have to suffer a recession in order to
We're already in a
inflation
fucking recession, you dumbass.
2%?
Oh, I hate that.
We
That's one of my biggest
well
pet
aware
peeves.
of the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. Those are long and variable, and I would stress highly uncertain. There is really no agreement on exactly how long they are, but we know that slowing down the pace of rate hikes this year is a way for us to see more
Just
of those
saying.
effects as they come in.
In December, most Fed officials expected to lift rates this year.
Are any
to
of you guys in
between
SINT, or is it just me?
5.5%.
I know that
still
there's
your
a few
estimated
guys from
terminal
Mafia,
rate,
or a few people
or
from Mafia.
does the data
Everyone
suggest
know what Maxine Waters is
that the
famous for
terminal
keeping?
rate could be higher
Can you
than
enlighten us, Neil?
5.5%?
My colleagues and I will write down new forecasts and
$406
release them to the
on
public on
AMC?
March 22. But as I mentioned in my testimony, the data we've seen so far this year suggests that the ultimate level of rates will need to be higher. But we still have some more data to come in between now and the meeting. But as of today, it suggests a higher level than that.
Let's go to Vice Chairman Barr's review of the capital framework. A lot of questions for you on that. When Governors Brainerd, Quarles, Clarida, Bowman, and Waller made up the board under your leadership, major changes in policy were addressed following board consensus and not when there was significant dissent. Will you commit to not implementing a new capital framework following this holistic review or the Basel Endgame if there is considerable dissent from the board?
I can't really commit to that.
Tops?
You know,
Looking for a handle?
We are
Big
a
old cup?
consensus kind of an organization, and that's what we're working toward. But ultimately, we
Would that be a break from your prior practices? You're a consensus builder, Mr. Chairman. You pride yourself in that, and we credit you for being a consensus-oriented chairman. Will you commit to continuing that practice
TRKA?
and not allow
You're in SINT?
major
Okay.
changes
She had
to
a
the
rider
capital, bank capital,
on a Katrina
regulatory
spending bill to
framework
give
be
every
made by
male in
one
Compton
person?
between 18 and 30 $100
can't
a
be
week
made
for
by
a
any
haircut.
one person,
You're
but
kidding me.
I do commit to that, and I commit to doing everything I possibly can to bring people together in consensus, to have something that can be broadly supported.
Thank you. Earlier this year, you said, and I quote, "We are not and will not be a climate policy maker." However, in the Fed's draft principles on climate-related financial
Yeah,
risks,
that's
one
right.
proposed principle suggested
That's
that
wild.
boards of directors or of a financial institution should consider making changes to its compensation policies to align with values in the context of supposed climate risks. It appears then
SMX when I
that the
have
Federal
time.
Reserve through regulation wants to begin implementing climate policies.
Watch that handle.
So which is it? There seems to be a disconnect between your statements publicly
Oh, you're not in tint
and the rules that the board is putting forward for
SMX.
comment.
SMX.
Well, I feel strongly that climate change is an important issue that needs to be addressed by elected people.
Certainly trying to grow.
It's just not something that we've been charged with by Congress, clearly.
Do you have the bill, Neil?
So
That's
we do have
ridiculous.
a narrow role, and that role will be around making sure that banks understand and can manage the risks that they're running, and that's going to be it. And I, as I said before, we don't want to drift into becoming a climate policymaker, and we'll have to guard that board.
Regarding the Fed's climate scenario analysis pilot program, did the board vote to approve the creation of that pilot program?
You have to check, but I don't think so. I think it was already authorized.
And this is a concern that I have. I'm concerned that one governor acting unilaterally to implement major policy changes without board consensus is a problem. And so I would urge you and your colleagues on the board to continue a consensus-oriented approach, and I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes of Connecticut, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Powell. Thank you for your careful conduct of monetary policy, independent of the many political desires that circulate in this building. Independent monetary policy is a bedrock of a solid
592
economy.
on AMC.
I want to reflect for a moment on another bedrock of the American economy, the full faith and credit of the United States government, which is now being put at risk by the Republican majority.
Oh, God.
My Republican friends know how very dangerous a game they are playing. They know that salary payments to our soldiers are at risk. They know that their irresponsibility will raise mortgage rates for new home buyers.
Dr. Green.
But they say this is the only time we focus on spending in the debt, which of course is baloney. It's a pernicious form of baloney. The time to focus on the deficit is when you are voting for the spending and the tax cuts.
Wait, Bodie, what were you going to get in that
deficit.
3?
When you're voting for the Trump tax cuts, which the CBO said would add $2 trillion to the national debt, that's the moment to consider whether you want to do that. Not when the good name of the United States is hanging in the balance. This stuff gets a little complicated, but the American people really need to understand what's happening here.
T-R-K-A.
The Congress sits down to a huge 10-course meal of tax cuts and spending and more defense spending and expansion of this program and stimulus, all of which we vote for collectively. First course, second course, white wine, red wine, 4 servings of dessert. And then the bill comes and my Republicans say, whoa, wait a minute, hold on, look at this bill. This is irresponsible.
95 cents on tops.
We really want to pay this bill. That's not the moment for the consideration. The moment is when you're ordering 4 helpings of dessert. That's when we should be talking about it and taking responsibility for the choices that we make without putting the full faith and credit of the United States at risk. Now here's where the hypocrisy comes in. My Republican friends like to point the finger at this side of the aisle and blame us. But Chairman, as you know,
if she goes up right here, that's really bullish. That's some
today's
direction.
United States debt was accrued in the 4 years
back under 20 cents.
of the Trump administration. This country's been around for 246 years, and fully 1/4 of the United States debt was accrued under President Trump. By the way, speaking of hypocrisy, in the 4 years of President Trump, the debt ceiling was raised or suspended 3 times. I didn't even notice. But now, of course,
yeah, you didn't notice because the fucking economy is booming, dude. That's why.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I'm going to persuade the majority to
16
act
cents on
responsibly
NVOS?
here.
That might be a
I actually
fucking
think the
real
markets
solid entry.
will persuade them.
If
You'll
that's the
recall,
bottom right
because
there.
we were watching this closely, September 29th,
Remember, this has
2008,
gaps to the upside as well.
Republican House of Representatives voted down the Great Recession Rescue Package. As the vote was going down in the House of Representatives, the equity market dropped 7%.
It might have some more downward movement down to that 48,
lost
though, now that I think about
people's retirement accounts. Now, Congress sobered up, and a couple days later, we passed the Rescue Act. So
that's at about
Mr. Chairman,
15.5
there's a
cents,
question
give
here,
or
and the
take.
question is this. You and I both watch the markets pretty closely. Treasury tells us that on June 5th, that's just 3 months away, on June 5th, the Treasury runs out of money. So my question to you, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm asking you to be a little speculative here, but what should we watch
Tesla 181?
What market signals could indicate that the markets are getting fed up with the manifest irresponsibility around this? Give us some things that we should be looking for.
And I'd love to, but I'm going to limit myself to what other
TNS
Fed chairs
down to
have said
200?
about the debt ceiling, which is that does need to be raised by Congress in the end. There are no rabbits in hats, as I mentioned. And also that no one should assume
Super trend down on
this is the Fed's business.
GNS, COSM do
is
launch.
To protect the economy from various events.
295 on
I
SINT.
wouldn't assume, no one should assume that we have the tools to protect
TRKA, 46.5
highly
cents. TRKA
uncertain
still
events
pushing.
of that kind of an event.
So monetary
Wolf
policy is
doing all
obviously
right.
very
Good
concerned
shit.
with interest rates. If
I'd look for a scoop around
global capital
14.5
markets
cents to
begin
15.
to decide that we're really serious about hurting ourselves this time, is it possible that we could see interest rates rise more because borrowers of United States debt decide that we're actually a little risky? Is that possible?
Whoa, wonder if, whoa.
That and many other
WNDF's
things are
doing
possible.
what?
The thing is, we've never crossed that line, and if we cross that line, we're going to find out, and I think it's highly uncertain.
Okay, so that's possible, and I, I don't like pressing you on these things, but you said
What
this
up,
and
Jackson?
many other
Welcome
things
to
are
chat.
possible. You want to elaborate
Pops?
on what might be in the category of many other things?
Rather not, actually.
Okay, I figured. All right, thank you, Mr. Powell. Again, I really thank you for your really responsible conduct of monetary policy, and there's a reason that you are insulated from our political desires, and I very much appreciate that, and yield back.
Tops moving.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the chair of the Small Business Committee, Mr.
Yeah, please don't
Roger Williams.
like
of
supply
Texas.
me with fake
Thank you,
news
Mr.
when I'm just
Chairman,
reading chat. You know what I mean?
Chairman, it's good to see you. Always good to have you
Whoa,
here.
whoa, wait! Don't hide the
in
dude. Hold on.
Past congressional testimonies, you've repeatedly stated that you support protecting the state-based system
Don't hide 'em,
of
just,
insurance regulation, which is the most effective and competitive in the world.
Give him a chance to
My
do
home
better.
state of
You know?
Texas is the world's 7th largest
Tops,
insurance
98
market,
cents.
proving the success of this system.
Tops
Now, at the
99.
International Association for Insurance
And here comes a buck.
Supervisors Conference in November, there is the opportunity to have the U.S.
101.
state-based
Tops
aggregation
moving
method
nicely.
become formally recognized as comparable or equivalent to the insurance capital standard.
AMC to
We should not be
590.
following the European model that has increased regulations and less competition, and we should prioritize a model that encourages deregulation, competition, and less government involvement.
Halt on
pricing.
ETAL.
So my question is, Chairman, can you highlight the benefits of the U.S. state-based aggregation method compared to the European
AI
model
25.
regarding market resiliency and
Vana
systematic risk?
908 or
And
903.
can you
Excuse
confirm
me.
that you will
Goev
push for
down
aggregation method to
63.30,
be
just off an all-time
deemed
low.
equivalent by the IAIS?
I can say this, I do think that our insurance regulatory system has proved itself appropriate and adequate and gotten the job done for a long time, and we don't need to be copying other countries or other regions' insurance regulatory system. I'm a little rusty on the details of the capital requirements, but that sounds right.
But our bottom line is our side works, the other doesn't. We need to stay where we are.
Our side works.
Yeah, thank you. Also, in the past, you stated that
308%
banks
cost
were
of
well
borrow on
capitalized.
tops.
We talked about that today, and
8.5
now there
short.
have been increased conversations about raising capital requirements.
Low
Numerous
float, though.
economic studies have
Low
found
capital
that
float.
raising capital requirements for banks will increase borrowing costs for their consumer and commercial customers. And
Morning, Mark.
I'm somebody that's owned 50 years. I've never had a day I wasn't out of debt, so I'm concerned about this. And implementing additional regulatory capital requirements for slow
Tops.
economic growth and limit
Tops
financial
105.
institutions' lending ability. So do you believe that raising capital requirements would raise the cost of borrowing and add cost to our economy in Main Street America?
Well, it depends on which banks
GNS on a
experience
378.
higher capital requirements, and there isn't any proposal to evaluate right now, of course, but it's always a trade-off. You know, higher capital is good
TRKA
in a
to
sense
45.5
because it
cents.
keeps banks able to lend during bad times. That's really a good thing. Too much capital, though, probably limits credit availability. So we're trying to strike that balance always.
It's
And
hard to
this has
fucking
been
pull
touched
this
on
off
a little
screen
bit.
right now.
Let me come from a different angle on it. But the reserve was created to act as a nonpartisan
Ron, you'll have to pull it
entity
up.
that remains
Obama
separate
let it
from
slide
party
through.
politics.
Remember, I live in D.C. and I
Talked
have
about that. And
ins all
unfortunately,
over the
throughout
hill.
recent years,
Spent
the
too much
Fed
time working
has gotten
bills.
caught up in politically
Good friends were
charged
Senate
issues
and
like
congressional
economic
liaison
inequality,
officers. Thank you,
gender
Neil.
and race discrimination, and climate change. Recently, the Federal Reserve Board proposed
Okay,
guidance
you
on
want
managing climate-related
short
risk
interest
for
on
large
cost to
banks,
borrow?
further
Yeah.
proving that
Or
the
cost
Fed
to borrow on
is giving
TRKA?
into some political pressure and operating outside
TRKA.
its intended purpose and responsibilities.
TRKA.
So our country's financial leaders, in my mind, should be focusing on addressing runaway inflation instead of worrying about the financial institutions are doing to monitor climate change. So
65 and a
we touched on
half.
this a little bit, but how can the Fed
Short,
ensure that they're not
287
placing
cost
undue
to borrow.
regulations and guidance on banks, but
Remember,
forcing
though,
involvement in
that data is
partisan
mostly
green
T+2.
politics? And
So
how's
take
the
it
Federal
with a
Reserve
grain of
ensuring
salt.
they remain
remain separate from political
What up,
influence.
Big Rax?
I think it's absolutely critical that we
Welcome
do.
to chat,
our
bro.
independence is
Ooh,
partly
SINT
founded
over
on
3-0.
the idea that we
Wait,
will
what
stay
was
out
that?
of stuff that you have not assigned us to do. And if we're going to wander
SINT
all
over
over
3?
and take on the hot issue,
Guys,
today, our case for our independence.
let me just show you,
is
actually.
dramatically weakened. On climate change,
Obviously not financial
I
advice,
think
but
we
I'll
do.
show you.
You mentioned the guidance, and then there are also the stress scenarios, and those are the two things that we
1.49 million cap, 367,000 shares. They have at least 3 government contracts that I'm aware of.
Manage the risks that they'll run
And
over the longer time.
we are
periods,
only at 3.2 short, but the cost of our on it is
slide
372.
into, a broader
Just
sort of policy-making role on climate change, and I accept that could be a slippery
Tesla
slope
181.5.
and a moving border. And I just want to say, and I think my colleagues feel the same way.
TBLT sub 180, 178.
We're going to guard that border carefully, and we're going to stick to our role and not try to be policymakers the way in many other countries the central bank is out there in the lead with the support of the public.
Cosm down to 437 now.
Climate policy, but that's not where we are.
TRKA cranking.
We're not going to pretend that it is.
We've got some time left. I'll yield back, but I just want to say, as an auto dealer, I'm looking
Pictures,
for the first
TVs
day
on the
of that
wall, and
rate
Jeffrey
cut.
Epstein. What?
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and again, thank you for holding this hearing. Chairman Powell, a pleasure to see you again.
Hello, Jimmy.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
How you
It's always
doing?
great to see you because I always think of the old Republicans, the ones who are very noble, did the right thing, didn't play chicken with the economy, very forthright. And so anyway, I appreciate
This
you
is
being
supposed to
here
be
very
about
much.
Powell, but really it's the
Like some of my
Republicans and the
colleagues on
Democrats
other
just
side,
fucking
I'd
talking
say
shit
the
on
same
each
thing
other.
about some of them.
Do you guys realize
And I
that?
appreciate you. So we heard today that the inflation is Biden's fault. So what is the inflation rate in the European Union today?
Tops going
It's
for it
high.
again.
Is it 10% possibly?
I think if you're talking about headline, I don't have this figure in my head, but it's very, very high from a headline standpoint. And they've had core inflation move up too.
So are they following Biden's then policies? Is that what caused the inflation? Because it seems to be Biden's fault.
So I think inflation is everywhere.
It's kind of
It has
his
to- it
fault
must have
with
to do
the
with a common
with the
factor, and
energy
that common
crisis.
factor
Just
has
saying.
to be the
Thanks, Ron,
reopening of the economy after and the things that were done on
for telling jokes during market
on
hour.
COVID. On the other hand, each country has a little bit different
Oh my
case.
god, brilliant!
And
I just choked on my sandwich reading
we
that.
had much more of a demand
Oh man,
issue than they did. Now
I'm glad that we could have fun.
Their inflation looks a lot like.
I don't want to have
ours
too
did a
much
year ago.
fun. I want to focus on making money,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
just
glad that we
bring
could
it
have
up
some
because,
fun
again,
while we make money,
Sherman
right?
brought it up, but it's interesting every time I hear inflation is caused by Biden. I wonder why is it all over the world? I mean, it's not because of the pandemic, of course, or Europe's at war. I mean, that wouldn't cause it, of course.
Or the
It'd
fact
have
that
to
we
be
were paying
Biden's
fucking
policies.
both sides of the fucking energy crisis.
That's ridiculous. And I think the voters saw
Maybe.
through it last time. So I haven't been here 15 years as my good friend, Mr. Foster. I've only been here 11.
I want to pull shit
When I
off
first
screen,
got
but
here,
like,
the boogeyman, and
how do I take
heard
this
all
off screen right now?
From my friends on the other
Yeah.
side, was Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank was going to be the end of banking. And in fact, some of my colleagues would almost scream how horrible
Still
this
trying to
was.
get the
And we
twist on
got the
Tesla.
bankers up here during a real stress test, which was the pandemic. And we asked them, has it been helpful
GNS trying to
have Dodd-Frank?
bounce off that
You know what they
too.
said? Do you know what they
Still
said?
have the VWAP in front of us.
No, they said it was helpful. In fact, it kept the banks capitalized.
Ape.
It was fascinating.
VWAP,
Now, to be
200
fair
just
to them,
through
they
VWAP
did
though.
complain about some of the smaller issues, but not Dodd-Frank in general. The
44.5.
Then it seemed that
All biz? Are we
CFPB,
through VWAP
that
yet?
became the next boogeyman. But they're
All
starting
biz to VWAP?
seem to fade on that, and I think the reason for that is the
Send off the
CFPB
ties,
has actually
292.
helped so many people, and now a lot of their own constituents now are getting helped by the
AMC 590
CFPB,
still?
so all of a sudden, there's not quite the energy.
And
So
that
now
57 cents?
they're attacking ESG. ESG. And they're saying that you and everybody else is somehow conspiring to make sure they don't buy their oil or their coal. Are you conspiring to do that? Are you conspiring?
I don't believe we're conspiring.
No. Now, I heard it was supposed climate risk. Is there risk in the climate change?
Yes.
There is? Could it affect the bank?
Down to VWAP on cent.
Certainly, in the longer run, yes.
Yeah, of course it can. Do you think insurance companies take this into account?
Yes, actually, I believe they do.
They absolutely do.
Who write long duration liabilities? They certainly do.
Do
Of
multi
course they
chart.
do.
I probably
I
should.
mean, they're very concerned with it. Weather is a big deal. I was a vice president of Liberty Mutual in their corporate legal department, and I can tell you weather and the changing of the weather, we used to have what we call catastrophes. And these catastrophes happen every 25, 50, 100 years. Now those 25, 50, and 100-year events happen every 5 years, every 2 years. So of course it is. I mean, it's ridiculous not to take a look at these ESG factors. We have to. And again, I'm glad that you guys are taking a look at it because it's real. I'm glad that, you know, the president's taking a look at it. And it's sad that my colleagues on the other side just want to stick their head in the sand and say, no, climate change is supposed climate change. No, the reality is it's real climate change. And it's costing billions and billions of dollars. And if you don't believe it, go ask all those poor people in Florida that had those huge hurricanes come through and wipe them out. So again, I appreciate very much the work that you've done. The only thing I hope is, as you said, if we ever see this pitch again, we'll know how to swing at it. And I hope we don't get the pitch of defaulting, because I'm not sure we'll know how to swing at that one. So thank you again.
Hi, babe.
Thank you for being. Thank you.
You messaged me on Snapchat? Okay.
Gentleman's time, gentleman yields back. Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heisinger, for 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Thank you, Mr.
Whoa,
Chairman.
okay.
I'm going to move quickly, and good to see you again, Chair. You know, I caught a little bit of the Senate hearings yesterday, and you had a lot of pressure to keep the sugar high going. And frankly, if the Fed and many of our colleagues had listened to what many of us were saying, we should have been weaned off that artificially low, cheap money that kept the party going. And frankly, we wouldn't be in this position. To reference Chair Greenspan's punch bowl analogy, not only did no one have the courage to remove the punch bowl, you had people cheering on the pouring of another bottle of 151 rum into the punch bowl. And here you got folks wanting to do the exact same thing. Let's spend more. It's just,
Hold on a second, guys.
And now here we are. You have an impossible decision to slow the economy or let everyone get crushed by inflation. And we know tightening means a slower economy. Slower economy means fewer jobs. Fewer jobs hit those who can least afford to lose a job.
My bad.
And so in short, the lower rungs of the economic ladder will suffer more than the rest of the ladder. So that's the state. That's the state of play of where we're at. I have to hit a couple of quick issues here. I wanted to start off by discussing climate, especially given the Fed's announcement in January that it was going to conduct a pilot climate scenario analysis exercise. The Fed, along with the OCC and FDIC, have each issued proposed climate risk management principles for banks that you are attempting to finalize those by the end of the year. And the requirements don't stop at the border. The UK and the EU central banks are moving to require significant ESG disclosure regimes as well. I know the Fed is taking a look at commodities capital charges in the holistic review, but even though the Fed isn't forcing banks to encompass climate analysis in their stress tests, there are many initiatives at the Fed that are going to make it more costly for banks to finance traditional fossil fuel companies. So I want to ask you a very specific question. Will you commit that you will withhold support for a new capital rule that increases capital charges on bank activities in traditional energy companies?
You know, I can't sit here and promise what I will and will not vote for, because I don't know what's going to be in the proposal. But that's not the kind of thing I think.
$34 for.
I'm sorry, it's not the kind of thing.
So this isn't about this is about overall capital levels more than anything else, I think, rather than
$20 for next week's. Okay, but remember, next week is the what's called. Next week is a witching day, guys.
We need to have a real-time conversation about what that is going on.
Please do not forget that it is a witching week.
And go in a different direction for this next question. I want to ask you about two opinions issued by your legal staff
that should carry the whole market,
November of 2019 and December of 2020 to the asset managers Vanguard and BlackRock. Mr. Chairman, McHenry, I'd like to submit the two letters for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. These opinions appear to outline the parameters of both how both Vanguard and BlackRock can operate without being deemed a bank holding company. In addition to the legal restrictions outlined by the bank holding company, these opinions listed out here in quite detail list out commitments that the companies would need to take to avoid being viewed as having, quote, control. These opinions also appear to provide assurances that the Federal Reserve Board staff would not recommend that the board find the asset managers to be bank holding companies. Further, it is unclear whether the board will take any steps beyond a periodic self-certification
Yesterday,
by
they
the
were pretty
asset
much all
managers
TRF
to
orders.
monitor compliance with the condition that they, quote, not take any
MACD
action
on
to control a
TRKA
banking
want.
organization. As some asset managers play a larger role and clearly strive to influence policy in companies across
Well,
the
you
free
told me to
market, we
bring it
need to
down to
remain
four,
vigilant. So, Chair
a
Powell,
four
is the
grid,
board
so I
taking
can't really
any steps
look
to
at the
assess
MACD
or
all that
monitor
well.
whether Vanguard and BlackRock are complying with the commitments made in November
GNS starting to
2019
curl up.
and December of 2020, respectively?
I would have to check and get back to you on that.
Okay.
Familiar
That's
with
the recovery
I
looking
appreciate that. But that says to me that doesn't sound like there's an assessment that's taking place ongoing or scrutiny of that. Is somebody reviewing that, or is someone
Vaughn
in
and
charge of
VRM
reviewing
over
that?
NIC.
Honestly, that's a very specific.
I like
narrow
VRM
question.
in
I'm quite familiar
Carvana.
with the
Well,
issue.
it's
TRKA
specific
up.
and narrow to two companies,
TRKA.
but not to an industry. I mean, that's what we need to be driving at. And I guess we need to find out whether there's somebody proactively reviewing these activities and these commitments that the companies have made as well as the Fed has made. So how often do you think they should be reassessed? Annually, monthly,
15 cents on help us.
biannually?
This is a very
Jimmy,
narrow,
we did many
set of
Xmas at
questions.
both
I
my
can
parents'
get you
houses
great
and theirs.
answers really
Heard my
easily, but I
first
don't have
Beatles
them in my
music
head.
and
I
my
look
dad's
forward to
still-
those great answers, and I yield.
We'll now
Nice.
go to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Godheimer. For
I'm more of a Rolling
Thank you,
Stones
Mr. Chairman,
guy.
and Chairman Powell
but
for joining us
fuck with
today.
Beatles.
Chairman Powell, when you testified before the committee last June, PCE inflation was up 6.3% year over year. Just a few weeks ago, PCE data showed that the numbers decreased to 5.4%. We're moving in the right
990 on
direction,
Rumble.
but despite the Federal Reserve raising interest rates at the highest rate since October
Edible to
2007,
422.
we're still far off from the 2% inflation that the Federal Reserve is targeting.
AMC 590.
Do you
so.
believe 2% is still the right target for inflation? And
I
given the
just hit
ongoing
like,
energy transition,
please
the
like,
push
fam.
to shift
Thank you very
supply
much,
chains
Mark.
out of China, and the labor shortage here in the U.S., should the Fed consider adjusting its target to avoid overly burdening Americans? Would a decline to 3%
SPX
inflation be
about to
enough
hit
to offer
4,000?
price stability without excessive economic pain?
No, 2% inflation is going to remain our longer-term inflation goal.
Are you concerned given all the other factors that I mentioned, or do you think we just have to keep sticking
That
with
will
that?
be a bounce
I
off
think
to
that's got to remain
200 on the
our
4 hour
longer-term
of
inflation
TPA
goal.
run.
It's the
TRKA
global
run.
standard,
Thank you.
and it's our standard, and this is not a time at which we can start talking about changing it. We have no instinct to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The
TRKA,
gig economy has grown
three little
significantly in recent
soldiers.
years as more Americans are working as contractors or running small businesses. The Dallas Federal Reserve has written that gig workers are often not included in payrolls and not counted
He
among
read
the
it, Jimmy. He
unemployed.
said he was
And
sorry.
this may understate
Buzz,
the number of
maybe you
Americans
missed
who
it.
could be
Rough week.
counted as unemployed.
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
The Fed has also noted the large number of Americans who are missing from the workforce after the
Sorry. I missed that
pandemic.
part. I was
Do we
talking.
need to change the way we think about measuring unemployment? to
I just
account for these
responded
changes?
to the what's called
I missed the word you said,
the
Gage.
Beatles.
Sorry, do
I'm
you think we
sorry,
need
man.
to change the way we think about measuring unemployment to account for these changes?
I didn't catch this. You said, what was the word?
Gig. Oh, sorry, gig. Gig
No, I
workers.
didn't.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
Gig workers.
That's the word I didn't hear. Okay. No, we clearly need to incorporate gig workers both into the labor force and to whether they're working, and they certainly are working.
me
We're
out.
trying to do that. It's not that we're not trying to do that. We may not be doing it perfectly.
Is there a better way to capture it? I'm just worried that you don't have the unemployment numbers may not, given we're still using older measurement ways. Are we updating our measurement?
We absolutely try. We're definitely
Check that
trying
out.
to get those people,
Halt on
self-employed
SMX.
people. They do report in
Halt to the
the
upside on
household
SMX.
survey, I believe. I can get more
Tops
for you
next
on that,
leg?
but I'm sure we're not doing a perfect job at it because it's a relatively new thing, but
Yeah,
we're
she's trying.
very well aware of it, and they're
ISPO
supposed to be
is
included.
is it up
It'd be great. I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Right.
ISPO 15 to
As
release
as
fourth
you're also
quarter
aware,
and
many of
full
us
year
are having discussions
2022
about the
results
long-term
Wednesday.
fiscal health of our country and our economy. Like many, I worry that higher interest rates will put upward pressure on the national debt. CBO already estimates that annual interest costs will nearly triple for the U.S. over the next
Yeah,
decade. You said
no
to the
worries,
Senate
he was in
yesterday
his
that
70s,
interest payments are
but
not a
still.
consideration of the Fed, but are you concerned that higher interest rates
Chill
will more rapidly make
Chill out,
payments on the
bud.
debt unsustainable?
Chill out.
Or are there actions Congress should consider to address this issue?
So I'll say what my predecessors have said, which is that we're on an unsustainable path, and we really need to. Ultimately, we will
Okay,
get
wait,
back
what am
on
I
a
looking up? I'm
sustainable
looking
path,
up
and the sooner we get to work on that, the less painful it
ISPO.
will be.
And rates, of course, were low between the financial crisis and the end of 2021, particularly low after the target inflation rates hit.
what do you think the new normal looks like in terms of rates and the Fed balance sheet over the next 5
mean,
to 10 years?
It's a really good question. There was a secular decline in
what do you think's
longer-term
gonna
interest rates, which we don't control.
What do you think's gonna happen
for
with their
40 years,
earnings?
to the point where they were, where the 10-year was it 10-year Treasury was at 10%, and then at the end of 40 years it was quite low. You're at higher levels. You're at, as you pointed out, levels we haven't seen since earlier in this century. I don't think anybody knows what this is going to look like 5 years down the road.
Tops
so
revenue.
you have to ask,
That's Norwegian.
demographics haven't gotten better. Globalization may actually
Okay.
move a little bit in reverse, which would tend to produce higher inflation and thus higher rates. You have to ask the factors that caused low rates, how much of that has changed, and some of it has, but
Tops
much of it hasn't.
110. Okay, time
Building
for
on that a
investor
little bit,
brain.
what's the right metric you think for, if you and our
Sir,
shoes, for
yes,
assessing our
okay,
fiscal
sir.
health? Do you think we should be focused on maintaining a specific debt to GDP ratio, or is there a specific number? Are there other measures lawmakers should be focusing on?
So we've traditionally focused on debt to
TBLT
GDP, but many people pointed out before the pandemic that rates were secularly lower, and that therefore you could look at sort of
hungry?
real debt service. There was a lot of research on that.
down.
And by those measures, actually, debt service was much more easy to handle.
39.
Now we have the 10 years back close to 4%, and I think we need to be careful not to assume that these secularly low longer term rates are going to continue indefinitely, because that doesn't look likely now. And frankly,
So I'll
most
preach on
forecasts
that,
have
though.
always shown things like the 10-year going back to a higher level.
I love that
so
proverb.
it won't be that big of a change.
Proverb.
I think
I don't even know how
it's
to fucking
more or
say it.
less been handled, for example, by CBO.
Top's about to do it. It looks like.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Now I'll go to the gentleman, the Vice Chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, the Chair of the Housing Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you. It's an honor to be able to talk with you today, and appreciate the work you and the monetary policy focused portion of the Fed does. We're rooting for maybe a more consistent input.
Does anyone hold
from our
SESN?
bank regulators? So for the regulatory
Alan,
side,
is that the one
I've
that you
spoken
were?
with multiple
What's
bankers
called
who
that you were looking at?
tell me that they've never seen a higher
Or no, that was
degree of regulatory
SNES, right? SNES.
burden, steering, guidance, shaping activities in the market from regulators.
Or excuse me,
And I don't
298
think that's
on
just
Qs?
narrowly focused on the Fed, but I'd ask you to look into it. There are a lot of people that feel like there's an Operation Choke Point 2.0 going on, and it's particularly focused on
And
debanking
now
people
today
that are
reverse split
disfavored
for Corn.
by the current
SFT also just had a
branch
reverse split.
primarily,
And they're
just
down
like the
12.8.
previous
They're
Operation
1 to
Choke
10.
Point was. And so to the extent that you yield any influence over the regulatory component of the Federal Reserve, I think that would be meaningful and important, because our monetary system, part of the strength of the U.S. dollar is, of course, a stable
440.
store of value. Currencies around the world are wrestling with that and
I get it, my
inflation,
dude.
and you guys are working to tackle it. But the other part is it's an efficient means of an exchange.
I know, that's it.
And when people
Push. Need to
really
follow
feel
through on
like
that,
some
though, of
third
course.
party is going to steer or shape their money, they don't trust it. I mean, the unbanked and the underbanked, fundamentally, that's
I'm almost
lack of
half tempted to
trust
throw
is
more
part of why
money
they
on
don't use our banking
Mr.
system
Wonderful's
today.
decentralized
In fact,
finance
that's part of the
ETF.
appeal of the digital asset space.
Just because
is the
he mentioned
permissionless
it.
nature of
A lot of people don't even fucking know what it is.
It seems that a lot of people in the financial services space that have grown up in it, that are leading it today, feel threatened by the prospect of change.
There's a daily on it.
And if they've maybe reluctantly concluded that you can't ban crypto, they at least want to keep it account based, so that some third party can actually control the assets, which is a polite way of saying we don't actually trust our citizens to control their money or their assets. We'll let somebody else do it for them because we can control those third parties. And in fact, that's what the regulators do, isn't it?
I want to look at Mr. Wonderful's.
They control the third parties.
What's it called?
I mean, if you don't comply with the
BBIG
regulatory
on it.
regime, you don't get to
TRK looks
operate
like
a
it's about to
financial
go
services
again.
business,
But
right?
I want to look at this real quick.
And so, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people were concerned by your remarks yesterday. I know I was, by saying that permissionless digital assets pose a systemic risk to the financial system.
Well, what we said in our guidance, I think if you, by the way,
Yeah,
I
it's
think if
not
you
quite on
read through the
top yet.
digital guidance, which I did getting ready for this hearing, of course I read it before we put it out the first time, but it's pretty careful to say that we don't want regulation to oppose innovation and thus entrench incumbents and things like that. It's pretty balanced, the language, and I think it essentially goes to the question of protecting the safety and soundness of institutions.
Looking for a
There is
handle
one
off that.
I think what we say about, I'll paraphrase it, what we say about permissionless
Tops to
block changes
112.
is that they have been vehicles
High today is
for fraud.
117 now.
Yeah, 0.24%. So if you follow your own report on fraud, it's a fraction of what it is with the
Hell
U.S.
biz
dollar.
up 11
Speaking
and a
of
half.
the dollar, is there any real current threat to the dollar's preeminence as the world's reserve currency?
Heads up on SINT.
So you're asking a question. I didn't.
Yes, sir.
Is there a real threat?
Is there a threat?
I think that our
Snapchat moving
status
nice.
as the world's reserve currency is not under particularly strong threat right now. I think it's a pretty stable.
Buzz, can I bring down the
equilibrium. It's not
volume
a
bit on the
permanent
conference
equilibrium,
call?
but there isn't
Can
really
you
a
turn
serious
your-
competitor, and that's not because of any of this.
Can you
It's
turn your
because of
volume down a little bit?
Our democratic institutions
Is
and the rule
the
of
volume
law
too high for everybody? Or how's the
dollar's
volume?
value is pretty stable.
Okay. So quickly on the repo market, just any insight into that, and then I'll have my last comment here and just leave the last word to you. But particularly curious about the repo market. But I'll close by simply saying I'd ask you to turn off the purchase of mortgage-backed securities. As the chairman of Housing and Insurance, I'm particularly concerned about affordable housing and the artificial prop for the mortgage-backed securities.
I just want you guys to be able to hear that, though, too. You know what I
Does
mean?
raise the cost of capital in that space. So whether you own it,
Booby, just enter my
occupy it,
potential
or rent it,
parabolic
it's gonna
line,
raise
old one.
the cost there. But I'd just ask if you'd comment on the
Rodney, what up?
safety and soundness of the
Sounds
repo
good on this
market.
side? All right. Let me just give it like one more tick up. I just want you guys to be able to hear that, though,
As far as I
too.
know, the repo market is
That's all.
functioning reasonably well these days. Are you talking about the reverse repo facility, or
Yes.
the reverse repo facility is a different thing? We can continue this.
I'd like to follow up with you later, and
Abe?
my time has expired. I yield.
Volume's perfect. Okay.
Thanks.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Casson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always a pleasure to see you, and appreciate your time here today. I want to start with this chart in your monetary policy report. Which I was
OBSV,
asking,
heads up.
chart 14,
Adding more ARVL.
this is this
Nice.
history of wage
TRKA
growth
looks to
and
be
job
winding up.
growth.
Yeah, it's looking for a handle
And
right there, it looks
for
like.
those of you who don't have it in front of you, broadly speaking, from 2000 to 2017, we had more workers than jobs. From 17 until the COVID crisis, it was about the same. And since COVID, we've had more jobs than workers.
Cups everywhere.
There's tons of rich stuff in here that I just
Jimmy,
reading.
the thing about Boyle,
But
right,
broadly speaking,
is
if
that
if
it.
that was the only thing going
How do
on
I
in the
explain?
economy, I would assume that we had 20 years where it was
Eventually, it's
going to
go to zero at some point, right?
And the last year and a half,
TRKA might go here.
as you look
It's
at that,
kind of important to make sure that you're
if I
taking
go through and I
profits,
look at from
you know,
2010 to 2020, CPI
over and
was
over
up
again. It's gonna
20%
rip up,
over
come
the
back
period.
down, rip up, come back down,
Real
rip like
median
just.
wages less than 10%.
It's just how
So for
you
half
know
of the economy,
it
they
works.
didn't keep up with wages, even though we think of that as a very low
Neil
inflation
said today. Remember, Neil has his all of his
strongly.
certs. I obviously don't.
As you would expect, I'm not saying that with judgment, right? If it's a buyer's market for labor, you would expect
Neil said that he was a buyer at 575 today for nat gas or for Boyle, and it went lower than that.
Which chart are you looking at?
This is chart 14.
Tops
on page
to
17
112?
of the monitor. It's the top right corner there.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
In the last year and a half, median wages are up 5%, which is almost as much as they grew during that 10-year period before. And yes, inflation is still a bit higher than that. But what I'm wondering is, as you look at the economy,
We could look at Boyle again though.
is wage
I haven't
growth
looked at it in a minute.
universally bad in your view, or is wage growth good to the extent that it's keeping up with wages? Because historically, wages didn't keep up. And
Double bottom
how
on
do you
Boyle,
think through
Boyle
that
up.
nuance? Because interest rates are a very blunt tool. And, you know, and
Already
if we are
pulled
now,
20% profit.
me
Good
that
shit,
we're
dude.
now basically in
That's a
seller's
dub.
market for labor, shouldn't we expect and welcome some wage inflation that goes with that?
So let's say two things. First, we want wages to go up in ways that are consistent over time with the increase in productivity. And
OBSV's trying to handle up.
that makes all the sense in the world.
Rumble
The other thing I
984.
would say is that in this instance, what we've seen
Wolf
is
still
inflation
grinding
being
higher.
up.
Wolf with a nice little
Very
candle
high
right
nominal
there.
wage gains have very largely been eaten up by
EDBL off $4, $3.99. SFT down 13.7.
Real wage gains after
I might want to make an entry on that at some point. I don't know if it'll be
and
today.
To be clear, we're all opposed to inflation
Watch.
here. But
I want the I want the MACDs to
in
start
that
looking a little bit better on it.
2010-2020 period that we all viewed as a very low inflationary period.
Still under 4,000 on SPX.
The gains from productivity did not flow to labor.
Ooh,
Wages did not.
UNC is now red. Coinbase is 63.5.
A problem for the Fed to fix because overall.
Carvana off 9 now. GoEV back to 64 cents.
I mean, this gets sort of theoretical, but let's say that we had 6% wage inflation and 5% CPI. There'd be more money in people's pockets, but would we view that as a inflationary period to clamp down on? Because we didn't view the inverse.
And MTC flagging.
Our job is to restore price stability.
Thank you.
It isn't to keep wages down, and it's certainly not to get involved in trying to establish the appropriate level of labor share of profits.
This is getting tighter. I think that's about to pop.
That's not the way we think about it at all. We think about price stability.
It's getting close.
When we think about price stability, we think about wages as an important input to that. But we're not targeting a particular level of prices, and we would never say.
Hold on 1 second. This unhalted. I kind of want to look at it. SMX unhalt.
Charged with is price stability, and to do that, we have to think about wages. In particular,
heads up on SMX. Remember, guys, this just had a ticker change.
That's not something that our policies affect. That's set by globalization and the advance of technology and educational skills and aptitude and all those things. That's what drives productivity. That's what drives labor share.
Yeah, and it's hard to have these conversations in 5 minutes. I realize.
Happy to follow up.
I guess what's hard is that also in that 2010 to 2020 period, median home prices went up by 50%. We didn't view that as inflationary. 401ks went up a lot. We didn't view that as inflationary because those were asset increases. And so as we have shifted the
MC down to 583.
From people who had
wealth, fuck, wrong chart. That was cosm, right?
There needs to be some correction, and I
hold on.
Leave it there because I'm out of time. But how we think about
Gentlemen's
it.
time's
Thank you.
expired.
Go back.
We'll now go to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes. Thank you for being with us today, Chairman Powell. Chair Powell, I just want to echo at the outset some of the concerns that my colleagues have raised about Vice Chair Michael Barr's, quote, holistic review, unquote, of capital markets, and also about the Fed.
Kid, what up? 20% runs with AMC, puts after.
Put Vice Chair Barr in charge of the Community Reinvestment Act rulemaking.
On the 30-minute, it dropped that double bottom.
Into my questions. Chair Powell, I was pleased to see that the U.S. Coin Task Force released their report on the state of coin a few months ago. The report notes that the Federal Reserve and U.S. Mint will be jointly contracting with a third party.
This may fall a little bit more,
to review the coin supply chain
I don't want to
develop
sound like a bear. I'm
recommendations
certainly not.
to improve it.
After after what Aaron Adam, or Adam Aaron, oh my God, what Adam Aaron tweeted, it still makes me fucking more bullish on Ape. Just saying.
We know that the flow of coins, the natural flow of coins.
Aaron Adam, I'm shot.
Down a lot because people were staying home and that kind of thing, and they may have switched to non-coin based means of payment. And we feel like that the evidence is that that's continued now. People are paying.
Ooh, hard down on SINT, 285. Still up though. I'm buying more Ape right now.
And they're not circulating back into the banks and thus to the retail stores. And so we're working on that. We're working with the Mint. We're working with all the stakeholders.
DXY
in the coin
moving up.
Ecosystem.
We want that down, obviously. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick while I drop the 4 charts.
What we learned from that is that it's probably necessary to have a greater reserve of coins.
Big
if
old
there
cup.
is such an interruption in the future, so that commerce is not indeed interrupted. Would you share that broad view?
That sounds right. I'm not an expert. I will
Pops
say
trying back
it feels like
at
we need more
111 right
coins now because more of them are sitting in people's
ALBT.
Homes and pockets, and they're not flowing back to where retailers in particular need the flow of coins. So that sounds right to me.
ALBT getting a little bit aggressive.
On a related note, could you speak about the importance of
Light volume
maintaining
though.
cash as a viable payment option, particularly for those that lack or
Heads
don't
up on
have
SMX,
access
guys.
to traditional financial services?
Heads up here on SMX.
Because there are people who don't have credit cards. Many
Did I see
people don't have
PLL
credit
to
cards,
$80?
good
Wait,
credit, and they need to be
an
paying
$80
cash.
target?
When stores
I don't
are
even know.
not dealing with people who don't have cash, it's a serious problem
Lithium
for those people in the
plays.
economy. We have it at the the Board of Governors, and you see it elsewhere because most payments are now
Short seller report. What's this?
credit cards,
Hold on.
and it's very efficient. But we need to be looking out for people who use cash.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective.
Fucking A.
Picking up on Mr. Lukemeier's concerns that he expressed earlier, as you know, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's funding mechanism is
Does anyone know what
linked
this
to the Federal Reserve
short seller
system.
report is?
According to Title 10
I don't know
of
what that report
Dodd-Frank,
is, Jimmy.
Each quarter, the CFPB director
I'm ready for
requests an
cosm to
amount that
erupt.
is reasonably necessary to carry out the Bureau's authorities, and the Federal Reserve
Kid, look at
must
SINT.
transfer that amount so long as it does not exceed 12% of the Federal Reserve's total operating expenses. For the first 5 years of the existence of CFPB, of course, there was a relaxation there with respect to that 12% cap that allowed $200 million annually to
SINT on a 4-hour
be spent
chart
beyond
looks
that
really
number,
nice.
So long as it was reported, so long as the reported excess was sent to the president and congressional appropriators.
It's probably my favorite
Powell,
looking
during
fucking
your
chart right now at the
chairmanship,
moment.
Has the Fed ever
with the data.
rejected a CFPB budget request?
SMX, nice call.
I do not believe so.
And could you tell us what
TRKA
policies and
trying for it right
procedures are
here?
in place at the Fed to ensure that there is no waste, fraud, or abuse, or that these limits are not otherwise exceeded?
So we have no role in engaging with that. It's really what we share a common inspector general who does work on those issues, but we don't in any way don't have any governance.
297.5-ish.
Over the CFPB. We're just a source to them.
Honestly, I think that we just need Bitcoin
Thank
to move.
you. I appreciate that insight. In closing, Chair Powell, yesterday Senator Warren asked you what you would say to the
182 on
2 million
test.
people who may lose their jobs if the Fed keeps raising interest rates. Frankly, Senator Warren should be asking herself the same question when she voted and advocated for the Democrats' reckless spending packages that caused this inflation that we are seeing today.
Wolf,
and is the reason
moving up
the Fed
nicely.
has had to raise interest rates, in my view. Frankly, I would call on Senator Warren, the president, and the Democratic Party,
Edible
for
down.
that matter, to apologize to the American people for causing this kitchen
TRKA.
table crisis across the country. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Powell, for
Volunteer
joining us
down.
today and for your testimony.
Just off a double.
I'm going to focus my comments and my questions.
Don't be surprised if
on the
this kind of
high
like
costs that
repeats and
families
just
in
goes
my
higher.
district
You know what I mean?
Are seeing because of your interest rate hikes. Now,
Higher lows.
while the Fed has acknowledged that higher
450 on
interest rates
SMX.
are not the primary driver for the
SMX.
slowdown in price increases, you continue to raise interest rates, risking not only millions of jobs, but also a recession. Based on projections from the Fed, approximately 2 million
TRKA,
people will lose their
47.5 cents.
jobs. So that's 2 million families who will struggle to put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, and to make ends meet.
Thanks, buddy.
The
I
economic
appreciate
hardship
you.
does not end there.
Every dollar helps.
Mr. Chair, I would like to request unanimous consent to submit a recent paper by the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland
XRP's up
titled
4.5. Beautiful.
Post-COVID Inflation Dynamics into the record.
Without objection.
DXY
Chairman
still
Powell,
headed
are
up.
you familiar with this publication, yes or no?
Oh, wrong one.
No,
Shit.
I'm not.
Okay. Well, let me
TRKA.
give you some context.
My
In
bad,
this
guys.
paper, the Fed's own economists predict that reaching the 2% inflation
some
goal
lift,
that
it
you
looks
have
like.
set will be impossible without causing a recession and spiking the unemployment rate to 7.4%, which translates to
Hughes.
millions of working people losing their jobs.
I didn't mean to press
Chairman
SDQ.
Powell, many economists agree with me when I say that engineering a recession to bring inflation under control is not the right strategy.
585 on ANC. Thank you,
Especially
buddy.
at a time when we are seeing inflation cool.
Can we
in
look at
real
SINT and
time,
cosm vortex? Of course we can.
independent of your rate hikes.
TRKA looks like it's about to get it, though. Give me
So
1 second.
on behalf of the people of this country, to prevent a recession, yes or no, Chairman Powell, will you pause future interest rate hikes?
We're not seeking to
One
have a
more
recession.
push.
We
Come
don't
on.
need to have a recession to get
Hughes.
respectability back.
Will you
All right,
pause
let me look
interest
at
rate hikes, yes
vortex
or
for
no?
him real quick.
I would do yes or no on will I pause interest rate hikes. Yeah, that's a serious question. And I can't tell you because I don't
I'm so
know all the
shot.
facts.
Oh, okay.
It's
SINT is
not-
only
Because of my time, and in
3.2.
fact, it is a
Cost
very
borrow
serious question
372.
because
And then
it has a
COSM
very
is
serious implications. The people who will bear the brunt of an economic recession are our most vulnerable. We know from past experiences that recessions have catastrophic and deeply inequitable consequences.
Cosm
In fact,
207% cost to
will catch
borrow
a
almost,
cold,
and then
others will catch
6.2
pneumonia.
short only.
But you know that. An economic cold or pneumonia. In fact, in your opening statement, you said, we will stay the course until the job is done.
ETAU 204.
To conclude,
what the
we
fuck?
understand that our
Volatility.
actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Could you elaborate, what is this effect to communities, families, and businesses, these interest rate hikes?
Well, right now we're trying to bring down inflation on behalf of all those families. I think high inflation
hold on, buddy.
is hurting particularly
One
working
second, guys.
families all around the country very badly. And as you know, if you're on a very limited budget and you don't have a lot of excess earnings, when prices start going up, you're in trouble right away. People, middle and upper middle class people have more resources. So we think it's absolutely critical for the working people of this country that we get inflation back under control. And also, while we're at it, we have a dual mandate.
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I'm claiming my time here.
TRKA with volume.
Here's the thing. The most devastating impacts will be to our most vulnerable.
260 million in volume right now.
Veterans to our most vulnerable.
Average
Veterans, the
is
elderly,
58.
low-income workers, black and brown workers, those who
Did you buy more? Did
ignored
DCA down or
and
no?
neglected in the name of what you refer to as appropriate monetary policy. And yet,
Getting
you
tight again on
assert
GNS.
that you will stay the course. It's unconscionable, and our most vulnerable workers
Hell
and
no.
families cannot afford to wait for you to realize the harm that you were doing. In my opinion, this sounds more like the assertions of a greedy corporation than someone who has a public mission on behalf of the people of this country.
Okay, I just want to just butt in with what she said. America
more,
should be run like a
question,
corporation.
With my remaining
Just saying.
time here. Chairman Powell, another consequence
It should
of
be
your
run like a
interest rate
fucking
hikes
business.
has been the increase of the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate to 6.6%, double of
Like
what
what
it
she
was
said
2 years
didn't make
ago.
any sense at all.
Do you see this widening inequity in the housing market as a problem? And what steps will you take to make housing more affordable? This is putting
Top still at
homeownership
107.
further and further out of reach for my constituents, new parents,
That's what she
parents,
said.
millennials, people of color, contributing to inequities and the
GNS
racial wealth gap.
Unch,
So what are your thoughts on that?
TRKA trying to move up as well.
Our
I bet you the
policy's
Qs
doing
are
that.
probably
Today's time
sliding up
expired.
here.
Chairs can submit for the record or answer.
GNS up.
I'll briefly say that
Qs 297.20.
That our interest rate policies affect interest-sensitive spending very directly. When we cut rates, they help.
Saidu off of its highs.
When we raise rates, you see the effect on housing.
Thank you.
Look at all them TRF orders.
The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. We currently have $32 trillion in debt. Our debt-to-GDP ratio is 120%, the highest it's ever been. And yes, we have a debt ceiling fight brewing for this summer. I would argue it's an opportunity to get our
Rivian
fiscal
saw
house
15.
in order.
SPX
Sadly, there's no
never
meaningful bipartisan
grabbed that
effort to
4,000 figure.
responsibly address our debt. Both sides have even
GNS
preemptively started
391.
political
I need
attacks, alleging
62
either side
cents
wants
to be
cut
green
Social
again.
Security and
I need
healthcare.
58 cents to
But
be green again.
politics and talking points will not fix our problem. Our debt is the greatest national security threat. Social Security will be insolvent in 2033, and our healthcare system
Did
is
you hear that?
fundamentally broken. We spend twice as much as the average country per person,
Oh,
and our
man.
obesity rate is 3 times the average. I want to be clear, though. I'm not advocating cuts to Social Security, but my Social Security will have to be different than my father's, and we must change the incentive structures of our healthcare system. Briefly, let's go over some history.
Coinbase
Social Security was
6328.
created in
AI
1937.
2530.
Retirement age then was
VRM
65.
94
And
and a half
average life
cents
expectancy
still.
was 60. Easy to see
Yeah,
how that
man.
math works. In 1960, Congress raised the retirement age to
What is it,
67.
Lucky?
It has not been increased since then. That year, life
Tops
expectancy
to
was
114.
69. That math still works due to a growing population, but it's getting narrower. I will throw
Nice
in another
cup
few
there, gotta
statistics
handle out.
for that year, 1960. 14% of Americans
Guys, give me
were
like
obese,
15 seconds. I
and
just
our
gotta
debt-to-GDP ratio was
let Lucky out, I
53%.
believe.
Let's
One
fast
second.
forward to this year. Our retirement age is still 67, but our life expectancy is 77. That math clearly does not work, nor is the program functioning in the purpose for which it was designed. And shockingly, our obesity rate is 37%, and we spend $13,000 per person on health care compared to the global
GM
average
EV
of
push
$6,000
stalling
per
as
person
Hummer
and 13%
Lyric
obesity
rollout
rate.
slow.
Clearly, our healthcare system is failing. Our system focuses on managing sickness where we should be facilitating health and wellness. We will only meaningfully be able to address the debt ceiling by focusing on the biggest drivers of our debt. Responsible policymakers should be focused on saving Social Security by reforming
sliding.
and transforming our healthcare
Tweet
system
three.
to facilitate
Still
a healthy
slightly up.
citizenry capable of working and being contributing members of society.
Bitcoin
the American people
22.1.
deserve more than the political nonsense. 5 years
Hub
ago, the
C
number one issue in our
at
realm was debt.
135.
It has been and continues to be our greatest national security risk.
This had a lot of
I hate to
eyes
say
on it.
but the
Oh, it's
last
filling
4
a gap
years
right here.
It's gotten way
Heads
worse.
up on Hub C,
Congress
guys.
has spent $7 trillion.
Might get
which
interesting
$5
after it fills
trillion
that gap there.
was done mostly on party lines. The Democrat majority is not only
Edible
spent money
way off
we
the
don't
highs.
have over the
BLPH
last 4
now
years,
green.
but their fiscal policy has
Wow.
caused out of control inflation,
What a
which
rip.
caused you to
That was
raise
just fucking
interest
pretty
rates.
red, if I'm not mistaken.
Last year, I asked you if you ever took into consideration the impact of interest rate increases on the cost of our
Envos
debt
is
service.
trying to curl off the highs.
You
Good call out.
appropriately and adamantly said no. Our debt service costs the next 10 years will be over $10 trillion. I'm going to point out 2 things. Number one, that is more than all of our debt service since 1940 combined, the last 80 years. And while you did not take interest rate
tblt
increases
180 GNS.
impact
Let's pull that back up.
on our debt service into your
Moving.
decision-making, the best
TRKA
estimate
trying
is that those
again.
rate increases will increase our debt service cost by $2 trillion in the next 10 years. So basically, the $7 trillion that the Democrats spent in the last 4 years is going to cost us an additional $2 trillion. And that's not factoring in future rate increases as you continue to appropriately try to get inflation under control.
GNS.
As you
Let's
can
move
tell,
up.
this is a huge problem.
Just off 4.
The
Hey,
$7
John, do
trillion
I know what
unnecessary
that...
spending in the last 4 years
What this
has
guy's
caused
name is?
inflation. Some of my colleagues across the
This guy
disagree with
talking
that
currently
causal
is
relationship.
Mr. Timmons.
Clinton's Treasury Secretary and Obama's Director of National Economic Council, Larry Summers, wrote an op-ed before they spent the money and said it was going to cause inflation. And he has gone on the I was right tour for the last couple years. We need responsible policymakers to address our debt. Let's talk about what's not serious. And that's minting a $1 trillion coin. Many of my colleagues across the aisle have advocated for this. Luckily, both President Biden and Secretary Yellen have said that this is not a serious proposal, and they have no plans of considering it. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has a bit of a history of doing a 180 when the political winds blow. Most recently, he said he would veto the D.C. crime bill, and now he's adamantly supporting it and plans to sign it. So, Chair Powell, my only question of you is if Biden and Yellen send you a $1 trillion coin, will you accept it?
And what I will say to that is that this only winds up one way, and that is with Congress raising the debt ceiling.
So you will not accept a $1 trillion coin and treat it as $1 trillion if it's sent to you?
I'll add there are no rabbits to be pulled out of hats here. This only ends with Congress.
I know you don't like yes or no's, but if you are sent a $1 trillion coin and asked to treat it as $1 trillion, will you treat it as $1 trillion?
That would be a rabbit coming out of a hat.
Oh, okay.
I'll take that as a no. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate that.
Now recognize the gentleman from Michigan.
There's an article about what's called about COSM
Thank you so much,
and
Mr.
their
Chairman. Thank you, Chair
acquisition
Hall,
of
for
Canada
being here.
laboratories. They're
You
basically
have a
going to
lot
go
of
ahead and they're
economic,
going to retain new assets.
Projections, economic projections, various data, various reports that are coming out. How much, and you've studied inflation, right? I mean, obviously, it's your number one priority right now. How much is inflation impacted by these 3 things? Corporate profiteering, egregious executive pay, and the use of share stock buybacks.
So
that's aggressive.
I don't have numbers, but I would say in the case of executive pay and in the case of share repurchases,
I'll let you out when he's done.
I can't
Sorry.
think of how it would affect inflation. In the case of executive pay, that would be very small in terms of the broader economy. In terms of profits, though, the way I think about that is profits are high. The places where profits are really high is places where
Tesla, it's off 182.
And supply chain issues.
We might get a market lift here. This is a
those
potential
things
parabolic line for
get
anybody
better as
new.
They are. You're going to see inflation come down and even prices come down, and you'll see corporate margins come down there, and that'll be part of how inflation comes down.
So does that corporate profiteering does impact inflation? You don't have any stats percentage-wise how much of it?
Doing?
Because you seem,
I
really
pinned
paid attention to your testimony in the Senate hearing yesterday.
GNS
There was a lot of
+4.
conversation about, my neighbors and residents' wages and so forth.
Top still at 118.
They're finally starting to see a little bit more closer to possibly getting fair wages. It's not even far enough. But
I don't know if the Feds is paying closer attention to
HKD,
monopolies,
6% up. Trying to twist.
corporate profiteering and executive.
Heads up on
egregious
HKD
pay.
here.
All of
Trying
it,
to push
even the
VWAP.
stock buybacks. You're saying all
Also
of
trying
that
to cross that MACD.
aside, you're focused more on wages and
I'm just gonna pull the
increasing
grid
the
up.
interest rate
Okay.
than on those other.
Our focus
major-
is really on price stability, not so much wages. Wages play into that because they're an important cost for business, but they're not. We're not trying to achieve a particular
stop,
level
please.
of wages. We're trying to achieve 2% inflation.
Yeah, and I think it's really important, Chairman, what we saw during the pandemic is, the wealthy and the corporations continued to profit in large scale and still do buybacks and still do really egregious executive pay.
Did you notice that, like, they just started doing buybacks, like, not too long ago?
And then, of course, the communities and
And
such were impacted
now
by it.
the government just constantly saying, stock
What I hear
buybacks, stock
consistently
buybacks,
is
stock
folks thinking
buybacks,
that's
fucking
the
over and
reason
over and over again.
that all of a sudden wages are skyrocketing and all this. But all I see is continuation again of those
AMC
that are
hard
already
short.
getting a huge benefit, the
GNS
folks
got
at the
fucking
top, the
hit right there as
executives
well.
and so forth. My friend Glenn taught me this today, that the Feds are actually sitting on, something in Dodd-Frank Section 956.
Interest rates, yeah.
You all are sitting on the last 12 years on guidance regarding executive compensation and the high risks of it. Like around, there was some sort of proposal done, not implemented. Again, it's been 12 years.
Climbing the ladder,
Why is that something
TRK.
that you're not concerned about regarding inflation?
Only 12.5 down now?
Like you guys are you're sitting on it, right? Why?
1 second.
It's been 12 years. And then two, why is that you're saying that's not big deal? That's not going to impact the cost of products and so forth for our residents.
It's a multi-agency rule, and there have been repeated attempts to get 5 or 6 or 7, however many it is, agencies to agree. That's one thing.
On disclosures?
No, this is on, it's on policies to.
Yeah, which include disclosures and arrangements regarding executive pay.
TRK to
and the
50
risk
cents
of it.
almost?
Anyway, 956.
I'm so jacked on coffee right now. Oh, man. Hopefully you're so jacked on gains here in a fucking couple minutes.
Boards, long since, this is just for the big banks where we have this authority, long since board of directors are very focused on how executive compensation works and that it not reward, unnecessarily risky behavior and that kinds of things.
Rumble
In
980-ish.
Dodd-Frank, which Congress passed, there should
SFT
you're
still
supposed to
13
put something
down.
in place.
AMC
And
to
it's
577.
It's not in place. And look, I'm saying this because so
IRNT.
many people in this chamber, and I feel
wrong.
like the Feds are more obsessed with wages
IRNT.
than they are in regards to the monopolies, the corporate profiteering.
Ooh, 10%
There hasn't
down,
been
yeah.
any. I mean, really, I don't think there is a laser focus on that, and it's really, because I think the Feds and Congress can support
115
fair
on
wages
tops.
and still combat inflation.
Ah,
if you are fair in
kid.
combating
Thank you,
egregious
sir.
executive pay,
You balla.
monopolies, and corporate profiteering.
We don't do
Balla, balla.
competition policy, and we also don't, broadly speaking, regulate corporate wages.
But
Ladies,
956
time's
would have
expired.
addressed it.
Ladies,
956 addresses
Edible.
it. It should have it's 12
The
years.
gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Appreciate you coming in.
Who be down?
I don't have to tell you the fact that
Hughes
housing,
just off
so
297.
goes housing, so goes the economy. I'm from a state that, from South
ISPO,
Carolina, we have
sub
people
12 and a
moving in,
half.
population's increasing. And I can tell you housing, not just single-family housing, is in trouble. People are finishing what's in the pipeline. It's now affected multifamily apartments. The
HKD
high
is still trying
rents
to push
they
that
did
view up,
get
looks like.
with inflation, that's entirely caused
DXY still
for the
up.
most part, by the
Bitcoin
policies
down a little bit. Still has
this
22 though.
administration with gas, buying it from other countries, with supply chain shortages. There's no reason to start a project when you can't get supplies.
And we
That's
run
what
to
we're
the.
facing in the
That's my
housing
hope.
industry
Is the
at all
bulls fight the
levels.
Fed once he shuts up.
So any increase in interest is just another dagger. that's
Ava
gonna kill the
Q
housing
up
industry
80%.
Along with
Wild.
commercial projects that, again, the pipeline's filling up, but the pipeline, once it leaves, you're not going to have any. And I'm from a state that's with people moving in. One of the things that you hear, I think Mr. Davidson mentioned, was
You
regulations.
ever tried a Zen?
Banks
Yeah,
are complaining about
I have.
being overregulated and the costs associated with it. CRA.
I used to
though
dip a
we
lot
bring
in
the
high
left,
school, but not anymore.
It's in a state of flux. Who's determining that, and when will you have some guidelines out?
MMAT
That will
56
be done
cents,
by the whole
ADFY
board of
2% up,
governors when
VIX
we
under
vote on
20,
it,
19
and
and a
also
half.
by the OCC and the FDIC.
Will they have any input from
I'm like sitting here
those who are having
scrolling,
to
but in
pay
all
the
reality,
price
there's really not much for me to fucking.
of implementing
hop
CRA?
on.
Like,
Do any of you remember when interest rates were
any
about
input
20% for a
from
car
banks
loan?
that are having to
Asks
navigate-
Jimmy.
So I know that throughout the multi-year process, there's been a tremendous amount of interaction with banks, tremendous amount, and bank lobby groups and also consumer groups. And then, but yeah, there's been a ton of input and, working with the industry to try to achieve these statutory goals efficiently. I won't say it's perfect, but there's
Blue
certainly
said
been a lot of
831.
So they're getting
Punch.
input prior to implementing the requirements for CRA or the guidelines for CRA.
Yes, I think
BVAI
I'm
down
pretty
11.
sure there's been quite a bit of interaction with the
AMV
industry in
sub
terms of
90
what-
cents,
what to
89.
do and how to do it.
Okay. Now, I think you've stated that you don't feel it's the
Oil to
Federal
585.
Reserve's,
Sticks down 7,
policy to get
414.
into implementing climate change.
We're not, and we shouldn't be climate policymakers. We do have a small role, focused role to play, principally with the larger
Paula's
banks
up another
that really
20%.
understand and can manage their climate risks in the long run.
Hellbiz
Should it be
couldn't pop that
mandated?
VWAP apparently.
Should what be mandated?
Climate change.
GVTL, I believe that it's got to be close to a
policies be
52-week low. I know
mandated
it
by
was
the Federal
before.
Reserve.
I think, again, climate change is something that's going to affect businesses and people and regions and states and whole countries. And I think that's got to be a job for.
IonQ still over 5,
I think what we're
FOA
gonna
up
affect is we just want to
4%.
make sure that banks understand and can manage the risks.
GWH
that
down to
they're running, and these are
128.
principally long-term risks.
Novavax down to
What's concerning to those
681.
of us in
Rig
the
to
business
7.
community who have to borrow for banks? The Federal Reserve is conducting a pilot
AI
climate
25,
scenario
24.
analysis that's being mandated, not asked. It's being mandated
IoT
for the six banks,
27.
largest banks.
Tesla down to 180 and change, just off 181.
That seems to me like a pretty good.
Coinbase still
you
green,
have to do a
62,
scenario and
75.
mandate that they do this. Is that not the Federal Reserve getting directly involved in mandating?
Bitcoin says
I think
22,
the banks
XRP
actually
to
want this.
just off
They
40
want
cents.
these six big banks, they have to face this
Mullen under
globally,
20 cents.
and what they want
GME
is
under 18
uniform
bucks.
approaches and
Crazy.
guidance on how to have one set of rules. They're
Crazy
already running
shit.
the big six banks that we're
Dollars
talking,
start
they're
picking
already
up.
running
Market's
climate
going to go
scenarios,
lower by the looks of if DXY is
Most
going
of the
up,
banks are well
then chances are
capitalized
market's
now.
going to come
That
out
could
of there.
change.
GNS
This is just
averages
another
getting lined up to
expansion
launch
that's
at some
out there.
point. If the averages can
On
get above
the
396, then we could
CFPB,
rip.
The
I mean, obviously the
history,
higher
I
the
think
better,
you
though,
said
right?
It was 12%. It cannot go above 12% ratio. Is that? I mean, that does not seem
TRKA
logical.
down to
Has it
13.
ever been below the 12% from your perspective?
Peep this stuff. Rip down to the 13.
quoted the law, and that rang a bell
Move
for
up.
me. So that is what
I wonder if
the
they're
law
going to repeat
says.
that.
Have they been below? I'd have to go back. I'm happy to provide. It's all
If you
transparent.
could, because
Happy
it
to
seems to me
provide.
like that's it's if you've got that cap, businesses couldn't operate like that. Because
One
there would
second,
be no
guys.
incentive
I want to see what
to
Lucky's
reduce
doing.
the price as long as it's automated.
That's the way the law is set up.
Right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. The end is in sight. I would like to begin by highlighting an issue that has been a concern for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and others. I know that the chairman has suggested that we're going to weave in the diversity and inclusion issues throughout our hearings. So here goes my concern. There has never been a Latino Federal Reserve president. And further, only about 5% of the Federal Reserve's
Hard down on TRKA.
workforce identifies as Hispanic or Latino. As we know,
What
over
did
the
I
past
miss?
year or
What
so,
are
there
you
have
doing?
been several presidential vacancies at the Federal Reserve banks, and there has still been consistent failure to appoint a Latino
Q's
candidate.
hard down?
Chair Powell, are you aware of this trend, and do you agree that it's a problem that our diversity and inclusion numbers are in Federal Reserve
ETAO.
Board are not reflective of the Latino population?
Q's trying to push
Yes,
back.
that's something we've been focusing on.
All right, and can we get a commitment from you that you'll work on the workforce issues internally?
Yes.
Try to spin.
Thank you so much.
I didn't realize I was
And
on a
I'd
1
like to
minute.
now
Christ.
follow up a little bit on some
Super
of
trend
the
up on
questions
ETAL.
from, Representative Norman, because I too have a concern about housing costs, particularly as it relates to equity and the negative impact on minority communities. I think you said in your paper that activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. As he mentioned, the rates are higher, not only impacting single-family housing, but multifamily housing. And it's also becoming even more difficult for people in my district, which is 77% Latino, to be able to buy their first home buyer. The workforce,
NCS moving a little.
entry-level kind of housing.
Yeah, it was up, what, like 4%?
As financing homes get harder, as mortgage to find and mortgage rates rise, the population of home buyers is skewing towards older,
Good volume on
wealthier,
SINT compared to
and
usual.
wider communities. In many cases,
Same with
in our
cosm.
suburbs, equity firms are buying out the housing stock. Chair Powell, can you please
NASDAQ
speak
approves
about the
180-day extension for muln. Yeah,
relationship
thank you,
between
sir.
Federal Reserve interest rate hikes
Buzz,
and
Market Watch
housing
saying SINT is
inequity,
73.
and what
Market
needs
Watch
to
is wrong.
change here?
Well, what needs to change is we need to get inflation under control so that interest rates can come back down. In the meantime, they're high because inflation is hurting all of your constituents, not just the housing sector. And all of
I think
your
that Market Watch is wrong.
And it's our job under the law to restore price stability and also to keep maximum employment.
Is there anything else that Congress can be doing in this respect?
That would be up to Congress, but
Back in the
there are lots of
early
ways in which
80s, car
Congress
loan
can
rates
support
were about
people in various
20%
ways,
fixed,
but that's really
and mortgage rates were over 10%.
Now, I want to move on into the numbers that you mentioned.
I mean, in all
again,
fairness,
your
though, that was kind of
remarks at
like
page
recovering
2. You
from
mentioned that of course,
the
we all know
70s,
there's
where
been a
the economy basically
record
took a shit.
historic
Kind of like
unemployment
where I
rate
believe that
is
we're
down
kind of headed
now
right
to
now.
3.4%,
Unless they save it with
lowest, I
crypto,
believe, in
but I don't
history.
really
Thank
trust
you,
the,
Mr. President,
current,
for that. But you also mentioned that
people in
there's
charge.
1.9 job openings for each
GNS.
unemployed individual. I wondered if you could tell me how you define unemployed individual. What does
It's
the
not. It's like 3%.
Unemployed individual profile look like?
So that has a very specific
I already looked at it.
It's someone who is not working, but
Several
is
times,
actively
actually.
seeking a job. So, for example, if you take 6 months off and stop looking for a job, you're no longer unemployed. So that means there's a group of people who are kind of around the edges of the labor force who don't count as unemployed.
Cost to borrow was almost 400%, though.
And those people are marginally attached to the labor force, that kind of thing. But to be actually unemployed, you
GNS
gotta
is
be
at $4.
looking actively for work in the statistics.
Right, so it does not include people who are
TRKA
perhaps
up.
disabled and cannot find accommodations in the workplace to be able to get a job.
Unless they're looking for it. If you, it's, the test is whether you're actively looking. I think in the last
Actively looking regardless of
Top still has 113.
age.
She's up.
That's right.
Whether or not they're.
It's not a value judgment. It's the way we assess unemployment.
TRKA to the trend. A lot of those EMAs are collapsed on that too.
How do you factor in the people that actually are on unemployment insurance?
Sorry?
How do you factor in the people who are on unemployment insurance?
Well, they're unemployed. They've got to be by definition. We count them as unemployed, or they wouldn't qualify.
Oh my
under the
God.
state requirements.
All right. Well, I just want to.
That lady just made
sure
herself
that
sound
we-
pretty stupid.
We clearly understand that there's children, there's
AM
people that
Vita
are
88
older,
and a half
people that are
cents.
disabled, people that can't find daycare. There's so many other reasons
Oil,
why someone is
588.
unemployed. All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, the chair of the House Administration Committee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, thank you for being here with us today. Your testimony today has been insightful
Call,
as we look to tackle
17 and a half
inflation, the
up.
impact that it's having on families across the United States right now. I want to go back to a comment that was quoted to you as regards to a question from Senator Kennedy yesterday regarding the impact that fiscal policy is having as it relates to inflation.
Keep
And the
sliding
quote
a
that was
little bit.
attributed to you was that it wasn't a big factor. As we look at kind of a whole host of policies here on Capitol Hill,
That's
from
all solid
reckless spending that we
1551.
saw in the previous Congress,
81%
a
on
lack
Ava Q, that's
of what
funny.
we just discussed, individuals who are outside the labor market. How do we
If
get
you
these
go to
folks back
614.
into the labor market, whether or not we have policies that are discouraging folks to come back into work? As we
Rig at
look at
7.
high energy costs and opportunity to drive
No volume there.
lower to drive energy prices lower by unleashing
Tops
American energy.
115.
How do you factor in the fiscal policies, or how should policymakers factor in the fiscal
AI
policies
25 and a half.
impact
AI trying
that's
to twist.
also having an inflation? Not looking for your advice on the fiscal policies, because I know you want to.
Oh,
stay out of
SIs.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. No, I'm
Lawmakers
sorry.
be looking at
Let's
the
look up
fiscal policies'
SI.
impact
My
on
bad.
inflation?
So let's take energy for example.
My bad.
So remember,
I thought
inflation
you
is the
were talking
change
about
in
SINT
prices.
still.
It's not the level as you
I don't
well
know what I was thinking.
So energy prices have been coming down, right? They're still
SI.
high, but they're coming down, and they're contributing negatively to headline inflation. So when I say it's not contributing to inflation, that's what I mean. In addition, if you look at aggregate spending,
78.92. Cost of our average 53.23.
It's actually negative at this point. It's no longer the
C3
most of the
AI
inflation
up.
that we now have something like 2/3 of the contribution of inflation in core PCE inflation comes from the services sector, and that isn't really about fiscal policy. Fiscal policy was important at the very beginning, so was monetary policy, by the way, but now it's more about just inflation.
GNS just off 4.
Out there, and you have to bring it down.
Margo Watch is pretty close with that one.
It doesn't come down by itself unless
Yeah, dude. I thought you were talking about SINT. I'm sorry. I do apologize, because we were talking about SINT just before that. I thought you were still talking about SINT.
Better, and as that's happened, goods inflation has come way down.
SI in talks with FDIC to save bank.
Okay,
that's helpful.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
shit.
thank you. So to
Really?
take that one step further, we're waiting on the president's budget. It's over a month late, but we're anticipating receiving that in the near term. And as we look at interest payments on the debt and the cash flow implications that has, not asking for what you're going to do.
I mean, if that's the case, it might be a half decent flyer, man.
In those deliberations to future board meetings and potential rate increases, how does the impact of interest on the debt factor into the calculus of you and your colleagues?
So we don't look at that. We're not.
If that's the case, that might be pretty good for
change our monetary policy because we were concerned about the level of debt payments and things like that. That's not something that the United States
like, you don't even have to play it on like a full move. You know what I mean? Like you could play it on a like a hunch and then just fucking take profit early.
We're going to do our job.
If you wanted to, obviously not financial advice. AI 5-minute chart.
Regulate the banks, manage the payment system to some extent. We'll do those jobs. We don't have to worry about the United States budget. That is not our job. And it isn't that.
All right, I'm definitely going to set up an Allen chart tomorrow. I think.
So we can service our debts.
Just saying.
It's just that we're on an unsustainable path, meaning that the debt is growing faster than the economy. So we would never consider. We will never look.
You like it? I gotta fuck with it tomorrow. It's gonna happen
because it's concerned about the budget. That's called fiscal dominance, and that's
TRKA trying
among advanced economies, and it would be something we.
GNS probably gonna look for a handle here.
Thanks for your feedback on that point. The CBO just released their report showing potential interest payments on the debt accelerating dramatically over the next decade, showing it would be 14% of our fiscal spend. To compare that, right, national defense would be 13, Social Security is also 14, so it's in that level. That's a policymaker issue, but your insights are helpful. I know I only have a few seconds left, and a handful of my colleagues have commented on the ongoing review of bank capital standards. I just want to echo those concerns about what the impact would be of a significant
79 cents on
capital
AQSD.
level
They just had earnings
increase. Could you just comment briefly about how you quantify the cost of higher capital in the supposed benefits and how you balance out that risk and reward?
Tops to 120.
It's exactly as you say. We know that the capital increases that I supported back in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, earlier in my time at the Fed, they made the banks stronger and they made them more resilient. And you really want that. You want a banking system that can stand up and keep doing its job in times of crisis. So, but the exact balance between that and the availability of capital and the cost of capital is always going to be a matter of judgment.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the member of Congress representing Atlanta, the city with the highest racial wealth gap in the country, I'm focused on creating an economy of inclusion, an economy that works for everyone and brings the most marginalized into our economy. Americans and Atlantans flourish when the economy works for everyone. The Federal Reserve has a mandate of maximum employment that is measured by analyzing various data points of economic conditions. In 2020, the Federal Reserve updated its approach to fulfilling and measuring this mandate to include job growth that was broad-based and inclusive. Chairman Powell, do you agree that broad-based and inclusive growth means job growth that helps reduce racial, employment, unemployment, and wage disparities?
I think it means what
GS
it says.
399.
We don't target any
He's
particular.
by SI, okay.
We can't really target a particular racial or ethnic group with that.
GNS looks like she's going to be getting ready.
Are informed by an understanding of diverse groups across the economy.
Well, Chairman Powell, could you share examples of how the Fed is including broad-based and inclusive job growth in the maximum employment mandate?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So one thing we do is we always, it's always part of the data that we look at each meeting. We always talk about it.
RKA, cup formed, looking on the handle.
Unemployment
waiting
rates,
on a handle, I should say.
Participation rates and wage rates and things like that by racial and other groups and that kind of thing. That's always in the data that we look at and talk about. That's the first thing. So it informs our pursuit of maximum employment. We're trying to take a broader and more inclusive
Pound trying up.
what that statutory
48 through the 200 on pound strength.
2 weeks ago, the Federal Trade Commission released data indicating
DXY.
that Georgians reported the most fraud and scam claims of any other state in 2022,
DXY is
amounting
also
to
moving up
millions
now.
of stolen money. The Federal Reserve's website has resources to help consumers protect themselves from scams
Hughes
where
trying to
criminals
lift.
leverage the Federal Reserve's name, including emails claiming potential victims are eligible for lottery winnings, robocalls threatening arrest in exchange for money, and other phishing communications. Chairman Powell, how does the Federal Reserve measure whether its counter-fraud communications are reaching the most vulnerable households and communities, especially those that might not be following the Federal Reserve press releases or your website, or have limited access to broadband?
So we do when those kind of scams
Just
happen,
underneath the
particularly when they involve
VWAP
us, we go
on the
on
200
social
right now.
media to try to reach people and tell them that if they're contacted by someone pretending to be a Federal Reserve person, that's not. So we do that. We work with our Inspector General who works with law enforcement
LPH
to make sure
on
that
a
law
tear.
enforcement's involved. So we're aware of these scams. I think you're talking about the ones that involve
Same
people
trend
pretending
on a
to
lot
be
of these
Federal
charts.
Reserve person and get in touch with me and
Moving
I'll,
nicely.
and we'll send you some money. And so we do what we can to reach out to the public on that.
So that is that after the fact, but what happens before so that the general public is aware that this is happening? For those people who are not on social media or tracking is there another way to get this information out to the general public?
We do what we can. We're not an institution that deals with the general public very much. We deal with banks and of course our rate hikes and rate cuts, our monetary policy affects all Americans. But I think when something like that happens, it's a broad program. It's a bunch
You like
of people
SI
who are
Bodie,
perpetuating
says
a fraud
kid.
on many people, and we try to get out there quickly and try to reach people, and again also alert law enforcement.
Thank you, Chairman, and Chairman McHenry, I yield back the balance of my time.
That is very kind and gracious of you. The first of the day. We need to commend that for the record. With that, we'll recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman McHenry. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us. Chairman, is the Fed's commitment regarding ESG
Invas, Crow
force
for a
investment banks to renege on their fiduciary responsibilities?
We don't actually.
The way
have
you
policies
phrase something,
in
like
effect in
some things, Pencil, it makes it
That's not
sound
an
like you're
assignment that
asking
we
for
have.
financial
We saw
advice, so it's
some
like,
issuances by
I'll
heads
look at it, of
some
course.
investment banks, not to mention any names, that felt that was the case.
but
That the Fed was asking them
try to work on your
we don't-
phrase,
SEC,
like,
you
I
stated
don't
a
know,
couple
can you look at
minutes
this
ago
chart or something like that rather than
feel that some sort of ESG,
something
You stated
specific?
that banks want it.
Yeah, it's
No, that's
clearly
different,
falling off the
completely
bottom there.
different.
If it holds that 200,
Regulated
that's yet to be
financial
seen.
institutions,
I mean,
we
if it comes
regulate and
up, right,
supervise,
and then the market just fucking
they're subject to-
collapses,
particularly the big ones are subject
So the
to
Fed,
no,
climate
and
change.
Voss is
agree
probably
that
the
the Fed
follow.
won't-
You know what I
all
mean?
over the country.
But if we get
banks to
follow
renege
through
on
on
their fiduciary
Bitcoin, the
responsibilities.
Qs, whatever,
do that.
obviously,
We don't regulate the
I
investment
mean,
banks. The
it's
SEC does.
looking like it could follow through
So the
easy.
answer is no.
What's the question again?
I'll move on.
But yeah, just try to
Earlier,
phrase things in
some
a
of my
thing where it
colleagues,
doesn't
Chairman
pin me
Kennedy,
at like,
questioned the
am I giving
holistic
financial
review of
advice?
the
Am I not?
capital,
You know what I mean?
bank holdings.
That's all.
This holistic review, which no one has seen, according to
So that
sources.
view up on
But there are
HKD.
published reports that it will call for more capital to be held by banks. I understand the deferral to Vice Chair Barr, but do you have any
thing that you could add that would warrant a need for large banks' capital increase?
So there isn't a proposal to evaluate or talk about yet. Vice Chair Barr has indicated he was going to take a look. He said he thinks capital is strong, and the question really is it strong enough? And I know he's been working, and there'll be a process when he does arrive at conclusions. He has no authority to enact something himself. It has to go through the Board of Governors, also through the FDIC and the OCC.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the QT, the QT initiative, the tightening of the money supply. They're not related at all?
No, I would say not.
Are you comfortable with the QT reductions which have taken place?
575 on
The
AMC.
balance sheet is, we have the balance sheet moving down at a healthy clip, and it seems to be going pretty well.
Try to find a bottom.
So the Biden administration's
And
fiscal
Matt,
and energy
56 cents
policies
flat.
cost trillions in deficit spending, as you well know, very, very excessive trillions. Meanwhile, energy costs for the average American have, from heating oils to gasoline, increased by over 40%, and businesses, of course, in just over the last 2 years.
Still
So
on a
high
re-up there.
energy obviously affects the cost for manufacturing,
Cosm,
wages,
nada.
general cost of living.
TRK at 47 cents.
Would not such fiscal and energy
I don't know, but I'm gonna have to
policy
leave
Biden
soon because of a doctor
working
appointment.
hand in hand with initiatives
I will be
such as
back on
QT and
towards the end of the day,
initiatives
though.
the Fed be far
Well, whenever
more
I get back from the
effective
doctor's appointment.
than the Fed fighting inflation on your own?
Well, I mean, we are the agency that has the responsibility.
I feel Mullen is lost because a lost cause at this point.
That's the task we've been given under the law. It's great. If Congress
I'm
helps,
reluctant
it's
to keep
great.
throwing
If
money at it.
legislation helps, but we have to deliver it, and we will. That's our responsibility, which we fully accept.
We're not risking stagflation.
Bodie, you look left
Fiscal
off.
policy and monetary policy are working against each other.
I mean, it's really not like that big of a
We don't
like
comment
thing.
on fiscal policy.
I don't
That's what
see
it's
why I
for
wouldn't be
elected
fine,
people,
but thank you.
We have a job.
TRKA
maximum
to
employment
trend.
flexibility. We use our
Hopefully
tools.
pop
We
that
try to
bitch.
we try to stay in our lane, stick to our
My doctor tells me
Fear of
to.
number of people that we're going to have high interest
Yeah, I
rates
never had to
and,
experience that
higher
yet,
than 2%
so
inflation if there's not that level of
let's keep it that way.
fiscal and monetary cooperation.
Again, fiscal
i.e.
policy does what
stagflation.
it's going to do. We take that as
CTRM.
the fiscal
Underneath
policy
that
will be
too.
what you and your colleagues do with and that comes into the economy, and we see it. We just
Tesla
don't have
under
to
181.
try to comment on the decisions that you make, and we use our tools to restore price stability no matter what happens outside of our building.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now recognize the ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Green of Texas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Powell, for being with us today. I greatly appreciate your work.
BLPH still going.
Take
Christ.
just a few moments to talk
Congrats
about
if you guys hit
how
on that.
our
For real.
legislative
Ooh, gush down to
bodies
134.
have legitimized systemic racism. It's been done
How the
by
fuck does? Oh my god. Why does this why does the fucking Federal Reserve chair have anything to do with fucking systemic racism?
maximum employment.
Like, what the
knowing
fuck
that
are they even talking about?
2-to-1 black-white wage gap exists traditionally.
This has nothing to do with him.
And also knowing that traditional actions and methodologies will not change that. But yet we won't give you the authority to make recommendations or to take actions that would directly target that. It's not your fault. It's the legislative body's
OBSV?
fault. We perpetuate systemic racism in your mandate of maximum employment.
I don't understand.
We also perpetuate it in lending because we know that invidious discrimination exists in lending. We know it exists. And there are laws that will prevent and punish persons who
We're
cheat
being under
banks.
15 again.
You
Wow,
will be
ETAL.
prosecuted
Woo, baby.
and you will be fined criminally if you cheat a bank. No such law
Gold cross
exists
on AI.
if you cheat a customer.
I have no idea why they're talking
And we
about
know that
discrimination.
black people who are more
Because
qualified
they feel
than
like it.
whites
Oh, ONCS.
will get
Pop back
less
up.
money when they get a loan
874 on
and
Bonnet. Ouch.
pay a higher interest rate. These are all things that are the case. They're true. So legislative bodies continue to legitimize systemic racism. And the bodies have become so bold now, so many of the members, they're so bold now as to say they're sick and tired of hearing about this. They don't want a discussion about racism and systemic discrimination. They believe that all is well as long as all is well in the white world.
So
But
fucking
many,
annoying.
they won't say it that way.
Give me 1 second.
Powell. But that's the way their actions would lead one to conclude they have positioned themselves. Many of these people are my friends. People that I associate with, talk to regularly. But there comes a time when you just have to be truthful. Systemic racism can be eliminated. It can be dealt with.
Okay.
We know how to.
Heard the race BS. I'm out. I'll check back in later.
will to do it.
Yeah. It is
So
kind
I
of
don't-
fucking horseshit.
I don't fault you. I don't fault you. Not one scintilla of blame would I cast your way.
Under 20 cents on muln still?
It's the legislative body. It's the people who sit
Cosm
on this
just dropped
committee
430.
who won't allow laws to be passed, making it a crime to deny a person a loan who is qualified to get that loan. People on this committee
Painful to
who
fucking
will
listen
say
to.
they don't want to hear anymore and encourage persons who are professionals, experts, encourage them to push
AI
back
has a gold cross.
against talk about.
I hope that doesn't really act as a double top. It really shouldn't, because these are all in the same area.
Emanates from the legislative body. And you, sir, are in a very awkward position.
Q's just
Because
off
I genuinely
297.
believe that you'd like to do something about it, but you can't. Creates a sad state of affairs. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. is
It's just
recognized.
kind of the wrong time and place.
Chairman, thanks for being here today. Probably get right under the wire here. I just had one, and some of my colleagues have touched on this today again, that there's certainly, I think we're well aware, I'm well aware that
This
there's
supposed to be moving.
dynamic back in the district.
This supposed to
and
be very
across the
moving news
station.
today.
There's a certain
I thought that
segment of adults,
TRKA was going to
25
be on the round table with
35-year-olds,
Hamilton.
Many of them dual income, no kids, and they are completely froze out of the housing market right now, either because the cost of a home at a new subdivision in any municipality is $500,000 or more. And as a result of that, it's not only by actions of the Fed, I think, on the interest rates, but certainly the other thing I wanted to bring
And
up,
Voss
because
gone.
the balance sheet at the Fed has gone from $4 trillion to $9
He's trying.
post-pandemic. Could the Fed, by no longer
I'm going to have to
buying
leave here in a minute,
mortgage-backed
guys.
securities, in a smaller universe of the private sector buyers who demand
Bad time for me to have to
a
leave.
higher rate of return, right? Is there not another?
Oh, yeah.
built-in trigger
Sean, do you
there
want to,
for
what's called? Do you want
mortgage
to share a link to Discord in chat?
unrelated to what the Fed does? Because I think the concern is that between the dynamics of no new subdivisions, 25 to 35-year-olds unable to get a loan.
All right, so I'm going to have to leave in like,
interest
I don't know, like
rates
a minute or two.
continuing to climb.
Oh,
All of
wrong
these
one.
factors are just we're gonna
When I
lose a
do,
generation
Sean will
of
be,
adults here that are never
he'll
gonna
be
get
running
home
stream in
ownership.
Discord for
They're
us.
never going to benefit.
Till I get back.
You know, which we all know is the big wealth builder for any family. So I'm just, if there's anything I take away from what we heard today and the questions asked, I hope that that is something that the Fed is
Okay.
is in tune
And
to, looking at closely.
here it is, guys. I'm pinning it. I'm gonna have to leave like momentarily here. Feel free to go ahead and join. Obviously, that's free. And I'll be going back live as soon as I get back. Probably. Usually the doctor doesn't take that long. Most likely by 2.
To some extent, by just harder to find zoning anymore because
Wait.
things are so built up.
How long? Probably like an hour, give or take, man. I don't know.
In terms of our ownership,
Who knows if these things fucking take forever?
what happens with them is they mature or they're prepaid.
Get off your high horse.
Prepaid, and they run off on their own.
What are you talking about, Talal?
Passive sort of way to shrink the balance sheet. And of course, they don't run off very quickly when rates are this high because people are not refinancing their mortgages because they have much lower mortgage rates. So,
right.
There's no evidence of this.
I don't want to be late to the doctor. Oh, him. Word. I don't want to be late to the doctor. I will, I'll probably be on by like 2, though, give or take. Catch you then, fam. Alright, and that is pinned to the top. Later.